Chapter 991. Demons. There are demons everywhere in the city. So there really are demons in this world. The contractor's face was filled with horror that could not be dissolved. Where did these demons come from? What kind of demons? Qizong looked around at the broken walls and said with a deep voice, "Also, who destroyed the seven gods' temple? It's demons. It's all done by demons. Those demons are born in all kinds of strange shapes. They don't look human at all. They even spit flames and poisonous smoke, eat children alive, rape women, torture men, and commit all kinds of crimes," the contractor said with a trembling voice. "Are they the evil gods that are preparing to surround and annihilate us?" The dwarf moved to Qizong's ear and said softly, "You killed goddess Merthia, stirring up everyone's emotions. As the main culprit, we successfully escaped, so those evil gods who can't fly vented their anger on the people of Lizi?" Qizong thought for a moment and said calmly, "The night is long, danger everywhere. This danger isn't just the extreme cold and food shortage, the rampage of demons is also one of the disasters of the night. We are under the Holy Mother's orders to pass through the East. Isn't it to slay demons, spread the Holy Scriptures and return peace to the world?" In short, Lizi's disaster had nothing to do with them or the Seven Gods Church. On the contrary, the church was the nemesis of demons. Those evil gods, are the demons still in Lizi? Arya licked her lips, her hands subconsciously reaching for her sword hilt. Her gray eyes seemed to burn with flames as she looked around, eager to give it a try. "If they don't take the initiative to appear before me, I won't know either." Qizong shook his head slowly. "Tyrion, why don't you go out and try again?" Arya looked at the dwarf expectantly. The dwarf pointed at his face. "Can I still fight like this? Also, look at Sangs and Varys, their condition is even worse than mine." Tyrion's skin was pale, his cheeks sunken, the light in his eyes dim, as if he had been fighting for a month in the Garden of Desire. "Tell me in detail what happened back then," Qizong asked with a frown. The contractor first looked at him in reverence, and then he suddenly shuddered, saying in horror, "After you used the Buddha's palm that descended from the sky, the plaza and the surrounding streets were covered in a layer of red mist. Anyone who came into contact with the red mist couldn't help but want to. Masters, you should go to the palace square to take a look. There are still countless pools of blood there." The desire was too strong and he didn't have time to vent it. Women were still fine, but many men could not control their desires. Before they took off their pants and found a partner, they would squeak like sausages that were stuffed full of meat stuffing. In the end, their sausages would burst and their blood vessels would burst. Even so, his desire did not diminish. Because he had nowhere to vent, he eventually exploded and died. The contractor said with a twisted face. "Is so terrifying?" Tyrion clamped his legs together and said, "I had the same feeling at that time, but it wasn't to this extent. You and Hound completely lost your mind and fought each other with divine spells on the street. Have you forgotten?" Arya said with disdain. "But we only wet our pants and didn't explode our sausages," the dwarf said. "I'm not wet," the Hound quickly said. "What wet pants?" Arya asked curiously. Ahem, you'll naturally understand when you're old enough." Under the young girl's confused gaze, the dwarf was extremely embarrassed, and for some reason he felt a little stiff. Qizong said coldly, "Tyrion, remember your identity." "Sorry, I'll pay attention to the occasion in the future." The dwarf apologized sincerely. He then changed the topic and asked the contractor, "How many people died last night?" 1 or 2,000, most of them died in the red mist." The dwarf muttered in shock, "I didn't expect the Song of Desire's domain to be so domineering. Against such a powerful evil god, no matter how many mortal armies there are, it's useless. There aren't many heavenly gods who have grasped a domain to begin with. Merthia can be considered one of the most powerful gods in the world, but his path isn't suited for battle," Qizong said with a serious expression. "Merthia?" The contractor's expression changed as if he understood something. His gaze towards Qizong and the others became extremely complicated. It was first resentment, then fear and then confusion. The master and disciples saw his expression, but they didn't care, because the matter of killing Merthia couldn't be hidden at all. Moreover, this wasn't the first time they killed the city's guardian god. Pento's crocodile god and Tyroshi's three-headed god were both killed by them, and then they were still honored guests in the city's palace. But Merthia died then, so how can the domain be maintained? Arya asked in confusion. "It's precisely because he died that the domain went out of control. Even a fart from a mortal can be maintained for a while, so isn't it reasonable that the chaotic domain of laws can be maintained even longer?" Arya's mouth twitched, unable to refute. Qizong put his palms together, bowing towards the Holy Mother's broken statue in the Holy Church's ruins, saying with a sigh, "It's all Night Lion Demon's fault. If he didn't chase after us, I should be able to calm the chaotic aura of laws." Arya's mouth continued to twitch. For the first time she realized that her master's title of Masked Evil Monk might not be wrong. Actually, according to Qi Zhang's nature, even if he wasn't the one responsible for the tragedy in the plaza, he should still be blushing in shame. After all, he was the one who killed the goddess. But before Qi Zhang left the Westeros, he was taught a lesson by Big Sparrow for more than a month. If it were Big Sparrow, he should have reacted this way. There are more than 2,000 people in the plaza, right? Where are the rest? Tyrion asked. The rest entered the alley in time, but in the end they collapsed on the ground like exhausted oxen, breathing little but exhaling more. Then the demons came out of nowhere and cursed. The contractor swept his gaze over the master and disciples, saying, "The demons are cursing you." They were furious when they couldn't find you, so they massacred and devoured the people who couldn't move on the ground. This. Qi Zhang's mind spun quickly, thinking of a response. Tyrion asked, "Do you know where the demons came from?" "I don't, but they seem to be looking for you," the contractor insisted. "I'll tell you the truth." The dwarf's lips curled into a malicious smile. "The so-called demons are the gods that you worship on a daily basis." Tyrion Qi Zhang frowned. The dwarf waved his hand. "Hiding it from them is actually harming them. Also, haven't you noticed? When the gods appear in the world on a large scale and attack mortals without restraint, the old order of the world will change. Perhaps we'll return to the previous era where humans and gods live together? In the future we'll encounter more and more evil gods, and they'll become even more unrestrained. We won't be able to hide it even if we want to," he said with a sigh. Qi Zhang's expression shook and he fell silent. "What are you talking about?" the contractor asked in confusion. The dwarf said with a smile, "All you need to know is that the demon that made thousands of people explode their little brother last night is the goddess of lust, love, and youth that you Lee's people believe in, Mu-Erdia. That little bitch coveted my mighty body, and was slapped to death by Qi Zhang's master. The evil gods that devoured you are the gods of faith led by Lalo and Night Lion. They're all lovers of the goddess of lust, and they don't want the Seven Saints scripture to spread to the east." "No, impossible." The contractor's emotions surged, his face pale. "Why is it impossible? Night Lion has such obvious characteristics and you can't recognize him? By the way, everyone is heavily injured, so why are you still so spirited?" the dwarf asked while looking at him suspiciously. Qi Zhang and Arya's gazes sharpened. The contractor shrunk his neck and mumbled, "Last night I was also burning with desire, but I was surrounded by old aunties that I didn't like. When I couldn't take it anymore, I suddenly remembered the White Bone Temple that Master Qi Zhang taught me, and guess what happened? You became spirited. My desire was completely extinguished, and that's why I'm fine." "You can do that?" The dwarf was stunned. Qi Zhang was deep in thought. "When I was wrapped in Mu-Erdia's desire red silk, I also. Then, I visualized the white bone desire demon diagram in my mind, and the illusions quickly disappeared and my mind became clear. This was not an accident. The reason why the Dragon Queen created the White Bone Temple was not because she was bored. Because of the same crime, when Sharera Yangshin entered hell, she happened to be in the same level of hell as Cersei in the same area. The two did not empathize with each other and instead got along harmoniously. Cersei insulted Sharera, and Sharera did not like Cersei either. However, she was a transcendent half-god, and her methods were better and more direct. Using the method that the goddess of lust used against her, Sharera tried to turn Cersei into her own spirit of lust, the saint of lust heaven. Cersei could not resist at all, and then, she became even more depraved. Her soul underwent some unknown evolution. At that time, Dany started to take Mu-Erdia seriously. In order to deal with the goddess who controlled the law of lust, she spent some time studying the Buddhist visualization method, the White Bone Temple, that she had seen in Jizbar in her previous life. It was not some immortal cultivation method, but a very basic and simple psychological suggestion. As for what results could be achieved after the transformation, and whether there would be any side effects, Dany did not know either, so she let Qi Zhang test it out. From the looks of it, the effect was not bad. "Are those demons really gods?" the contractor asked the question in his heart. The incident in the square alarmed the garrison troops in the other districts. When they saw the demons eating humans, the soldiers used their swords and spears to cut them. Although those demons had their own methods, they were all made of flesh and blood. They howled in pain and were stabbed until their flesh was mangled. In the end, More than 30 demons were defeated by 2,000 elites, and they fled pathetically. Are gods that weak? He asked doubtfully. 2,000 elites. 30 against 2,000 injured but not dead. Isn't that strong enough? The dwarf exclaimed. 2,000 elites couldn't even defeat the Dragon Queen from a few years ago, the contractor complained. Back then she rode a dragon to rob Reese and burn dozens of princes and hundreds of guards to death, but we couldn't do anything to her at all. Don't compare yourself to her. The dwarf waved his hand. She's not a normal person. Qizong was puzzled. Since the soldiers chased away all the evil gods, why was Lady Linus still eaten? That lion-headed monster can fly. The contractor could not help but raise his head and look around, as if he was worried that the night lion would suddenly fly over. Many people died last night, and they died in such a strange way. In order to calm the people and stabilize the political situation, the nobles decided to elect a new prince overnight to preside over the situation. The contractor's expression became awkward. Many nobles died too. They were all terrified and wanted to use the Dragon Queen's name to suppress the man-eating demons. Thus, Lady Linus was successfully elected, but, just this morning on the balcony of the palace, when she was giving a speech to all the free people in the square, the lion-headed monster descended from the sky and landed beside her, saying. The lion-headed monster smiled coldly and picked up Prince Linus like a chicken, saying, I was about to leave, but I heard Danny Alice's name in the sky. When I heard her name, I felt a fire burning in my heart. It just so happens that the royal blood can be a great supplement. The prince begged, saying, I can help the king vent the fire, and even wrapped around him like a vine. The contractor and the master and disciples were all extremely embarrassed. To the contractor, she was their prince. To Qizong and the others, she was their compatriot, a fellow countryman, and a noble. She could almost represent the Westeros. Seeing that everyone was embarrassed, the dwarf was no longer embarrassed. He could not help but ask, and then? The prince is petite, and the lion-headed monster is more than 3 meters tall. It cracked and then it ate her. Chapter 992. The Summer Sea, the West of the West, the Land of the Far West. The sky was dark, the north wind was howling, and the black water was surging, creating layers of waves as if the sea god was roaring angrily. I didn't expect you to lose so badly. It's been half a month and you still haven't recovered. In fact, the sea god wasn't angry. Instead, he was very happy. Under the sea, in a trench tens of thousands of meters deep, there was a gorgeous palace that looked like it was made of crystal glass. Unlike the solid glass of mortals, the glass used to make the sea god palace was all flowing water. The clear spring under the morning sun, the slightly green lake water in spring, the yellow flood of the river, the blood-red lake water at the peak of the mountain in the sunset, countless amounts of water formed a flowing palace at the bottom of the sea. There was a sea of stars at the top of the palace. The layout of the stars was exactly the same as the real world outside. The stars were like fireflies, flickering and dimming, but emitting different colors of light. It was colorful and dreamy. In the flower garden of the palace, there were thousands of strange flowers and herbs. The fruit forest was full of fruits. There was a square made of white jade. There were 31 wine pools made of gold and glass. They were filled with amber, gold, and green wine of 31 different colors and types. In the corner of the square, there was a meat forest that emitted a tempting aroma. Countless tall and boorish men and women wandered around the palace. They were either drinking and eating or having fun or singing at the top of their lungs or fighting with swords. Not only were there humans, mermaids with a human body and a fishtail were also there. In the center of the white jade square, there were steps made of black iron, brass, silver, gold, and jasper. The jasper platform at the top was 50 square meters, and there was a huge round fishbone bathtub in the center. There was a handsome young man lying lazily in the bathtub. He was also a merman. He had dark golden scales with strange runes on them. His abdominal muscles were 8 packs, and his skin was as white as the finest jade. He had an inverted triangle body that was extremely visually impactful. Thick eyebrows, big eyes, a square mouth, and a wide nose. He had green seaweed-like hair that draped over his shoulders. His facial features were ordinary, but they were very harmonious. There was an indescribable and irrefutable beauty. He was one of the 2 remaining true gods of the Westeros, Inami. Beside the bathtub stood a tall lion-headed man, Night Lion. I won't be able to recover from my injuries in half a century, let alone half a month. Dany Lilith is too vicious. Anyone hit by her divine art will suffer permanent damage to the soul. Not only will the soul and divinity evaporate, even the Song of Law's foundation will be shaken. The mermaid nodded and sighed. This is the characteristic of the first flame burning everything, right? Daenerys is too terrifying to be an enemy of. We don't want to be enemies with her, but she's crazy. She definitely won't let us go, Yishur said. The one who thinks she's crazy is the one who's really crazy. The mermaid laughed. Maybe she has her own reasons, but this is a matter of life and death. We have to unite and strike first, Yishur said. Lilith Lilith if Lilith if Lilith Lilith. Lilith 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 Lilith. Lilith 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 Lilith. You're not the first person to pull me into the alliance. I've also rejected you many times. The mermaid shook her head and sighed. I've already moved the flowing water palace to the edge of the world, hiding in the trenches. Isn't my attitude obvious enough? Night Lion said faintly, you want to avoid the calamity, but can you avoid it? I heard that Danny Lys came looking for you and the Storm God. The mermaid raised her eyebrows. You guys are really well informed. You are now one of the 4 true gods in the world, and you are also the most powerful one. Who dares to ignore you? You are like the sun in the sky. Where can you hide? Yishur laughed. You called me an idiot back then, and now you call me the most powerful true god? Inami mocked. Choosing to become a true god is truly foolish. However, you are indeed the strongest true god. This is not contradictory. Inami sneered, if I listen to you now and help the alliance deal with Danny Rise, then I'll be the stupidest heavenly god. Yes, the traitor Storm and I don't like Danny Lilith, but so what? If necessary, we will even help her deal with the Frost God, just like how we helped that bastard Lalo deal with Balerion back then. This has nothing to do with whether you like her or not. The fall of the world will not affect you much, but the true God who carries the world's lost sea will be the first to suffer. Just like you said, there are only 4 true gods left in the world, and I am the most powerful one. You are the most powerful true god, but the one who carries the lost sea is that one. Night Lion said. When that one falls, it will most likely be my turn. The mermaid said with a face full of misfortune. He hasn't fallen yet. He looks like an old piece of wood. The surface is shaking, but he can still hold on for a few more waves. Night Lion said. The mermaid waved her hand and said, forget it. As long as the world doesn't stop falling, he will not be able to hold on. The sooner he falls, the sooner I will take up the post. There is no way I don't even know this. If that's the case, then why are you still hiding at the edge of the world? Go out and help Danny rise. Night Lion said. As long as you don't mess around, she should be able to take on this wave by herself. Then she will become the God King, and you will lick her feet and be her loyal servant? What about your ideal of absolute freedom? Night Lion asked with a smile. She can't become the God King. The current world doesn't have the ability to give birth to a true god. The mermaid shook her head. Since she can't become a true god, how can she summon the sun? Why don't you join the alliance and help Lalo take back the Song of Fire and Song of Light and let him end this long night? You know, that guy is obsessed with saving the world. Night Lion suggested. Are you fooling the deviant ghosts? The deviant ghosts don't believe that you will give the Song of Fire to Lalo. The mermaid's golden eyes were full of sarcasm. Those ordinary demigods joined the alliance to protect themselves. But an existence like you is used to staying in the easternmost dark world. How can Danny Rise hurt you? In the end, isn't it all for the first flame? Night Lion was silent for a moment and said, I won't hide it from you. I am indeed interested in Danny Rise's Song of Fire. But the crisis of life and death is definitely not an excuse I made up. This calamity is extraordinary. Even if you hide in the deep sea trench, you won't be able to escape. If you don't have a sense of danger, you won't hide, right? He said meaningfully. This time, it was the mermaid's turn to be silent. After a long time, she still shook her head. I'm different from you. Don't play the sea god horn anymore. Before next summer, the flowing water palace will not appear in front of anyone. You will be my last visitor. You can't escape. Night Lion did not give up. I've said it too clearly. It doesn't look good on everyone, the mermaid muttered and said calmly. You can't even beat Danny Rise's angel, Chizong. Asking me to join your alliance of justice, is it to learn from the Anti-Dragon Mother Alliance? If she came with her real body, you would have turned into ashes. You aren't her match, but there's no need to be ashamed because I probably can't beat her either. Even the children on the street know that you have to choose strong friends. If I join your loser's alliance, will I feel safer? Nonsense. Look at you now. You're like a pitiful golden retriever forced into a corner by a male dog in heat. You're 10,000 times more pathetic than before you formed the alliance. I don't want to be the second you. Night Lion's eyes widened in anger. His fangs protruded and cut his lips. A few drops of blood flowed down the mane on his chin. Yes, when he did not activate his law domain he was bleeding bright red blood. Although it's a difficult question, it's the truth. The mermaid shrugged and casually teased the mermaid in the bathtub. Night Lion barely suppressed the anger and murderous intent in his heart and said, compared to Daenerys' Song of Light, which has the first fire attribute, my Song of Noon is a little inferior and can be restrained. If not, she might not be my match. If that's the case, why do you have to find me? There should be a lot of gods in the Alliance who are as powerful as you but not restrained by her, right? You're just an extra layer of insurance. Night Lion hesitated and said, we have a big plan. If you join us I'll tell you. I promise the plan is foolproof. Forget it, don't tell me. The mermaid waved her hand. If you have insurance I'll have to take more risks. He pointed at the 31 wine pools outside the White Jade Square. Look, the god's wine bottle is still here. I'm drinking alone in the flowing water palace. What? Inami is cautious all her life. She's not muddle-headed in the face of big things, the mermaid said proudly. Night Lion raised a middle finger in his heart and asked, you're not interested in Dany Rise's first fire at all? You know about my battle with her. The Law Master's song has an obvious suppressive effect on the chorus. You stole my blood witchcraft and combined the blood of the god's descendant to achieve the combination of two opposing laws, thus simulating the supreme law of ice and fire. The mermaid raised her hand to interrupt him and said, don't slander me. I'm only using your idea. The method of simulating the song of ice and fire was created by myself after learning from old fish Jianghu. No matter where you learned it from, your song of water and fire is the same as my song of light and darkness. It has a fatal flaw. When facing Dany Rise's song of fire, it will be suppressed to the point of imbalance, Night Lion said slowly. I know what you mean, but, the mermaid sighed in loneliness and said, I have two kinds of songs of law, the song of flood with turbid waves and the song of fire with roaring flames. They're both very rare choruses. That's true, but it doesn't mean that I don't have the chance to comprehend a more advanced main song. Now everyone knows that Dany Rise is old fish Liangmu's successor, but who knows that I'm the previous crown prince? In the last era, after old fish bewitched me to become a true god, he secretly told me the reason. He predicted that he would die at the end of this era, and the next era would be the Lone River Mother Goddess' turn. There would be a vacancy in the Song of Wind and Water, and a true god would be needed to fill it. And my talent in the Song of Water is far stronger than those of the Lone River Mother Goddess. He wants me to inherit the Song of Water of the Lone River Mother Goddess. I went as well and have been an apprentice under Lone River Mother. Before I killed the sea dragon and was stripped of my position as successor by Old Fish, I studied under Lone River Mother Goddess for 5,000 years. When she said this, the mermaid didn't have any regret, only a disappointed expression. Lone River Mother taught me for 5,000 years, and I still couldn't comprehend the Song of Water. Even if I took Dany Rise's Song of Fire and Bloodline, would I be able to master the power of the first flame like her? He said bitterly. Chapter 993. My talent in the Song of Fire is far inferior to the Song of Water. What's the use of getting Dany Rise's Bloodline and the Song of Laws? The mermaid asked. You're depressed because you haven't comprehended the Song of Water in 5,000 years? Which one of us doesn't have billions of years of cultivation? Night Lion disagreed. How old is Dany Rise? The mermaid said impatiently. Her situation is special, or rather, humans are special. They have short lifespans and weak strength, but they are exceptionally talented in cultivation. If everyone thinks the same as you, Lalo would be ashamed to death, Night Lion said. Lalo can't represent the ancient gods. He's more special than Dany Rise. The mermaid waved her hand, her face full of disdain. Night Lion said, Lalo also has strengths that we can learn from. He's tenacious, never gives up, and can endure loneliness. You're a god and can live for countless years. If 5,000 years isn't enough, then 50,000, 500,000, 50 million years. Carry on Lalo's spirit of studying for billions of years. There will be a day when you succeed. The mermaid's mouth twitched and she shook her head. If you give me 50,000 years, I'm confident that I can comprehend the Song of Water. If you give me another 50 million years, I can sing the Song of Fire. But that's it. The Song of Laws has different levels of mastery. Instead of wasting billions of years on the highest level that might not be suitable for oneself, it's better to choose the correct path. Instead of spending 50 million years studying the Song of Fire, it's better to push my Song of Disaster to a higher level. What's suitable is the correct path. The songs of the four elements may seem high level, but they're all life-threatening things. It's not worth it. Your thinking is correct. What's most suitable for oneself is the best. But Danny Rise's Song of Fire is different. For that trace of the first flame, it's worth it even if you have to bet your entire future on it, Night Lion said. Worth my ass. The mermaid sneered. In order to snatch Danny Rise's bloodline and Song of Fire, I have to take a huge risk and fight her to the death. After surviving by a fluke in order to fight for the spoils of war, we will fight to the death with you, our allies who have ulterior motives. Even if I was lucky enough to survive, I would still have to deal with Long Night and Cold God who had lost their savior. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, would the next era last for 10,000 years? He hadn't even gotten used to the first flame before he had to prepare for the next world pendant. Would I be lucky enough to survive? Even if I managed to survive time and time again, where would I find 50 million years to study the Song of Fire? Night Lion sighed helplessly. If I can convince Lalo to hand over Shireen's soul, will you join the Righteous Alliance? Are you threatening me? The mermaid suddenly stood up and floated in the air above the bathing pool. Her body was surrounded by a layer of transparent water, and a scarlet sea of fire was burning above her head. In the flowing palace below the throne, the people who were drinking and making merry immediately put down their wine bottles, and women picked up their weapons and glared at the Night Lion on the level 5 platform. A war could break out at any moment. Don't get too excited. Yishur took a few steps back and lowered his hands, making a gesture of not wanting to start a fight. This is just a temporary idea, even Lalo might not agree. He smiled bitterly. Leave, I don't want to see you again, the mermaid said coldly. Night Lion sighed helplessly and returned to the sea under the lead of a mermaid soldier. Woo-woo, when Night Lion's breath completely disappeared, the mermaid took out a golden conch and blew it. In a moment, all the iron seed and murlocs in the flowing palace gathered under the throne. Rowers, let's leave this place, he ordered loudly. Inami's rowers took their positions and rowed the oars in their hands. The flowing palace was like a spaceship with countless tiny tentacles, turning into a stream of light and quickly disappearing into the depths of the trench. In the blink of an eye, another 2 months passed. After the teaching team left Reese, they went to Volantis, Slave Bay, Queers, and were now in the Centaur underground city. After that, they went to the last stop in the western continent of Ursus, Raging Howl City by the Jade Sea, the city-state where the Dragon Queen's messenger Gigi was killed. In Volantis, Qizong and the others met war god Yuan Kai who had returned from Slave Bay. After leaving Slave Bay on the way to Volantis, War God led the captive army to fight a few battles. The Mardaris people blocked the path of the traitors, the invasion of the demons in the land of Long Summer. The Volantis consul led the noble army to ambush outside the city. War God Yuan Kai won every battle, each time achieving great results at a very small price, completely proving that he was worthy of the title of War God. After leaving the Dragon Queen, I finally regained my confidence. When receiving Qizong and his disciples, War God sighed. After taking down the city outside the Black Wall of Volantis, the Dragon Queen appointed him as the governor of the West Army, assisting the West conquering General Clayan to govern Volantis. War God initially refused, but after returning to Volantis, he took the initiative to step down from his position as the commander of the captive army. But later, the Blackwell nobles refused to give up their rule over Volantis, sowing discord, causing the rebels in the outer city to split into several factions. For example, Zidane's mercenary faction, the captive faction, Little Doxam's small noble faction, the Waterside Widows merchant faction, and the returning Tiger Cloak army also formed their own faction. Oh, Little Doxam was Fat Faust's son. The fat merchant Faust Doxam, who helped the Gith people transport food in the early years, was captured by the Dragon Queen outside Astapor City, and became rich because of it. He was used as a scapegoat by Consul Dofas and Supreme Priest Benello. After being chosen as a consul, he tried his best to convince the people that the long night is fake, the sun will rise soon, don't rush to buy resources, don't panic. In the end, when the long night came, his dream of being promoted to a Blackwell noble was shattered, and he was also torn apart by the angry people. The family business he accumulated through doing business with Slave Bay was also swallowed by the Blackwell nobles. Fortunately, his son Little Doxam had met the Dragon Queen a few times, and with this experience he gained some reputation among the slaves and small nobles of Volantis. The rebel forces were scattered, and they were bought over by the Blackwell nobles, then defeated one by one and suffered a few losses. Gradually, the Volantis people realized a terrifying fact. The food in the outer city was almost gone. We need a leader. Waterside Widow stood up and organized a high-level meeting. If this continues, we will all starve to death under the mockery of the Blackwell nobles. Invite the war god to come out. In the end, they found the Kaiyuan war god who had retired long ago. Because as long as he was not facing the Dragon Queen, he had always been invincible. I just want to enjoy the peaceful life of a normal person now, you can leave. At that time, the war god changed his name and married into a small merchant family in Volantis. When Zidane, Danzo, and the others found him, he was in the back alley, sitting on a small stool and picking shrimp lines. Our brothers need you, Zidane advised. My family needs me even more. You need to pick shrimp lines? Danzo was speechless. I caught the shrimps. The war god's face was full of hardships, and his hands were full of frostbite, but his smile was very happy and satisfied. But your father-in-law's family looks down on you and talks behind your back every day, the commander of the Tiger Cloak Army said. Thousands of Tiger Cloak Army soldiers returned to Volantis with the prisoners of war, and they had fought under the command of the war god, so they naturally respected him. It's okay, my wife is very good to me. It's just a normal person's life and I enjoy it, the war god said frankly. But your wife is always looking for wild men outside, Zidane said hesitantly. The war god's expression froze and he pounced on Zidane like a tiger. You dare slander my wife? Zidane hurriedly said, it's true, the neighbors all know and they are hiding it from you. If you don't believe me, I can take you to. Then, a group of people took the war god to catch the adulterers. The war god's face was pale. Know your identity, I'm the master of this house. If I didn't take you in, you would have starved to death on the streets. His wife only felt ashamed for a moment, and then became abnormally tough. I want to be alone, you guys go back. The war god's face was ashen. It shouldn't be, even if he had become a son-in-law, even if his wife was cold and noble, and didn't even let him touch her hand, she should still treat all men equally. Why did she have to steal men? The next day, 20,000 soldiers blocked the streets around the war god's house, knelt on one knee and shouted in unison, War god, please come out. Thousands of Tiger Cloak Army soldiers also shouted, Tiger Commander, please come out. The war god's wife and father-in-law's family were stunned. After that, the war god accepted the Dragon Queen's appointment, and became the general of the Slavers Bay Army. The people who knew you best were often your enemies. The war god's understanding of the Dragon Queen and her policies surpassed most of the Slavers Bay officials. So, with his background as a slave owner, he skillfully carried out the slave liberation movement in Volantis, the long night production to save himself, and a series of things that the Dragon Queen had done and was doing in the past and was doing now. When the dwarf first arrived in Volantis, he thought that he had arrived at Slavers Bay. After helping the war god take down the Black Wall, the message team finally arrived at Slavers Bay. Before leaving, the dwarf even brought along Cadillac's wife. He promised to let the attendants reunite with the couple. After resting in Slavers Bay for half a month, the message team went to Quars. They bought a shop in Zaluona to build the Great Holy Church, and then went north to the underground city outside White Cloud City. This is a miraculous city. Qizong and the others were dazzled. The Dragon Worm Tunnel had no end, the cave was as warm as summer, the ground and walls were covered in shining grass and fruits. Every vine, every leaf, every fruit was like a translucent fluorescent lamp, flickering with a faint radiance, colorful like a fairyland. Arya lightly touched the tomato on the side, asking curiously, what kind of plant is this? Why is it shining? It has nothing to do with the plant, it's because I'm working hard. A crisp and tender female voice replied. Then within a few kilometers, the fluorescent light in the cave drew out a long, illusory line, converging in one place. Then a small fairy appeared in front of Arya. The rest of the place became dark, the plants no longer emitting fluorescent light. My name is Little Radish Head, the gardener of this orchard. The little fairy said. The dwarf immediately understood. The little fairy was named after a vegetable, it was definitely a fire fairy. I can turn into light and enter the bodies of all plants, giving them the most appropriate light. Little Radish Head said proudly. Amazing. The dwarf sighed and then asked, how long can you work and how large of an area can you take care of? This place is close to the crack in the Earth's crust, it emits fire elements all the time. I can absorb the fire elements emitted from the Earth's crust while providing sufficient light for the land within a 10-kilometer radius, 24 hours a day, never stopping. After saying that, Little Radish Head turned into a stream of light again, lighting up the long underground farm. A 10-kilometer radius, hundreds of thousands of acres. The master and disciples of the teaching team were stunned. What's there to be surprised about? If the crack in the earth's crust is bigger, I can shine even brighter. I'm a little sun. Little Radish Head's voice came from the tomato. The dwarf was stunned. It seemed that it was normal for a little sun to shine within a few kilometers. The underground farm isn't that big, and if we're too far from the crack, we can't guarantee the temperature. Crops don't only need sunlight to grow, temperature and fertilizer are also important. Chui Luo shook his head. Chapter 994. The air in the dungeon was very good. It wasn't stuffy and turbid like the caves. Instead, the air was fresh. The breeze brought along the fragrance of fresh flowers, the sweetness of fruits, and the fragrance of green leaves. A few centaurs sang a ballad and drove a group of goats. They looked carefree as they walked past the small team. The centaurs drove the goats further away and disappeared among the fluorescent plants. It was a picturesque scene. Today, the ones who live the happiest are the centaurs. They are even happier and more at ease than they were before the long night. The dwarf said in a ridiculous tone. They are the citizens of King Cao, Dungeon Lord Chui Luo said matter-of-factly. Can Winterfell build an underground botanical garden? Arya asked expectantly. I've been to your family's tomb. It's too cold. Chui Luo shook his head. Look here, 200 meters underground. It's not affected by the cold outside. It's so warm. Winterfell's underground cellar is too shallow, and the area near the hot spring is too small. Unless the dragon worm goes over and digs another 100 meters. How many little elves are there? Do they produce enough food? The gnome asked curiously. Just 3 fire elves, centaurs, shepherds, and Calixi City's hair cologne. The underground manor mainly produces vegetables, fruits, beef, and mutton. We haven't planted high-yield crops, so it's not enough to feed everyone in the dungeon. However, the dungeon isn't a sealed city system. The fruits and vegetables we produce are enough to feed 2 million people in Slave Bay. Slave Bay also provides us with salted fish and kelp. You saw it before you came in. A group of workers is loading goods for the pterosaur. The dungeon alone and Slave Bay alone can't last long in the long night. However, if the two are combined, we don't have to worry about food for 10 years. Moreover, as Calixi's power grows, the light elves will grow as well. When Light Song is perfected, the light elves' light intensity will increase by a few times. By then we can plant wheat, corn, and other crops on a large scale. Perhaps the dungeon can last forever. Chui Luo was full of confidence, and his eyes were full of hope. Compared to the Westeros in the abyss of suffering, Slave Bay is like heaven, the hound sighed. The dwarf said helplessly, they've been prepared for this for a long time. They started stockpiling grain a few years ago. At that time, the Westeros were still in the midst of the rebellion of the Four Princes. Then he raised another question. The pterosaur's efficiency in transporting goods is somewhat low. You only have 20 pterosaurs, so you can only transport 20 to 30 tons of goods each time. The efficiency is indeed low. Pterosaurs also consume a lot of meat. Chui Luo nodded helplessly. We're considering building a team of horses pulling sleds. We'll take the route of White Cloud City, Raza River, and Meereen. It's over 1,000 kilometers, the dwarf exclaimed. Follow the river. The river is not completely frozen yet. Walk 400 kilometers to Khaleesi City, and then load the goods. Chui Luo pondered and said, actually, even if the river is completely frozen, it won't be much of a problem. They could build relay stations along the way and pass the information layer by layer, but it would just take more manpower. In the long night, there are still hundreds of thousands of centaurs who have nothing to do. After a night of drinking with the centaurs who had nothing to do, Tessa carried a ton of tomatoes and led the team to Horse King City in the north the next day. The reason why they took a detour to Horse King City was not to build the Temple of the Seven Gods and lay out the path of faith. The faith of the Horse God in Horse King City had already been reformed into the more advanced and civilized Pegasus religion. Pegasus was Megalosaurus, and the main god of Pegasus religion was Blackie. If the team went to Kohor and built the Temple of the Seven Gods, they could create a more efficient path of faith from Dragonstone Island Pentos Kohor Horse King City Barren Land. Yes, the Seven Gods and Blackie could borrow Pegasus Blackie's temple. However, Dany was worried that Black Goat would lead Kohor's army to kill the team, so she took a detour to Kohor City. It was very awkward. Chizong did not know that when he killed the goddess, Black Goat was also implicated, leaving only a set of dark green scale armor and a pair of golden goat horns. Chizong also picked up the spoils of war. He even gave the small scale armor to the dwarf as inner armor, and the golden goat horns to Arya as daggers because the horns contained dense death energy. However, the team did not know who the horns belonged to. Qizong knew that he had killed a few evil gods, but his attention was on Murthia at that time. Why would he care about a small fry? He thought that he had killed the goddess spirit. Of course, Black Goat was not a small fry. It was much more powerful than a spirit. If he was in Koer Temple, he would have dared to fight Lalo. However, Reese was not Koer, and he was not like Murthia, who had comprehended many songs of laws. When the Black Mountain Goat died, the Sea of Law did not even tremble, which was enough to explain the problem. That unlucky guy was very similar to Dragon Queen in the early days. He was very powerful, but his realm was lower. The Dragon Queen did not have a good relationship with the gods, so she was not well informed. She did not know that Black Goat was dead for the time being, so she did not change her itinerary. Except for Horse King City, the team's itinerary was predetermined in advance. When news of what happened to Koer Temple came, Danny might have guessed something. However, even if she knew that Black Goat had died, she would not let Qizong go to Koer. Pentos, Mir, Tylosai, and Reese were all city-states in the Narrow Sea. They were 400 kilometers away from the Westeros. No one in their right mind would dare to offend the Dragon Queen. Volantis had war gods and returned prisoners of war, so it was safe. The Kars royal family had long withered in the dragon flame. The real power had always been in the hands of merchants, and Zero was one of the 13 giants. Therefore, although the team seemed to be very active, they were actually very stable. Koer was different. The Dragon Queen did not have the ability to directly and quickly threaten it. If it was before the long night, the Khal King's 100,000 colossus were spread across the vast inland plains. If any city-state dared to not give them face, Kalishi would immediately fly into a rage. However, she could not do so now. The route after Kars was Raging Howl City, Thunder Island, and Barbarian Capital. They were all under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Queen's long arm. That's right. Pale skin, icy blue eyes. I'm not sure if there was any light. At that time we were holding torches. Perhaps there was a reflection in the eyes? However, that thing did not have any emotions. Just by looking at it, my soul almost froze. I feel that it is not a human. The dark-skinned middle-aged eunuch said in fear. As the long night fell, most of the foreign merchants in Horse King City chose to leave. The boundless east and west markets were covered in snow. No one cleaned them up. Other than the centaurs, there were only a few old people who had lived in the plains for their entire lives. They chose to wait for death here. According to the Khal King's orders, the Dash Karim also moved to the foot of the goddess mountain after the long night fell. They took wood, dug a cave, and built a brick bed. At this moment, the team came to the old priest's cave. They sat on the wide brick bed and questioned a Dash Karim eunuch with a serious expression. This was because the eunuch seemed to have seen a deviant ghost. Deviant ghosts in Horse King City? How could this be? When the Dragon Queen received this terrible news, she immediately ordered the team to head north to Horse King City to investigate the matter. The old Dash Karim, who could only pretend to be mysterious and rely on deceit, had already learned the Moon Singer meditation technique that the Dragon Queen had taught her. She had also successfully become a qualified Pegasus priest. She had established a faith link with the Pegasus, Big Black. This way, the old priest could communicate with the Dragonstone Island's magic net hub through the glass candle. Although she did not leave the house and had been hiding in the desolate cave of Horse King City all this time, she was not completely ignorant of the outside world. When I heard Howl's description of strange people, I felt that something was wrong. Isn't this a deviant ghost? So I immediately sent a message to the Khal King. I did not expect you to really come. The old woman sucked on the tomato with her toothless mouth while using her black eyes to scan the faces of the people in front of her. Tyrion twisted his neck uncomfortably and asked, "Is it strange that we are here?" Kiki. The old woman laughed strangely and asked, "If I dreamt of you sitting on the brick bed and talking to me before the deviant ghosts appeared, would you find it strange?" Prophecy? The dwarf's expression changed and asked again, "Then can you prophesy whether the strange people are deviant ghosts? Didn't the Khal King send you here to investigate this matter?" The old woman sucked all the tomato juice but did not melt a single piece of tomato meat. She frowned and sighed, "The night is long and there is a shortage of food. We cannot waste it. Howl, take this and cook a bowl of tomato and fish soup." The black man Howl respectfully took the shriveled tomato that the old woman had sucked dry and left the guest room. Qizong and his disciples' faces were pale. Their stomachs were churning. They swore in their hearts that when they ate later, they would not touch anything other than roasted meat. But the old woman wiped her mouth and licked the juice off her hands. Then she sighed and said, "I haven't been able to sleep well recently. I keep dreaming of ice, snow, and a sea of fire. There are also countless people crying. This is an ominous sign. A great calamity is about to befall the continent. If deviant ghosts cross the sea and sneak into Horse King City, Ursos will be in real danger, Qizong said solemnly. Where did you see the strange stranger? Were there any signs of theft at the cemetery? Hound asked. Just at the Womb Lake under Mother Goddess Mountain. There are only 3,000 to 4,000 people left in Horse King City. The cows and sheep have been slaughtered and stored. Fishing in the lake is enough to fill our stomachs. Howl met the strange person when he was chiseling the ice on the lake. The strange person only observed him for a while before retreating and disappearing into the snow. As for the cemetery, the old woman laughed strangely again. Centaurs don't have a cemetery. After we die, we have to ride our blazing horses and rush to the night kingdom of the heavenly horse god. The preaching team stayed in Horse King City for a week. They were busy for a week, but they still couldn't find any traces of the strange person. They even hung the bodies of 2 old slaves who froze to death in the forest north of Womb Lake, but they didn't turn into zombies. Helpless, they could only continue west. But unexpectedly, the flowers they planted with the intention did not bloom, while the willow they planted with the intention did. Things unexpectedly took a turn for the better in Shimiliana. Arya, who was following Qizong amidst the cheering crowd, suddenly turned around and said with a trembling voice, "Uncle, is that you?" Just because she took an extra look at him in the crowd, she saw that unruly face through that ordinary face that didn't belong to him. The uncle's body also trembled. He closed his eyes and silently took a step back. His figure faded into the crowd, disappearing without a trace. "It really is you, Uncle Jianghu?" Arya was shocked. "Your eyes." Chapter 995. The previous savior had many titles. The people of Westeros called him Yeser, Ahai, which was a more mainstream name. Around the Jade Sea he was also known as Hail Cologne, Etal in the Barren Land, Nephrin, Shadowhunter Edric, and a series of other names. As Hail Cologne, the savior had a group of descendants. They named their country after their ancestors and established the Hail Cologne descendant country. After 8,000 years, the Hail Cologne descendant country was only left with 3 cities with female governments. The city closest to Meereen was conquered by the Dragon Queen and renamed Raging Howl. Next to Horse King City, there was also a strategic city built between the sea and the cliff, Shimiliana. The mission team originally did not plan to go to Shimiliana. On the eve of leaving Horse King City, Dash Karim suddenly received an invitation from the Shimiliana High Priest. There shouldn't be any conspiracy. Horse King City and Shimiliana have always had a good relationship. Before the long night, there were female Red Jade warriors coming to the grasslands every year to make a living. Their high priest also stayed in Horse King City for 5 years when she was young. I was still Khaleesi at that time and had a good personal relationship with her. When she found out that I had become a priest of the Pegasus Church, she sent someone to send me a glass candle and told me to contact her more often. Hearing the old centaur's words, the message team decided to make a trip to Shimiliana. At the city gate they unexpectedly met the venerable dragon. Yes, it was the old priest who claimed to have hatched Goldie. During her years in New Gith, she alone exterminated dozens of small and medium-sized nobles. After New Gith fell, she became a guerrilla on Jean Island for more than a year. Later, after the Battle of Meereen, the guerrillas lost all hope of turning the situation around. The nobles of Gith also gave up on the idea of hatching dragons. After destroying the dragon eggs, they prepared to settle the score with the venerable dragon. The venerable dragon was also very clever. Before the day of reckoning, she crossed the strait between Jean Island and New Gith Island overnight and surrendered to the Mother of Dragons guards. I have never done anything wrong to the Dragon Queen in Slave Bay. Facing the trial of General Hattar, the venerable dragon was not guilty at all. When the Dragon Queen found out about this, she could only pinch her nose and agree with her explanation. Then she waved her hand and let her go. The old hag had killed more slave owners than any of the Queen's generals, but she had not harmed any of the Mother of Dragons guards. She had even done a meritorious deed. She was grateful to the Dragon Queen for releasing her kindness twice. The key point was that she was allowed to take away the reward paid by the Gith people. Therefore, the Dragon Granny proposed to let the preaching team come to Shimiliana to preach. Regardless of whether or not Qizong can survive in barren lands, at the very least he has already reached Jade Seaside, slaughtering gods along the way. Even Goddess Myrtea was killed with a single palm. Just him alone is worth making friends with, not to mention that he's just a lackey of the Dragon Queen. The venerable father persuaded the people in power in the city. Actually, there was one thing that she did not say clearly. The descendants of Higher Cologne did not have their own ancestral gods. Since they could believe in the Eastern evil gods, why couldn't they believe in the seven gods? The Venerable Father had secretly made a decision. When Master Qizong arrived, he would accompany him and seriously ask for the Seven Stars Bible. Then he would be personally baptized by Qizong and become a glorious believer of the seven gods. Finally, he would also apply to become the Archbishop of the newly built Seven Gods Shrine in Shamiliana. She knew the details of the Seven Gods Church, but she just wanted to rely on the Dragon Queen and the Megalosaurus. The Venerable Father always believed that she had a special relationship with the Golden Dragon. Perhaps becoming a priest of the Megalosaurus Seven Gods was her true destiny as the Venerable Father. The Venerable Father hatched dragons, and the Venerable Father believed in the Megalosaurus. It was too predestined. The welcoming ceremony was very grand. The Venerable Father led a group of red jade warriors to set up a formation outside the city. Qizong and the dwarf were invited to sit in the same carriage as the Venerable Father, while the remaining 3 disciples walked behind the group. Both sides of the street were crowded with onlookers. There were foreign merchants, local women with red jade inlaid on their faces, and the eunuch brothers of the red jade warriors. For every 100 males born in this race, only one would be kept for mating, and the rest would be castrated. Arya was walking around in boredom. Suddenly she saw a person in the crowd that she would never forget. Although he had become her and was even wearing cosmetic contact lenses, she could still recognize that it was not her, but him. Uncle Jianghu, Arya had just called out when he, who had disguised himself as her, shrank back and disappeared into the crowd. His eyes are emitting blue light. The death god meditation technique has gone berserk. Arya's expression changed drastically. Her body flashed and disappeared in front of the crowd. She did not turn invisible. Instead, 90% of her body had entered the world of death, leaving behind a gray shadow. This shadow was only 10% of her original size. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? It seems like someone suddenly disappeared. It's that horse-faced lady. She disappeared? If it was before the long night, the crowd could still see a blurry and strange figure. But now the sky was dark and they could not see any traces of the shadow in the darkness. Arya's strange behavior quickly attracted Qizong's attention. After explaining to Jianghu, he shouted, "Mighty Heavenly Dragon," in front of everyone, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. The tiles on the roof beams rustled and snow fell. "Mighty Heavenly Dragon, you live up to your name." Seeing Qizong disappear into the sky as fast as lightning, Jianghu could not help but say to Prince Jin, "I've lived in the palace for a long time, and I've also heard of Master Qizong's deeds of subduing demons with the mighty heavenly dragon. Now it seems that you live up to your reputation." The dwarf nodded awkwardly. At the same time he was on guard and looked around cautiously, in case an evil god was trying to lure him away. On the other side, when Qizong found his female disciple in a remote alley, he saw her competing with an ordinary-looking middle-aged woman with a dagger. Arya held golden goat horns, while the other party used a pair of crystal daggers that were as thin as cicada wings. "Ice sword." Qizong's expression changed. The daggers were blue like crystals, but they were surrounded by a circle of frozen mist. In essence, they were no different from the ice swords used by deviant ghosts. But the other party was clearly a living person. "Uncle Jianghu, what happened? Why are you here?" Arya shouted sorrowfully while dealing with the other party's continuous attacks. "You betrayed the Black and White Academy. Now, everything that happens to the Faceless has nothing to do with you." The woman spoke with a man's voice. Her tone was as cold as an ice sword, smooth and without a trace of emotion. "Hey, evildoer, what is your relationship with deviant ghosts?" Qizong did not plan on watching his disciple reminisce with his old lover. With a shout, he could not help but strike out with his right palm. "Holy Mother, no!" Arya screamed. She moved to the side and stood between Qizong and Jianghu. Qizong pulled back his palm in time, but Jianghu attacked mercilessly. He took the opportunity to stab Arya's back and her neck. "Evil creature, you dare!" Qizong saw everything clearly. His eyes widened in anger. Separated from Arya, he used Wrath of the Heavenly Father. Borrowing Seven Gods' big black soul force, he released a soul attack with a holy attribute, similar to a true dragon's roar. Jianghu released a muffled groan. His hand slipped, cutting open 2 holes in Arya's crocodile god leather armor, revealing the iron chain armor inside. There was also a layer of light blue ice left at the holes. Arya had also escaped poverty and changed into a set of divine equipment. Are you crazy? Why are you protecting this deviant ghost? Qizong pulled Arya over and berated her. This is someone I know. Moreover, I didn't even get to ask him clearly. If you kill him with a single palm, won't all clues be lost? Arya said. I know what I'm doing. I'm only going to injure him, not kill him, Qizong said. I don't believe you. Arya shook her head. She then went up to stop Jianghu, who was about to run away, fighting him again. When have I ever lied to anyone? Qizong said in embarrassment and anger. Tell me yourself, when have you ever left a survivor among your subordinates? Arya said. I wasn't familiar with the Holy Mother's divine palm before, but now I might be able to, Qizong said uncertainly. Perhaps. Arya chuckled coldly and said, if you want to help, then play support. Helpless, Qizong could only retract his palm and use Wrath of the Heavenly Father on Jianghu 3 times in a row. Arya took the opportunity to deliver 6 deep cuts on Jianghu's arms and thighs. Clang. The ice crystal dagger fell on the stone floor. Jianghu's body also swayed a few times, and then he was kicked into a trash pile in the corner by Arya. Then she stepped on Jianghu's neck with her long leather boots and deftly removed a human skin mask. As expected, it was that familiar middle-aged man's face. Qizong's expression changed greatly. Damn it, it really is a faceless one. Uncle Jianghu, what's wrong? Looking at the man whose expression was as cold as the other ghouls, whose eyes radiated blue light like the other ghouls, Arya felt sorrow in her heart, her eyes turning red. Seeing her like this, a hint of sadness appeared in Jianghu's cold blue eyes. Arya, he called out softly, but it was as if he was using all of his strength. Veins popped out on his forehead and face, as if he was struggling against another consciousness. He still has his humanity. Qizong walked up in shock and bewilderment. He pressed his finger against Jianghu's cold forehead, continuously firing out Wrath of the Heavenly Father. Although Jianghu grunted repeatedly, his spirit's aura rapidly weakening, his eyes gradually came back to life. He gave Qizong a grateful look and then said with a pained expression, the Black and White Academy is finished. The Faceless have prayed to the Death God for thousands of years, and all the Death Gods in the world are worshipped by the Black and White Academy. The Faceless have long believed in the Death God and its power, and have also yearned for it for a long time, just like how a person yearns for rain after a long drought. Finally the rain has come. The Faceless cheered. However, not long after, a certain someone discovered that there is a true Death God in the world, but he is not the God that a certain someone was looking forward to. Only the Frost God is the true Death God because he can sing the complete Song of Death, the main song. Did you meet the Frost God? Qizong said in shock. Jianghu nodded lightly. Apart from Arya, there are only a handful of people in the Black and White Academy who can cultivate the Death God scripture. A certain someone and the benevolent person have no talent. Thus, the benevolent person brought a certain someone to meet the Death God, the Frost God. In the underground palace, a certain someone knelt before his throne, offering the blood of a noble, while he used blood witchcraft to help a certain someone complete the baptism. Then, a certain someone easily condensed the fundamental runes of the Death God's meditation technique in his mind, and then his cultivation speed was even faster than Arya's. At that time, a certain someone was overjoyed, even believing that he was about to sing the Song of Death, that he had a chance to become the true Death God. You guys are too. Qizong was stunned. The Faceless person is too proud, too conceited, too arrogant. Jianghu sighed. Back then, a certain someone even asked the Death God if the Death God scripture can cultivate the Song of Death, and it sat on the throne, looking down at the servant kneeling below, nodding lightly without any expression. A certain someone was overjoyed. Now that I think about it, a certain someone seemed to have overlooked the mockery in its eyes. All the Faceless people became like you? What are you doing here? Arya asked with a trembling voice. A certain someone summoned all the Faceless people in the world back to the Black and White Academy. Including the apprentices and retired old Faceless people, the Black and White Academy had a total of 587 Faceless people sacrificed to the Death God, and then they all became his slaves. As the Death God scripture realm increased rapidly, the Faceless people's weak self-consciousness was quickly obliterated. A certain someone did not lose his thoughts, but he was completely unable to resist his orders. He had a certain someone spread across Ursos, moving around the city as a human, buying babies, stealing the corpses of powerful warriors. Chapter 996. Jianghu said faintly, buying infant slaves, collecting the corpses of powerful warriors. When the wind dies down a little, the mountains and rivers will be as cold as iron, the cold air will soar into the sky, and the entire city will be covered in ice armor. The master and disciple shuddered, looking at each other in shock. How long has this plan been going on? Qizong swallowed and said with a trembling voice. More than a year. Before the Great Wall collapsed, all of the faceless were scattered everywhere. For example, I stayed in Shimiliana for more than half a year, buying more than 5,000 boys and girls under the age of 1 from the slave traders and the poor, stealing and purchasing more than 20,000 corpses of powerful warriors. That's impossible. How could 5,000 babies be born in half a year? Also, why didn't father notice such a huge commotion? Qizong said in disbelief. Jiaquan's soulless eyes glanced at Arya's right hand, which was holding a human skin mask. The night is long, the commoners have nothing to do, so they can only give birth at home, but the long night also makes their lives difficult. By selling their children to the slave traders as slaves, not only can the children survive, they can also get money to buy food, so why not? Shimiliana doesn't have 5,000 babies, but there are vast villages and small towns outside the city. Including the surrounding population, 10,000 babies is more than enough. A certain person has replaced more than 10 slave traders, openly searching for babies inside and outside the city, either sending them out to sea, or going up the stone path north to enter the Bone Mountain Range. Once I leave the city, I will kill the slave traders who are escorting the babies, turn them into living dead, and then pray to the cold god to turn all of the babies into little deviant ghosts. No one will suspect me if I change my identity and return to the city. Wait, you said baby boys and baby girls? Qizong's expression changed, saying solemnly, even baby girls? Do you still not understand after seeing a certain person? Jiaquan said bitterly, deviant ghosts are another type of human, new humans. They have thoughts, can communicate, and can reproduce. Deviant ghosts might be transformed from humans, but the difference between humans and deviant ghosts is like God's descendants and humans, Arya said. Jiaquan was stunned, saying, what a certain person wants to say is like humans and children of the forest. Arya said slowly, God's descendants are the world's main characters in the last era. God's descendants' bloodline degeneration, or interbreeding with humans, gradually evolving into the current humans. You. Jiaquan stared at her. Her expression was as cold as before, but she was much more energetic and confident than when she was in Bravos. Her body was also more mature and cold. You've grown up. He sighed. Arya blushed. Qizong looked at the two of them suspiciously for a while, then said with a frown, I know that female deviant ghosts can reproduce with male deviant ghosts, but isn't it a little too early for that? I remembered that the three-eyed crow once said that the deviant ghosts would only reproduce on a large scale in the later part of the long night, when the situation was set. Naturally bred deviant ghosts are like civilians. They are not as powerful, efficient, and easy to command as the converted deviant ghost warriors. Female deviant ghosts and the natural deviant ghosts are weak, but they are not controlled by the deviant ghost king. Even if the deviant ghost king dies, they will continue to live. Someone guessed that the god of frost plan would forcibly replace humans with deviant ghosts, Jiaquan said. Arya sneered, will this plan work? Before the next generation of deviant ghosts are born, the long night will end. As she finished speaking, the smile on her face slowly disappeared. Could this long night really end quickly? Looking at Jiaquan, and then thinking that there were 587 Jiaquan active all over the world, and more than half a year had passed, she was not sure. Does the School of Black and White really have 587 faceless? I have participated in the monthly gatherings of the faceless as a maid many times, and there were more than 20 people present each time, Arya said with a serious expression. Half of them are retired old people, and the remaining half are collecting information in various cities. The other half are high-level faceless that you can't see. They are often out on missions and are not in Bravos such as someone. So, how many people are left in the School of Black and White? There were about 70 faceless who lived in Bravos. Excluding the apprentices, the number was about right. However, Arya still had doubts. Does the School of Black and White really allow the faceless to retire? In Dr. Wargrave's play, all the faceless who wanted to retire ended up in a miserable state. In Dr. Wargrave's play, once the ruthless faceless met true love, they would ignite the dying passion in their hearts. For love, for the child in their beloved wife's belly, they would secretly decide in their hearts, after finishing this job I'll take you far away, and then the whole family would be reunited. Every time the faceless who carried out the mission of silencing a witness would say to the dying senior lying on the ground, "Once disloyal, never use. Today you betrayed the God of 1,000 faces for love. Tomorrow will you reveal the secrets of the faceless to other forces for your family?" The audience felt that this was too reasonable. The more reasonable the plot, the stronger the sense of immersion and reality. Then, while everyone watched with tears in their eyes, they hated the school of black and white more. Even Arya felt that this was very reasonable. Jianghu sighed. Every faceless is the most powerful killer in the world, and some rarely die in missions. Therefore, there are many faceless who are still loyal to the school of black and white despite their age. It can't be said that Wargrave's play is wrong. There really are people who betray the school of black and white because of love. But how can there be so much love in the world? 99% of the faceless dedicate their lives to faith and don't love anyone at all. Years of faceless trainee education have long eliminated some people's ability to love others. When he said this, Uncle Jianghu looked at the big lowly Arya with a complicated expression. Arya looked at him and seemed to understand something. Her heart was confused and sweet, and there was a bit of despair and bitterness. Qizong inexplicably felt that he was unnecessary. Ahem. 2 coughs broke the picturesque scene. Jianghu sighed inwardly and continued. When you're older, the risk factor will increase and the success rate of the mission will decrease. Many old people even get sick because of the long journey and die on the way. This is not good for the school of black and white. Therefore, when a faceless is in their 40s, as long as they feel that their limbs are inconvenient and their energy is not enough, they can voluntarily apply for retirement. Then the school of black and white will arrange for them to be the gatekeepers of the Iron Treasury, the Sea King's Palace, or the great noble families who believe in the God of 1,000 faces. Arya's mouth twitched. So, Bravos has lost a lot of old gatekeepers? Why didn't the nobles and the Sea King notice? Is the Sea King involved in this? When we arranged for the retired faceless to go to other cities, we didn't hide it from the Sea King and the great nobles. No one asked questions. The school of black and white doesn't need to explain anything to anyone. We did rope in a group of great nobles who believe in the God of 1,000 faces, but that doesn't include the Sea King. The Sea King is human, but we are not. Jianghu looked sad. Someone saw a deviant ghost in Horse King City. Are they your companions? Qizong asked in a low voice. All the faceless sent out will avoid Dragon Queen's sphere of influence to avoid alerting the enemy. If there are deviant ghosts in Horse King City, they must be passing by. Even if we encounter a sutra teaching team, we will avoid them. Your visit to Shamiliana this time is really unexpected. Someone planned to leave the city immediately, but you landed outside the city instead of going to the palace. When we met you on the way out of the city, Jianghu stared at Arya again. I don't know why, but someone couldn't help but stop and look at her. I didn't expect her to discover my identity with just a glance. Perhaps this is fate. Arya's heart trembled. She muttered, "Fate seems to be too cruel." Cough cough. Qizong used all his strength to make his presence felt. Then he squeezed Arya hard, causing her to fall to the ground. He supported Jianghu's cold body and asked, "Did the faceless actions hide from the gods? Be as careful as possible. Move cautiously and avoid Dragon Queen's sphere of influence. This is the order given to me by the Frost God. I think it didn't ask me to avoid the gods if the gods really exist," Jianghu said with some doubt. Although he was turned into a deviant ghost by the Frost God, his knowledge was still shallow. Well, among humans Jianghu was very knowledgeable. But in the supernatural realm, especially in the knowledge of gods, the faceless were much worse. The faceless were very similar to the Seven Gods Church of the past. They were both strict and powerful church organizations, but they didn't have any gods. Do you know the identity and location of the other faceless? Qizong asked again. No one in the Black and White Academy has all the information about the faceless. What about the benevolent person? He trains the faceless for the Black and White Academy. Arya asked. You've been in the Black and White Academy for many years. Have you seen a second apprentice? Jianghu asked. In the faceless gathering, I've seen servants like me, but I don't know them, nor have I trained with them. Arya said thoughtfully. Jianghu's eyes suddenly bulged. His eyeballs almost jumped out of their sockets. Veins popped out on his forehead and neck. He seemed to be in great pain. What's wrong? Arya was shocked. Master Qizong immediately reached out and tapped Jianghu's forehead, using soul attacks in succession. While shattering the mutant will in the sea of consciousness, the handsome uncle's soul was also riddled with holes, bleeding from his 7 orifices. This doesn't solve the root of the problem. It even damaged his foundation. But now that he's a deviant ghost, his connection with Frost God can't be severed. The old cultivator was troubled. Jianghu blinked a few times, squeezing out the blood in his eye sockets. He said weakly, "Hurry up and kill someone. Frost God has sensed someone's abnormality and is removing someone's control over the corpses. Killing someone now will kill at least 20,000 corpses. Master Qizong, hurry up and ask the Holy Mother to descend." Arya said anxiously. Qizong said awkwardly, "For such a small matter, this isn't a small matter. Uncle Jianghu can find at least a few dozen faceless. I'm afraid the Holy Mother can't do anything. Otherwise, the deviant ghosts would have been turned back into humans long ago." Qizong said helplessly. Arya was stunned. She muttered, "At least try." Jianghu struggled to sit up. His tone was urgent and solemn. "Kill someone. All mortals will die one day. Arya, you know that death is never a punishment for someone, but the final destination." Arya blurted out, "But now Frost God has become the god of 1,000 faces. If you die, your soul will also return to Frost God's embrace." Jianghu's expression froze. From now on, all mortals will die one day. All mortals need to serve. This very pretentious catchphrase could no longer be repeated. Qizong's expression changed. "Arya, you are the death god. You can take his soul." Chapter 997. Arya, you are stranger's wife. You can save him. Or let me use Holy Mother palm to free him completely. Qizong placed his right palm in front of his chest, ready to strike. Even a high-level law god who had comprehended 3 laws could be purified, so the puny other ghouls were naturally nothing. "No," Arya hurriedly pulled him away, pulling his right hand. "Let me do it." She sat down beside Jianghu, and her soul left her body, turning into a black-robed woman that ordinary people couldn't see with their naked eyes. She held a giant death scythe, and with a whoosh she entered Jianghu's consciousness. The next moment she was about to swing the scythe. "How dare you!" A powerful wolf floated out of the void. Ice, nothingness, death, and darkness turned into 4 scythes that weighed 10,000 tons. They came from 4 directions, wanting to cut the death god girl into 8 pieces. Arya multitasked. Her physical body held a goat horn dagger and cut off Jianghu's head. For a moment, the 4 giant scythes were like a flood that had lost its source. Their momentum suddenly weakened. "You want to save him? Sure, a life for a life." The foreign will that remained in her consciousness turned into a burning red seal. In a split second, it was branded between the death god girl's brows. Under the cloak, the girl's pale horse-like face revealed pain and shock. Her meditation technique actually uncontrollably underwent some kind of change. It became more perfect and more compatible with the death god's divinity. It even evolved the darkness and ice attributes from the power of death. However, her meditation foundation began to go out of control, no longer under her master's control. Arya immediately understood. If she didn't do anything, she would become the second Jianghu. What happened? Qizong's voice seemed to come from beyond the sky. Arya looked around. The ice-blue space in her consciousness collapsed and dissipated. She returned to the gray and white world of death. On the tip of the scythe hung a naked man with half-long hair. The tip of the scythe pierced through his back and came out from his chest. His limbs and head drooped powerlessly. No blood flowed out from the wound, but ice-blue and darkness intertwined and devoured each other. With a thought from Arya, the pitch-black scythe cracked. With Jianghu's soul as the center, it transformed into a 30-centimeter-tall lantern. The wick of the lamp was Jianghu's soul. 7 or 8 long needles extended from the wall of the lamp and pierced through Jianghu's soul, burning a ball of ice-blue flame. After that, Arya's soul returned to her body. She was still holding an ice-blue lantern in her hand. Wherever the light shone, the air would condense into a light blue icy mist. When the mist landed on people's bodies, it would continuously absorb heat and vitality. It was like roasting a fire in reverse. Only when the frost power in his soul is completely burned away can he be sent to the stranger hell. Qizong pondered. "There's something wrong with my sea of consciousness." Arya stroked her forehead and told her what had happened with a solemn expression. Qizong looked at the corpse on the ground that was gradually melting into a ball of light blue ice water. He said with a frown, "Immediately establish a holy hall and carve a statue of the Holy Mother. Tonight we will pray to the Holy Mother." "Tell Dragon Queen first," Arya said. Qizong nodded. Dani was also shocked when she received the news. This was not the script she had planned. The reason why she had taught "my son Jianghu" The death god meditation technique was very simple: to destroy the Black and White House from its roots. Did Dani hate the assassination and threat of the Faceless? Of course she did. However, she could not be like the main characters in the novels in her previous life, who were arrogant and shouted, "Die!" before rushing to bravos and spitting dragon flames to burn the enemy's nest. The reason was simple. Those novels were all loners. They sacrificed to the heavens, the earth, and their parents. They had no brothers, friends, lovers, or children. They were all alone and had nothing to worry about. When they were unhappy, they immediately vented. Dani had a family and a business. She was afraid of revenge. Therefore, she chose to take revenge in a more secretive and vicious way. She bewitched the Faceless to cultivate the death god scripture. When the Black and White House became the umbrella company of the Song of Ice and Fire world, when Bravos became Raccoon City, even if the biohazard crisis did not happen, once the long night came and a group of ice zombies appeared in the Black and White House, what would the people of the world think? It did not matter if it was flour or lime, it would be poisonous white flour. Anyway, the scholars of the City of Knowledge would announce to the world that after years of unremitting efforts, they had finally found the cause of this long night. The Bravos people had found a few deviant ghosts in the land of eternal winter as early as 20 years ago. They had even captured a few of them and secretly studied them at home with the intention of developing a weapon of mass destruction that could rule the world. At that time, she would not need to do anything. The Faceless and Bravos people would be hated by everyone. Everyone's condemnation would end without a cause. Now, the biohazard crisis script that she had prepared for the Faceless and Bravos people was quietly rewritten by another famous director. Those goddamn idiots hid the deviant ghosts and really went to study them. Director Long, who had the script changed, was flustered and exasperated. It was like the Americans slandering a small country for hiding weapons of mass destruction before starting a war. Then something embarrassing happened. When the war started and entered the white-hot stage, the other side really brought out a large number of weapons of mass destruction. This kind of blunder would not happen in reality because everyone knew that if you showed your weapons directly, the Americans would not dare to attack you. I finally understand why the Justice Alliance is so sure that there will be a large-scale ghoul rampage in the Urso continent. Dragon Queen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. I'll be honest, I want to start the long night of the gods. Those deviant devils are not willing to support the Sea of Law, they are not willing to bear the responsibility of protecting the world as true gods. But they should not have used the future of the world as a bargaining chip in their battle with me. They should have watched coldly as the Frost God plotted against the various cities and watched as humans unknowingly walked towards destruction. Are there no temples for them in the cities? Are there no believers among the humans? Especially that bastard Crow. To think that I thought highly of him and thought that he was more responsible than the other demon gods, but who would have thought? At this point, Dani's expression suddenly changed. Bran, do you think Lalo could be transferring assets? If Urso fell into hell, the temples of the Red Gods in the cities would be the first to bear the brunt. In the world, the Red Gods had the most temples and the largest number of priests. On the other hand, the Westeros, as the starting point of the epidemic, were slowly getting under control. Bran and the staff of the Door God did not answer. Bran? Dani called out again. Sorry, I went too far into the fog of fate and got lost. After a long while, Bran said tiredly. Lost? Dani had a strange expression. Don't worry about me, as long as you keep holding this weirwood, I will find my way back. Bran said. Dani nodded reluctantly and asked, You heard what I said before? Now I hear it. Bran sighed and said, Urso's fall is inevitable, there is no point in pursuing responsibility. In the end, you will still have to hold your nose and cooperate with Lalo and the other heavenly gods who are willing to fight the deviant ghosts. I will not cooperate with them anymore. Dani said firmly. From today onwards, the they that represented the gods would forever be they in her mouth. They were no longer the great and holy gods but a bunch of beasts. Even if some forces let the devils do whatever they want, even if they abandon the northeast continent, Urso is to the east of the Westeros, Bravos is to the north, even if they have ill intentions towards our army, even if they have countless reasons not to cooperate, but, Bran sighed helplessly and said, but only by uniting all forces against the deviant ghosts can the living win the final victory. You said this, everyone knows it and it has formed a belief. You can't destroy the momentum you created, right? I want to announce it to the world and let everyone know the true colors of the gods they worship. How do you think they will react? Dani sneered. The gods might give up on resisting the deviant ghosts after their faith crumbles. He might as well swallow his anger and let the gods work hard to fight for the destiny of being the savior of the world. When the long night is over, you can raise the butcher's knife and settle the score with them. Bran advised. No one is an idiot. Dany shook her head. I will immediately inform the major cities of Urso to strengthen their defenses and prepare for war. Even if I don't say it, the princes and grand dukes can guess what the gods have done. Bran said, although the rulers of the cities are helpless, they can only swallow it and not fall out with the gods. The two of them were right about the reactions of the major cities. In the morning, Arya met Uncle Jianghu. Before noon, the Dragon Queen received the news and immediately sent a warning to all the Grand Dukes, princes and kings of Urso through messenger crows and glass candles. However, among the cities on the other side of the narrow sea, only the Sea Palace of Braavos was connected to the magic net center of Dragonstone Island. Yes, the Sea King and Dragonstone Island had discussed sending reinforcements to the King's Landing many times. No, this can't be true. Sea King Tormos' tall body seemed to have lost its backbone as it slumped weakly on the throne. It blankly glanced at the pale-faced ministers below and confirmed again. The kind people rejected the summons of the Sea Palace? They didn't reject the summons but killed all the guards and messengers who entered the House of Black and White, the fat watchman Bizarro said in a trembling voice. The Sea King turned to the fat zebra man with a big head and a small face and asked in a trembling voice, Master Zanza, do you know about this? Zanza was the first Jahada of the Jujesnai people to complete the Great Unification, equivalent to Dany's Call King, so the zebra men liked to name their daughters with this name. Similar to the Westeros, the most repeated female name was Jenny. Master Zanza was the high priest of the Moonsinger Temple. Originally, if the Sea King wanted to see her, he would have to go to the temple in person, but this time the matter was too serious, and almost all the higher-ups of Braavos were gathered. Well, almost but not all, because a tenth of the watchmen and professors were like the House of Black and White. After receiving the order, they refused to come to the Sea Palace. When the Faceless left Braavos en masse, I sensed a great crisis, and then I saw the truth in the prophecy. The old woman's thin, sallow face was full of guilt and sorrow. What? Did the Moon Chanter Temple betray Braavos as well? The Iron Treasury, the House of Black and White, and the Moonsinger Temple are the three pillars of Braavos. What else do you want? What else are you not satisfied with? The tall, burly, and tenacious Sea King was howling in despair like a woman whose husband had died without leaving behind an heir. Chapter 998. Your Majesty, my lords, the Moon Chanter Temple is very prosperous in Braavos. We are very satisfied and grateful for the treatment we received today, but we don't have a big backer behind us. Zanya's eyes were filled with tears as he said with shame and sadness, I wanted to inform your Majesty at first, but the next moment, a bigger crisis came to my mind. What crisis? The Sea King suppressed his anger and said in surprise, Did the Faceless from the School of Black and White threaten you? The old woman with a big head and a dry face smiled bitterly. How can the Faceless make me afraid? The crisis came from the gods and the Frost God. I discovered the secret of the School of Black and White through prophecy, and then the gods of the cities and the Frost God knew that I knew. They didn't want me to make it public immediately. In the prophecy, I saw the consequences of going against their will. Not only would I immediately meet with misfortune, but Braavos would also become the center of the zombie disaster. Isn't the Frost God in the Westeros? A doctor wondered. The old woman sighed. Our world is like a leaky house. The Westeros are at the door and the Frost God and the other ghosts are outside. The other ghosts enter the door from outside, and the Frost God can only enter the house when they occupy enough space in the house. At that time, the Frost God and the Dragon Queen will be like the other gods, running wild in our world. Before that, the Frost God can also have limited interference in the area of the house. Wherever the other ghosts go, it will be within the range of his interference. The most dangerous place is certainly in the Westeros, but there are also other ghosts in Braavos. If you had reported to the School of Black and White earlier, we would have eliminated the other ghosts immediately. Wouldn't we have cut off the Frost God's tentacles? The Sea King said. Yes, since the Frost God is still outside, why should we be afraid of his threats? The Key Keeper and the city doctor complained. You don't understand. The old woman stomped her walking stick and said quickly, I saw the consequences of attacking the School of Black and White in the prophecy. After the believers of the God of 1,000 Faces die, their bodies will be sent to the School of Black and White, where they will be skinned and stored in the tomb. The School of Black and White is equivalent to the Tomb of Braavos. There are hundreds of faceless other ghosts and more than 100,000 corpses. Once the calamity of the living dead broke out, bravos would fall within half a day. Do you know what happened to Casterly Rock City in Port Lannister? Even with the all-knowing three-eyed crow and the godlike dragon queen, a city with a population of several 100,000 was turned into a ghost town overnight. Isn't Bravos also in a precarious situation now? Is it about to be overturned? The Sea King asked in despair. Oh. The old woman shook her head with a strange expression. Have you forgotten? The faceless ghosts of the school of Black and White have long since left Bravos. They also took a large number of ghoul warriors with them. Ah. Everyone in the Ocean Palace had a strange look on their faces. The old woman shook her head and sighed. Of course I'm not an ignorant person. How can Bravos remain unscathed after the fall of Ursos? But I don't have the ability to spread the news. The Moon Singers originated from the Jujesnai grasslands and were priests of the Zebra tribe. Their history was shallow and they did not have any powerful gods to rely on. Any fiend god could barge into the divine temple and kill me. If I pretend to be deaf and dumb, I can still protect myself. If I'm stubborn, the result will not change, but the priests of the divine temple and I will die with no flaws. The Sea King was puzzled. Bravos is open to every god. Why are the gods doing this to us? The sad thing is that the gods are not targeting us at all. They seem to be playing a bigger game of chess, the old woman said helplessly. What plan is more important than the safety of the entire Ursos? The Sea King could barely suppress his anger. His eyes were red and his face was full of resentment. I'm not a god, so I don't know much about the secrets of the gods. I don't dare to ask, but it must have something to do with the Dragon Queen. Either we ask the Dragon Queen, or we go to the islands of the gods and ask the priests of the major temples. After thinking for a moment, the old woman suggested, Your Majesty, I suggest you gather all the priests together and have an honest talk. Whether Bravos can survive the long night depends on the help of the gods. The Dragon Queen will not help us. What? Although the Dragon Queen has disagreements with us, she is still a human. She cares more about the survival of mankind than the gods. Whether she is a savior or not, at least she has been dealing with the deviants. When she found out about the faceless deviants conspiracy, she warned us immediately. The Sea King was puzzled. The Dragon Queen dares not leave the Westeros. The gods obviously want to harm her. Look at what happened to the teaching team. Your Majesty and the other lords should understand. The old moon singer said. The Sea King sighed and arranged for the court and the nobles to go to the islands of the gods to invite the priests of the major temples. When Valeglia ruled the world, she captured slaves like crazy. Other than the Westeros, even the distant Jujesnai grassland was the territory of the Dragon King's slave-catching team. The slaves came from different races and had different beliefs. Bravos was a city built by runaway slaves. Therefore, this city-state had the most liberal religious policy. The first generation of the Sea King even emptied an island in the center of the city to build temples for all the gods in the world. The powerful gods had temples, but more gods were forgotten by mankind. Only a small shrine was left, and countless other shrines were placed in the sanctuary, a big brick house covered in moss. The first to arrive was the Nos with black skin and golden eyes. Your Majesty, the Sea King, the god of harmony, never leaves Nos Island, nor does she participate in the disputes between the gods. I'm afraid she can't provide much help to Bravos. The Nos kowtowed. The Sea King also knew the style of the butterfly spirits in Nos Island, so he was not too regretful. He only asked, about the grudge between the gods and the Dragon Queen, can the god of harmony tell us a thing or two? The gods formed an organization called the Justice Alliance, claiming that the Dragon Queen is the king of the evil gods and will direct the long night of the gods at the end of the era. The Black Pinus said. I know all of this. Is there any more secret information? The Sea King asked. Your Majesty, my lord has never sent down an oracle. The above information is what I heard from other monks when I was visiting the islands of the gods. The Nos said helplessly. The Sea King waved his hand and told him to get lost. Your Majesty, my lord was killed by Chizong. You have to help us. The second to come in was a black-robed old woman with a pungent smell mixed with various perfumes. As soon as she entered, she cried to the Sea King with snot and tears. Priest Helen, the weeping lady has fallen? The Sea King was surprised. Your Majesty, the weeping lady is the goddess of Mirthia, just like the Holy Mother and the stranger of the seven gods. The weeping lady is the goddess of poison and death. The zebra man Zanza whispered. The weeping lady's image was an ugly old woman. It was a new clergy that the goddess had condensed in the last 1,000 years. It was still very far from the Song of Law and barely formed a clergy. Even the weeping lady can't beat Qizong. What can a mortal like me do? The Sea King waved his hand and the servant brought the old woman who had lost her deity away. Your Majesty, my lord's statue cracked 2 months ago. Hee. Sob sob sob. My lord was killed by Qizong long ago. The olive-skinned Tyroshi man wailed. The corner of the Sea King's mouth twitched. I heard that when Qizong stayed in Tyroshi, he accompanied the Grand Duke to the triangular tower to sacrifice 3 lambs? Qizong is the masked evil monk. His hypocrisy and shamelessness are known to the world. The priest of the 3-headed god cried. The Sea King waved his hand. Bring the priest to the side hall for a drink and relax. Your Majesty, my lord has fallen. The statue cracked. I can't sense his existence at all. Sob sob sob. The barefooted eunuch with a hood over his eyes cried with a sharp voice. The Sea King was stupefied. Was he killed by Qizong too? Maybe. I'm not sure. The eunuch said. The Sea King frowned. The blind god Bosi worships extreme desires and seeks justice. You even gave up your names and genitals. Why did you kill Qizong too? I don't know. Sob sob sob. The Sea King waved his hand. The eunuch was brought away. Another white-haired old priest walked into the hall with tears streaming down his face. The old priest did not say anything. He only gestured with his hands with a sorrowful expression. God Silence's statue cracked too? Or was he killed by Qizong? The Sea King held his forehead and sighed. God Silence was the god of silence. He also had a stone temple on the islands of gods. The old priest nodded in despair. Even if the god he believed in had fallen, he did not give up on the teachings that he had persevered his entire life. The old zebra woman sighed. As long as it's a god that has fallen recently, there's no need to ask. They were all killed by Qizong's holy mother Palm. The Sea King waved his hand. The next high priest entered the hall. Sob sob sob. Your Majesty, please uphold justice for us. The silver-leafed golden tree in Zeline's garden has withered. My lord has fallen. Sob sob sob. Zeline was a god. His statue was 100-foot-long gilded tree covered in silver leaves. The Sea King rubbed his face. He said helplessly, call them all in. The palace steward received the order. Soon, more than 50 elderly priests were brought in from outside the palace. There were all kinds of priest robes, colorful and colorful. There were all kinds of skin colors, black, white, brown, and yellow. Men and women with a mess of accents. The Sea King said, tell me. Which temple statue cracked and then we can't sense the god? Sob sob sob. My lord was killed by Qizong. Sob sob sob. My lord's statue cracked a month ago. Qizong. It must be Qizong. My lord also lost contact a month and a half ago. Your Majesty, please uphold justice for us. Qizong is a scoundrel. He murdered my lord. We and him. In an instant, the palace was in an uproar. Many priests wailed and complained about Qizong's viciousness. The Sea King's head swelled. He massaged his temples to get everyone to quiet down. Then he changed his words. Bravos is in great trouble now. We need the help of the gods. May I ask the priests, which of your gods is still alive and can be contacted immediately? A large group of people stood below. However, all of them kept their mouths shut. They blinked and looked around. The Sea King also widened his eyes in anticipation. He looked around the crowd one by one. For a moment, the palace fell into an awkward silence. Could it be that all the gods went to hunt Qizong, and were all slapped into ashes by the Holy Mother's palm? Zanza, the old moon singer, found it absurd, but at the same time he felt an awkward sense of joy. The Moon Singer Temple, with its weak foundation, could finally dominate Bravos? Cough cough. Your Majesty, may I know why you want to contact my lord? After a long while, someone spoke. Chapter 999. The 3 foundations of Bravos were the Iron Treasury, the House of Black and White, and the Moon Singer Temple. The Iron Treasury and the House of Black and White lived up to their names, and the Moon Singer Temple was also heavily relied on by the Sea King. They had contributed greatly to the establishment and development of Bravos. In theory, the Moon Singer Temple was the head of all the temples on the Island of Gods, helping the Bravos government to control the supernatural world and the gods' faith. But the Moon Singer's foundation was too shallow. How long did the zebra people have? On the Island of Gods, any church of a certain scale had a longer history than the Moon Singer Temple. Most importantly, while others had the support of powerful gods, the Moonsinger Temple only had the incompetent Pale Moon Chu. Moreover, Pale Moon Chu was not from Jujesnai, nor was she a direct descendant of the Moonsinger Temple. Just like how Sansa had obtained the Moonsinger meditation technique from the dwarf, but she had no connection with the Moonsinger Temple. Now the situation seemed to have reversed. The temple where the gods were killed by Qizong was far less powerful than the Moonsinger. Although it was a little awkward, the old zebra woman could not hide her strange joy. The old woman was surprised and happy, but the Sea King was completely shocked. Could it be that the gods of all the temples were killed by Qizong? Qizong is so terrifying. Just as he was thinking, an old priest standing in the corner of the crowd was embarrassed by the Sea King's stare. In fact, the Sea King only glanced at everyone and did not pay special attention to him. "Your Majesty, may I know why you are looking for my master?" The old priest in white shrunk his head and asked. The Sea King breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, there was a god he could contact. "Bravos is facing deviant ghosts, and we need to seek help from the gods," he said hurriedly. Hearing this, the old priest in white also breathed a sigh of relief. He patted his chest and promised, "Your Majesty, don't worry. My master sent down an oracle to fight deviant ghosts a few years ago. We are willing to live and die with Bravos." A few years ago? The Sea King was shocked. "You knew there were deviant ghosts in the House of Black and White a few years ago. Why didn't you say so earlier?" "The oracle to fight deviant ghosts was issued a few years ago. We only received the Holy Mother's warning about the faceless ones of the house turning into deviant ghosts this afternoon," the old priest in white explained quickly. "Holy Mother?" The Sea King carefully looked at the priest's white robe and finally saw a 7-pointed star the size of a baby's palm on his chest. "Are you a cultivator from the outer realm, St. Hall?" The Sea King had a strange expression on his face. He looked at the group of priests around him and saw that they were all expressionless. However, their gazes on the white-robed cultivator in the corner were cold and vicious. At this moment, the Sea King gradually understood why he was the only one who stood out. There were many churches with living gods, but their priests were not sure if they could contact the Lord God immediately. On the other hand, as long as the archbishops of the 7 gods devoutly abstained from food and prayed, they would often be able to communicate with the Holy Mother to a limited extent. Perhaps it was an illusion caused by hunger, but they all believed that they had seen the Holy Mother. This was especially true for priests. They had received divine spells from the Holy Mother, and no one could refute them. "Your Majesty, I believe in the 7 gods, but I'm also a Bravosi," the old monk said, feeling wronged. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean anything else." The Sea King smiled awkwardly and asked the old zebra woman beside the throne in a low voice, "How should I address this priestess?" "Archbishop of the St. Hall, Priest Sterling." The old woman's lips moved and her voice was almost inaudible. "Your Majesty should have summoned him alone. Now that everyone is gathered together, if something were to happen. Sigh, I've been neglecting the Church of the 7 gods." The Sea King looked around and glanced at the chief swordsman who was hiding behind him and whispered, "When the priests leave the hall, arrange a few more guards for Bishop Sterling. Don't let him be killed." "Yes, Your Majesty." The old zebra man's mouth twitched and whispered, "Your Majesty, you've misunderstood. I'm not afraid of Bishop Sterling being killed, but I'm worried that he will kill the priests who are provoking him." "Bishop Sterling is so fierce? They have the advantage in numbers. Or does he know the Holy Mother's palm?" The Sea King was shocked. "I'm not sure if he knows the Holy Mother's palm, but he definitely knows the Almighty Dragon of Heaven. The priests have lost their god and most of their supernatural powers. No matter how many of them there are, they won't be able to defeat Sterling, who is blessed by the Holy Mother. I heard that guy went to the King's Landing for further training, and studied under the Big Sparrow for 2 years with Qizong," the old woman whispered. "So he's Qizong's junior. How fearsome!" The Sea King exclaimed. "Your Majesty?" Seeing the Sea King on the throne whispering to the old woman beside him, and even looking at him, Sterling could not help but ask, "Your Majesty, do you have any other orders?" "Oh, Bishop Sterling, I'm sorry. I've never heard of your name before, so I'm asking High Priest Zanza about you and the St. Hall outside the realm." The Sea King laughed and said frankly. Sterling was not offended by this. The St. Hall outside the realm was only a small temple on the Isle of Gods, and it was only for Westeros sailors to pray. It was normal that the Sea King was not familiar with it. Then the Sea King told him about the message from the Dragon Queen, the changes in the School of Black and White, the crisis Bravos was facing, and even the plan of the gods to hide the Frost God from the mortal kings and believers. "I've gathered all the priests to ask about the attitude of the gods behind you." The Sea King's expression became bleak, but his tone became stern. Bravos has specially allocated an island for the gods to build temples, and all the temples have always been exempt from taxes. It can be said that we have revered the churches for more than 1,000 years, and this is how the gods repay Bravos? Your Majesty, I only found out about this today. Your Majesty, our Lord did not leave any oracle related to this. Is there some misunderstanding? A group of priests hurriedly defended themselves. All of them were sincere and did not seem to be lying. They were indeed not lying. Why would the gods report to them what they were doing? I don't care what the gods knew before or what they intend to do. The Sea King waved his hand, silencing the noisy crowd. I'm only asking now. Bravos is facing a great crisis. Do the gods have any suggestions? Your Majesty, our Lord has been killed by Qizang. Your Majesty, our Lord's statue has cracked. He's most likely dead. What suggestions can they have? Half of the priests in the crowd wailed again. The Sea King sighed helplessly. Priests of the dead gods, please wait in the side hall. Let me deal with the urgent matter at hand. The 20 or so priests left, wiping their tears. Before leaving, they even glared at Sterling with venomous eyes. Seeing that there were still 20 or so priests left, the Sea King was delighted but also puzzled. Since the gods you worship were not killed by Qizang, why did only Bishop Sterling come out? Your Majesty, I worship the Supreme Shepherd God, but she has never responded to me. So, I can't make decisions for her and provide help to Bravos, an honest middle-aged shepherd said. Seeing the Sea King's puzzled expression, the zebra priest immediately whispered, the Supreme Shepherd God is the sheep god that the Lazars worship. Like the horse god of the centaurs and the 7 gods of the Undulls, they are all new gods and wooden gods. Dani Rise and her Megalosaurus occupy the positions of the 7 gods and the horse god, but they look down on the sheep god. So, even if the Lazars join the big family of Slavers Bay and become the people of the Dragon Queen, there is still no real sheep god priest. So, it's considered lucky for an outsider to occupy the position of the main god? The Sea King frowned. Counting the hundreds of shrines in the sanctuary, more than 90% of the gods on the Islands of Gods can't respond to their believers. Having a god to rely on is better than believing in a piece of wood. The old priest Zanzer looked at Sterling enviously and whispered, besides, the Dragon Queen is a good person. Her teachings are the most in line with human nature and the laws of the kingdom. There is not much conflict with the regime, and she has never asked for blood sacrifices. Before the Battle of Murine, the supernatural world despised the 7 gods because they had believed in a piece of wood their whole lives. Now, they did not even know that the main god's position had been replaced by a mortal. If someone told them the truth, they would punch them. Later, the Dragon Queen developed the priest system, and the supernatural's attitude changed for the first time. From contempt to jealousy, they were jealous of the priests of the 7 gods who gained practical benefits. Healing theurgy was a subversive reform in the supernatural world. It was like the Nokia era, when the iPhone suddenly appeared with an intelligent operating system. Until now, the priest system of the other churches remained unchanged and was still the old-fashioned beeper system. The priest system, however, was constantly updated and perfected day by day. It was already 13 years old. There were even many clergy options such as Winged Dragon Paladin and Witcher Paladin. How could the supernatural not be envious and jealous? Of course, after the Dragon Queen resisted the Frost God by herself and stabilized the situation in the Westeros, and after Qizang went on a killing spree in the Ursos continent, the supernatural could no longer be jealous of the 7 gods. Instead, they were simply in awe and envy. Especially those temples that did not have a powerful god behind them, they could not wait to submit an application to the Dragon Queen. Come and usurp my god's position. The name of the gods and their teachings could be changed at will. Just like now, after the sheep priest awkwardly retreated, a dozen priests came forward one after another to explain the situation. We believe that the God we believe in is still alive, but he has never contacted us. We don't even know theurgy, so we can't help His Majesty the Sea King. In the end, there were only 9 priests left in the main hall. High Priest Robin, the Red God Temple is the head of all the temples, and the Red God is also unparalleled. Do you have any plans for Bravos? The Sea King looked at the red-robed priest first. Your Majesty, everyone knows about the Light King's attitude towards deviant ghosts, but now the priests and the Hand of Sacred Fire are in the Westeros, so I can't do anything. The red-robed old man said perfunctorily with a straight face. The Sea King furrowed his brows and said bluntly, Priest Robin, the Red God Temple occupies the largest island in the Gods Archipelago. It has the most believers and the most magnificent temple. You've received so many benefits. Now that Bravos is in trouble, don't you have anything to say? All of us monks are willing to follow your orders. The old man bowed. You can deal with the school of black and white? The Sea King was angry and raised his voice. What I want is His Majesty the Red God's position. The night is long and there are dangers everywhere. Only my lord can save the world. Robin said emotionally. The Sea King said expectantly, His Majesty the Red God will deal with the deviant ghosts in the school of black and white? The Light King is a god and no mortal can interfere with what a god does. High Priest Robin's expression was firm and his tone was sincere. I believe that the Light King has arranged everything, and he will do what is best for the whole world and the overall situation of fighting deviant ghosts. The Sea King was angry, but he did not dare to fly into a rage. He could only look at the next priest, the priest of the god of poverty. The old man with the patched hood bowed and said, Your Majesty, I dare not lie to you. My lord has clearly joined the Alliance of Justice and Order against Dragon Queen and Jianghu, but my lord's position in the Alliance of Justice and Order is not high, and he has to listen to the Alliance leader's orders. Bishop Sterling glared at him. The Sea King sighed. The followers of the Hooded Walker were all poor, so they were called the God of Poverty. Their divine power was not weak, but the old priest was not lying. In the Alliance of Justice and Order, the God of Poverty was not a big shot. He had to ask a priest of the Alliance of Justice and Order. Chapter 1000. My lord, Moses and Sisiso have also joined the League of Justice. They don't want to be enemies with the Dragon Queen, but since all the gods have joined the League of Justice, my lord doesn't want to stand out, the priest of the Bridge Pier god said. Bravos was an enhanced version of Venice, with many bridges in the city. Every time a bridge was built, the two brothers, Moses and Sisiso, would be worshipped at the piers on both sides of the bridge. The priest of the weavers also said, My lord stands aloof from worldly affairs and is only interested in building labyrinths. But the League of Justice is the general trend, he has no choice but to join. After that, another priest stood up and said that his god had no choice in the League of Justice, and what he wanted to do was up to the League of Justice. At this time, only 3 priests remained, representing the Red Bull Akuan, the Mermaid King and the Pale Holy Child. They were all big shots. Your Majesty, the Great Mermaid King didn't join the League of Justice, but he has done his duty for Bravos. Since the long night, the priests of the Mermaid King Temple have not been idle, the graceful middle-aged woman said seriously. The Sea King nodded. The priests of the Mermaid King had joined the Purple Sail Fleet long ago, searching for icebergs in the narrow sea and the trembling sea to guard against the other ghosts crossing the sea in ice boats. Moreover, the Mermaid King Temple was not as grand as the Red God Temple, nor was it as noble as the Moonsinger Temple. It could be said that it was a very low-key and ordinary small church. Of course, one could tell who the Mermaid King was from the name, he was neither ordinary nor low-key. However, the Inami did not like this identity because the teachings of the Mermaid King were too normal, too harmonious, and not in line with her nature and divinity. The Iron Seed, which was better than hard work, was her true love. However, the Iron Seed represented destruction, and natural disasters. It was not suitable to be a savior. The Inami did not expect to be a savior, but the long night was coming, she had to fulfill some of the duties of a true god. Therefore, the decent priests of the Mermaid King came into being. The other ghosts that hid under the Sam ship used a large number of baker oysters to hide their breath to avoid the perception of the Inami. How about I beg your Majesty the Mermaid King for help? The Sea King asked sincerely. The mermaid priestess shook her head and said, We are only responsible for the defense of the sea. The deviants on land belong to the Dragon Queen. This is the oracle of His Majesty the Mermaid King. In the end, she added, between the 7 Gods Church and the Alliance of Justice, the Mermaid King priest will not be involved. The Sea King had no choice but to look at the next person, the war god Baccarin. Baccarin, also known as the Pale Child, was worshipped by the soldiers of Ursos. The reason why he became the god of war was not because of any earth-shattering, magnificent military exploits, or because he wrote a military book such as Kabbalan's 36 Stratagems. What was a soldier's greatest enemy? In this world, soldiers were most afraid of plagues. Even if they lost a battle, the nobles could ask their families to ransom them. The ordinary soldiers could either change their allegiance or be sold as slaves. There was no difference. But with the plague, the nobles were no different from ordinary people. They all had to die. It was said that the Pale Holy Child was related to the most common and terrifying Pale Mare in the army. In the world of the Song of Ice and Fire, Many plagues originated from the gods. For example, being exposed to true god-level water divine power for a long time would cause ordinary people to get grayscale disease. The radiation disease and deformed children in Valeglia originated from true god-level fire divine power. In the future, Danny would also encounter a plague caused by true god-level earth divine power. In fact, she had encountered it before, but she just didn't notice it. The plague of wind divine power did not appear, not because wind divine power was harmless to ordinary people, but because the inheritance of the wind god had never been broken, and the wind divine power had always been under control. Before the death of the mother of the Lone River, grayscale disease did not exist in the world. After the catastrophe of Valeglia, the land of long summer was cursed. Strictly speaking, the red mist of desire that exploded thousands of sausages in the square of Rhesus Palace that day was also a plague. Just like the crown and Ebola, they were both plagues but different in their severity. High-energy divine power was not harmful. What was harmful was uncontrollable high-energy divine power. The pale holy child felt this and did the opposite. He deliberately studied a type of uncontrollable divine power, the Song of Plague. The soldiers worshipped the pale holy child not out of respect but out of fear. It was the same as worshipping the god of plagues. Your Majesty, Sea King, my Lord Bakran's divine power is unparalleled, and he is one of the leaders of the Alliance of Justice and Order. However, the matter of the deviant ghosts is decided by His Majesty Lalo and Night Lion, the old man in the five-colored priest robe said. The red-robed monk did not reply and only frowned. The Sea King sighed and looked at the last priest. King Akun also listens to the Light King and Night Lion? My Lord Akun did not join the Alliance of Justice and Order of the Gods. The Red Bull Akun's priest wore an ochre robe and a bull mask, and looked very unconventional. The Sea King did not have much hope, but after hearing this he was immediately energized and asked, "How can King Akun help Bravos?" The Red Bull priest glanced at Sterling and the Red God priest Robin, and said, "It is not that my lord does not want to help Bravos deal with the deviant ghosts, but the root of the Red Bull Church is in the Jade Sea. The various cities in the Jade Sea are also the targets of the faceless deviant ghosts. Just like the seven gods protect the Westeros, my Lord Akun also has his own hometown." The Sea King was stunned. He suddenly thought of a terrifying fact from the Red Bull priest's words. Even if the gods were willing to help the humans survive the long night calamity, they had to protect their hometown first. Bravos had only been established for 1,000 years, and was not the hometown of any gods. Bravos has worshipped the gods for 1,000 years, 1,000 years. How can we neglect the gods? The Sea King's voice was sad and angry. He was obviously dissatisfied with all the gods who were watching from the sidelines. The Red Bull priest thought that the Sea King was targeting him and said, "Your Majesty, the Red Bull Akun temple only has 3 tiled houses and a big yard. Usually the church only slaughters a white-haired heifer for activities. They even sacrifice once every 13 days, and the blood of the slaughtered heifer is given to the beggars to drink, and the meat is divided among the believers nearby. Bravos does not waste much of its wealth." The Sea King looked at the 2 high priests who consumed the most resources, the moon chanter Zanza and the red-robed monk Robin. One was not useful and the other was not useful. Then, he looked at the bishop of the 7 gods, Sterling, and could not help but feel a little envious. "Your Majesty, although my Lord Akun cannot come to Bravos, he can tell your Majesty the gods' plan." The Red Bull priest suddenly said, "Please teach me." The Sea King's eyes lit up and he immediately said. This was one of the reasons why he summoned the high priests of the temples. The red-robed monk Robin's face changed slightly, and he looked at the Red Bull priest with a hint of warning. The Red Bull priest acted as if he did not see it and said in a complicated tone, "At first, the gods did not realize that the Faceless One had collected the deviant ghost babies, and they did not know that the Faceless One was bold enough to attempt to obtain the secret of death by raising deviant ghosts. Well, Frost God is death." Later, the Faceless One obtained a meditation technique called Death Scripture, but it was difficult to get started. The Faceless One, who yearned for the power of death, became even crazier, and even took the initiative to sacrifice himself to Frost God and accept his transformation. In the end, a trace of Frost Gods will quietly descended on the little deviant ghost, and gradually the whole black-white school was in the palm of his hand. The Faceless One practiced the tampered Death Scripture and became a deviant ghost. At that time, the sun just went out, and even if the gods found the fierce fluctuations of the River of Fate, they only thought that the long night was about to begin at the Great Wall of the northern region, and did not notice the changes in Bravos. until the black-white school began to send out the faceless deviant ghosts. The movement was too big and the gods finally noticed. But even if they warned the humans, it was too late, because the deviant ghosts had already dispersed. At least it can minimize the losses, the Sea King said in a low voice. The Red Bull priest nodded and sighed. It can reduce the losses of the humans, but it can't maximize the benefits of the gods. Do the gods not want to end the long night? The Sea King said in disbelief. No, the gods basically want the long night to end as soon as possible, but they want to get something in the long night. What is it? The destiny of a savior. The Red Bull priest said in a low voice. Everyone knows about the conflict between the gods and the Dragon Queen. At present, the Dragon Queen is the most likely to end the long night, and then gain the admiration of the people and the favor of the will of the world. The gods are not interested in the admiration of the people, but they want to snatch the merit of saving the world bestowed by the world. The fall of the Ursos continent has two benefits for the gods. First, the Dragon Queen will save the Westeros, and the gods will save the rest of the world. When the long night ends, the gods will have more merit. The Sea King, the old zebra man, Sterling, and the others all opened their mouths wide, stunned. The red-robed monk Robin said darkly, Bull priest, blasphemy against the gods is a sin that cannot be redeemed even with 10,000 deaths. The Red Bull priest smiled coldly. This is the oracle of my master, Akuan. Even if Lalo comes personally, he will not be able to make me shut up. The Sea King narrowed his eyes and said calmly, Priest Robin, I would like to listen to Red Bull Akuan's teachings. The red-robed monk's face turned green and white. He glared at the bull priest and said no more. The bull-masked priest continued, the second reason is more important. The whole world is suffering and the whole world hopes for the sun to appear again. However, with the Dragon Queen's current realm, she cannot summon the sun in a short time. Therefore she will bear the pressure of the whole world. The gods want her to be condemned by everyone and die without a cause. This. The Sea King's face was filled with ridicule. Why do they have to do this? Why do they have to do this? Chizang has killed so many gods, why do they have to do this? The battle of the gods is just this cruel. The Red Bull priest sighed. How can she die without a cause? Sterling asked anxiously. Unless the Dragon Queen can chant the complete Song of Fire in a short period of time, otherwise, when the long night ends and the sun is unable to be summoned, the entire human race and the entire world will force her to sacrifice herself to help the King of Light. This was the first time Sterling heard about helping the Light King, but he roughly understood what the priest meant. The Dragon Queen cannot summon the sun, but she can ask the Holy Mother. The Holy Mother is omnipotent, he said doubtfully. The bull priest's lips opened and closed a few times, but he stopped. This was because he suddenly recalled a story that was widely circulated on the Islands of Gods. One day Sterling was chatting with a few warriors from other churches, and they mocked him for not even knowing that the Holy Mother's true identity was the Dragon Queen, so how could he be an archbishop? He immediately used the great mighty dragon of heaven, and broke the bones and tendons of the burly swordsman. You can ask the Holy Mother yourself. He did not feel that he was more resistant to beatings than the swordsman. Chapter 1001. After sending out the warning, the Dragon Queen gathered her officials to discuss how to deal with the coming catastrophe. Actually, there was only one topic: how to support the trading cities. Well, the question of whether or not to support them was not even considered. As long as Dany was not out of her mind, she would not refuse to help. Even the people of Bravos had been discussing how to support the King's Landing with their own rations. The Dragon Queen could not be less knowledgeable than them. Don't forget, half of the western continent of Ursos belonged to her. Slave Bay, Horse King City, and Queen's Corner were all in Ursos. Moreover, if Ursos fell, the Frost God would be able to occupy more of the heavenly axiom of the Song of Ice and Fire world. Not just the Westeros heavenly axiom, but the entire world. That was why Dany had to support the free trade city-states. The problem was how. After discussing with the officials of Dragonstone Island, Dany quickly came up with a preliminary decision. First, provide each city with enough atonement scrolls and dragon crystal weapons to ensure the fighting spirit and ability of the people of the city. Secondly, he would transfer some of the experienced volunteers from Westeros to the free trade city-states to serve as instructors for the city guards. Finally, select a group of priests of the seven gods who had mastered the Eye of Justice to guard the newly built churches in the cities. With the Eye of Justice, they would investigate the faceless people and other ghosts in the cities. Moonsinger Zanza was at least right about one thing: the Dragon Queen did not dare to personally help the city of Ursos. She was afraid of being stabbed in the back. It was not that the Westeros had higher moral integrity than the people of Essos, but mainly because of their faith. In the Westeros, no matter how low the moral integrity of the nobles were, after all, they had been believers of the seven gods for their entire lives. Their values and morals were in line with the teachings of the seven gods, although most of the time, they did things that went against their own values. If the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms wanted to murder the Dragon Queen, it would definitely be for political reasons, and politics was the art of compromise. As long as the nobles did not lose their minds, they would not stab the Dragon Queen in the back when she was helping them defend the city. In most cases, they would be subdued by the Queen's charisma and power. In the past, even some of the lesser lords had looked down on the Mad King's daughter. Now, even the most stubborn Randall Tarley and Madame Stoneheart, who had lost her kindness, were convinced by her. But in the city-states of the Narrow Sea, other than political factors, what could influence the decisions of those in power was actually faith. Politics can be compromised, but faith is blind and resolute. Even if the Prince of Trade knew rationally that the Dragon Queen was helping them deal with the deviant ghosts and saving their city, once the gods intervened, reason and everything else would be replaced by faith. Believers were willing to sacrifice their own lives for the sake of their beliefs, so why would they care about their rationality? Care about the safety of the city? Therefore, if the Dragon Queen could overturn the seas and rivers in the Westeros, she would rather have two heads when she went to the free trade city-states. The other head would be on guard against the arrows from the back. She did not have two heads. That was why she didn't dare to rescue Essos. Even if she couldn't do it herself, she would still provide great support to the free trade city-states. That afternoon, the Sea King was still having a meeting with the priests. Blackie led 30 pterosaurs to form the Sky Army, carrying millions of atonement scrolls and hundreds of tons of dragon crystal weapons. They started from Braavos and went all the way south, dropping supplies to the great cathedral in every city. Well, they weren't airdropped in the palace, but handed over to the 7 sacred halls in the city-states. When the supplies were airdropped, the messenger crows of Dragonstone Island had not yet flown to the palaces of the city-states. The next day, the combination of 2 priests and 2 holy knights began to descend on the great cathedral in each city-state. The priests preached, explaining the current dire situation to the people as well as the appearance, characteristics, habits, weaknesses of the deviant ghosts. The holy knights recruited warriors to form the church's armed forces, publicly teaching combat skills against the deviant ghosts, providing free dragon crystal weapons and arming the city guards. The whole of the western continent of Essos was shocked by the news announced by the Dragon Queen. Before they could recover from the shock, they were shocked by her efficiency and generosity. So swift and decisive as expected of the Dragon Queen. Before the meeting with the priests ended, the Sea King received the news that the Dragon Queen had airdropped supplies against the deviant ghosts. While the Sea King was happy, he was also a little embarrassed. His work efficiency was too low. But soon Dany was embarrassed too. She hurriedly airdropped supplies, sent priests, and sent hundreds of Westeros volunteer knights after obtaining the consent of the princes of the city-states. The people of the city-states were in a state of panic. They were on alert in every alley, checking every house day and night, and soldiers were on guard both inside and outside the city. Her spiritual power was highly concentrated, and after half a month of torment, nothing happened and not a single faceless deviant ghost was found. Of course, the princes and grand dukes of the city-states did not suspect that the Dragon Queen was lying, because the people of Braavos had already proven that the faceless deviant ghost incident was not a misunderstanding. The Sea King began to take action that day, piling up sandbags to encircle the House of Black and White, and throwing kerosene bombs to burn the House of Black and White. But as soon as Jianghu's identity was exposed, the Frost God sent a message to all the faceless deviant ghosts. At this time, there were not many deviant ghosts in the House of Black and White. The Sea King's attack on the House of Black and White seemed to have lit a fuse that broke the tacit understanding on the surface. The deviant ghosts then launched a tide of the living dead in the slums. There were also faceless disguised as assassins, madly assassinating the nobles, doctors, and key-keepers in the city. More than a dozen nobles were wiped out, and even the Sea King was assassinated twice and a chief swordsman died. Half a month had passed, and not only did the tide of corpses in Braavos not subside, but it was also slowly but surely spreading in all directions like moldy spots. Fortunately, Braavos was made up of many islands, and it was easier to divide the cataclysm area. What happened in Braavos clearly told everyone that the faceless deviant ghosts were real, and the Dragon Queen was not lying. After that, they found that the tombs of famous warriors inside and outside the city were empty, and a large number of babies were missing, which proved one thing. Their city was on the verge of crisis, and it might fall tomorrow, or their families might be torn apart by the corpses in the next moment. If terror came, they would numb their nerves and deal with it. But now, terror was hanging over their necks like a guillotine, and it could fall down at any moment. The terror became more and more terrifying, and it made people anxious. The princes, grand dukes, royalty, nobles, trade princes, freedmen, and slaves in the city-states were all in a state of anxiety and fear, and they began to frantically search for a way out. Then a secret message from the Sea King's palace about the gods spread like a plague, quickly spreading through the major city-states of Ursos. 6,000 years ago, the mandate of heaven had predicted that Dani Rise would sacrifice herself to help Lalo end the long night quickly. Now, the Dragon Queen was afraid of death and resisted the mandate of heaven, but the gods insisted on the original track of fate. So, the two sides were in conflict, and countless creatures in the world were used as chess pieces to play a game of savior. Just as the Dragon Queen announced to the public, the gods knew that the faceless deviant ghosts were scattered in the cities, but they still pretended to be deaf and dumb and did not care. It was because they wanted to fight for the title of savior, and they wanted to force the Dragon Queen to return to the path set by the mandate of heaven. Another week passed, and in front of the Pentos Holy Church, there was suddenly a group of civilians sitting quietly to show their power. They did not make a fuss, and they held up signs that said, "Obey the mandate of heaven, end the long night, and quell the wrath of the gods," and with numb and hateful eyes, they stared at every monk and believer entering and leaving the holy church. When the Dragon Queen heard about this, she was more surprised than angry, and through the center of the magic net, she gathered all the holy church bishops in the free trade city-states for a meeting. There were many people in the Sea King's palace at that time, and when the Red Bull priest Nyoben revealed the secrets of the gods, everyone was very shocked, and they would definitely tell the people around them. Then the news spread and everyone knew about it. Bishop Sterling said to the glass candles that were shining with milky white holy light. The cause of the incident was the mysterious news that the Red Bull priest exposed. However, the Red Bull priest did not encourage the people to force the Dragon Queen to sacrifice herself for others, and he only objectively explained the conflict between the Dragon Queen and the gods. After understanding the purpose of the gods, some people scolded the gods for being vicious, saying that they had worshipped them for thousands of years in vain, and since then they no longer believed in the gods that joined the Alliance of Justice. Even more people were pressured by the threat of the deviant ghosts, but they never dared to resent the gods, and only hoped that as a mortal, the Dragon Queen would consider the big picture, follow the will of heaven, sacrifice herself, and help the Red God. This way they would be able to escape the calamity of the faceless deviant ghosts. There was more than one person with this idea, and even more than a group of people. Not only Pentos, I also heard similar rumors in Tylosai, and it seems that the Grand Duke of Tylosai is behind this. The Holy Church Bishop of Tylosai said worriedly. I think we should take countermeasures. We can't let such rumors continue to spread. The Holy Church Bishop of Myre said seriously. The Holy Church Bishop of Pentos said angrily, "Those people are crazy. His Majesty has always been at the forefront, fighting on the front line against the deviant ghosts. What is Lalo doing? What can he do? What are the gods doing? They know that the faceless deviant ghosts are spreading everywhere, but they don't report it, raising bandits for their own sake. Can such gods be trusted? Your Holiness, how about you cancel the Holy Church of Pentos and let me return to the King's Landing? I'm not afraid of sacrifice, but I really don't want to sacrifice myself for such a Pentos person." The Holy Church bishops were all furious, but as the person involved, the Dragon Queen wasn't too angry. It wasn't that she didn't have a temper. A long time ago, when Pale Moon Chunu came to turn herself in, she was told the Alliance of Justice's plan, to end the long night first, then use their power to pressure her, forcing her to bear the pressure of the entire world. At the time she was already angry, but now it was just a prediction that became reality. Yep, it was a few years earlier than predicted. The gods originally planned to end the deviant ghost king by summoning the sun to force her. Who would have thought that the human's performance was even worse than what the gods predicted? Before the deviant ghost king was killed, they were already urging her to sacrifice herself for the big picture. If she really sacrificed herself, would Lalo be able to end the long night immediately? The Dragon Queen sighed and ordered the Holy Church bishops, "From today onwards, imitate the King's Landing Holy Church of Baylor, and transform your respective holy churches into castles. Try not to go out and preach as much as possible, and don't go door to door to distribute dragon crystal weapons and atonement scrolls. If they need them, let them go to the Holy Church to get them. Moreover, the atonement scrolls and weapons are no longer free, even if it's only a copper coin you have to pay for it. As for you, gather the true believers and stay in the Holy Church to recite scriptures, accumulate magic slots and wait for the corpse tide. Your Holiness, wouldn't this be too passive? A bishop asked. The Dragon Queen warned seriously, you have to understand one thing, the number one enemy of humans has always been the deviants. The gods are shallow and despicable, the civilians are cowardly and ignorant. Is the Church of the Seven Gods, the light of human civilization, as ignorant and shallow as them? In a split second, the archbishop's blood surged and their emotions surged. Yes, the civilians and the nobles are ignorant and cowardly, the gods are cunning and evil, only the seven gods, only the disciples of the Church of the Seven Gods, can truly save the world. Even if they walk alone in the long night, they have to be like Her Holiness the Pope, and maintain a pure and holy heart. As soon as she went offline, the Dragon Queen called Dr. Marwin, gnashing her teeth. I have unwillingness and resentment in my heart, I want revenge, I want to take the initiative to attack, help me contact Fat Sam. Chapter 1002. In the past few years, Sam's life had been pretty good. When he brought the female savage Jilly to the old town, he didn't want to stay in the City of Knowledge for long. Before leaving the Great Wall, the City of Knowledge could still be maintained. Sam didn't mind getting a necklace and becoming an official scholar. But after a long journey to the City of Knowledge, he realized that even in the old town where the scholars were based, the scholars were no longer respected by the people. Not only did they lose their honor, they were also like rats, carefully hiding underground. At any moment, there was the danger of being assassinated by Faceless and being captured by bounty hunters and sent to the naked streets of the Holy Church. At that moment, the glorious image of the scholars in Sam's heart was shattered. After Sir Ace was killed by the doctor, he immediately prepared to bring Jilly back to his hometown. But not only did the doctor not let him go, he even added more responsibilities to him. The first person to kill a deviant ghost became the symbol of the City of Knowledge, the representative of the scholars. The deviant ghosts became an undeniable fact. The arrival of the Long Night proved how stupid the City of Knowledge's previous actions were. If the City of Knowledge wanted to save itself, it had to start with the reform of the leadership. The old scholars of the City of Knowledge had offended the Dragon Queen and lost their credibility in the hearts of the people and nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. The doctor understood that if he wanted to save the City of Knowledge, he had to at least let the person at the helm of the City of Knowledge gain the recognition of the Dragon Queen. Then he realized that there was no one more suitable than Sam Tully. Firstly, Sam was a noble, so it was easier for him to be accepted by the nobles. His identity as a night watchman and his experience in fighting deviant ghosts would also be liked by the people. Secondly, Sam was smart, studious, simple, and never lacked courage in crucial moments. In the Seven Kingdoms he was a rare talent. Among the apprentices of the City of Knowledge, he was a first-class talent. Lastly, Sam's relationship with the Dragon Queen was good. Thus, Sam was forced to stay in the City of Knowledge and was nurtured by the scholars as the young master of the City of Knowledge. When the Great Wall collapsed and deviant ghosts rampaged in the north, the doctor confessed to the people of the Seven Kingdoms. I am guilty, I thought that the Long Night and deviant ghosts were stories made up by the northerners. I am guilty, I represented the City of Knowledge to bear all the responsibility of the scholars during the dance of the Blood Dragon. I am guilty, the ideal of the real world, of the City of Knowledge was too absurd. I am guilty. The doctor of the City of Knowledge admitted to 7 major crimes in total. Then he went to the Starry Sanctuary next door to lose his hair and become a monk. The Starry Sanctuary did not simply allow him to lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. They also took him for a parade to atone for his sins. Since the old doctor voluntarily surrendered himself, Archbishop John left him a pair of underpants to cover his private parts. After parading through the streets, the old professor also served as an ascetic in the Holy Church. He was barefoot, dressed in linen clothes, given clean water and bread, given a wooden bed in a shack, and received 997 karma. The old professor resigned to atone for his sins and Sam's life began. He became the fastest apprentice to be promoted to a bachelor, and then immediately advanced from a bachelor to a doctorate at a record-breaking speed. In less than a month, he became the youngest person in history to be elected as the head of doctorates in the City of Knowledge. When the Battle of King's Landing ended, his younger brother Dickon died in battle, his father joined the Sons of Warriors, and Fat Sam suddenly became the acting Earl of Hornhill. When Danny participated in the Honey Wine River tournament, Dickon was already married. When he died in battle a few years later, he was already the father of 2 children. It was just that his son was too young to fulfill the responsibilities of an earl in the long night, so Uncle Sam temporarily took over the position of the city lord and earl. Before the deviant ghosts of the western region rushed into the riverbend, Sam was still reforming the City of Knowledge in the Old Town. Since then, the City of Knowledge had established a connection with Dragonstone Island. Every time Fatty encountered a major event, he would ask the Dragon Queen. When the Dragon Queen was not there, he would ask Dr. Malvern for advice. When the Dragon Queen formed a volunteer group in the riverbend, Fat Sam took the initiative to lead a large number of scholars upstream to the city with the most severe disaster. In his spare time he opened a magic school, and in wartime he fought against the ghouls on the city wall. When he retreated he could teach and educate people, and when he advanced he could kill the enemy. Unknowingly, the once cowardly and timid Fat Sam gradually grew into the heir that his father had always looked forward to. Well, even though Fat Sam had made a lot of progress now, Randall Tarley was still not satisfied with his only remaining son. Because Fat Sam, who shouldered the 2 great jobs of a night watchman and a scholar, actually had 3 illegitimate children with a female savage. His eldest son was raised on Dragonstone Island as the adopted son of Count Balin of Blackwater. His daughter had just turned 1 year old this year, and his 3rd son was still in the womb of Savage Jilly. He was 3 months old and his gender was unknown. Scholars and night watchmen both had sacred vows to not marry and not have children. Now that the people of the 7 kingdoms knew that his son was an oath-breaker, how could the paladin commander not be angry? When the Dragon Queen held a great trial in the fairy city, Randall specially wrote a letter to the queen, requesting that the queen also put his oath-breaker son on trial. He even suggested that the queen should treat Fat Sam like those blacklisted professors, and arrange for bounty hunters to arrest him. Even if they did not want him to be publicly exposed, they should at least force him to lose his hair and become a monk. Danny refused. Compared to the City of Knowledge's dragon-slaying plan, the War of the Usurpers, and the death of the Mad King, Sam's trivial matter was not qualified to be discussed in the Great Council. A case that even a county magistrate could decide. How could the queen waste her time? Furthermore, Westeros had a total of 4 professions that required one to make sacred vows to not marry and not have children. They were scholar, white knight, monk, and night watchman. Fat Sam was already half of them. If he were to shave his head and become a monk, wouldn't it be an even worse crime? Sir Manager, Professor Marwyn of Dragonstone Island sent a letter. That evening, Fat Sam had just finished his magic class and was eating dinner with his wife, daughter, sister-in-law, nephew, mother, and sister when he heard Scholar Leo's voice from outside the door. Geographically, Hornhill was located in the middle of the river. The Crimson Mountain Range divided the Monday River Plain in the north and the Honeywine River Plain in the south. Hornhill was built on the Crimson Mountain Range and guarded the important pass that connected the 2 plains. Therefore, Hornhill was an important stronghold to stop the deviants from entering the Honeywine River Plain. When the scholars went north to support the castles, Fat Sam naturally chose his hometown. Because of Fat Sam's identity as the City of Knowledge's manager, Hornhill also became the headquarters of the anti-ghost scholars. Fat Sam smiled comfortingly at his family and climbed down from the wide bed. He put on his leather boots and walked out the door. There was a fireplace in the living room, but the hall was too empty. Fat Sam had just walked out of the warm side hall when he was chilled by the cold air. "What is it?" Sam asked on the way to the crow's nest. Leo shook his head. "I don't know either." Fat Sam did not have magic talent, so he had to go to the crow's nest to communicate with the glass candle. There was an unwritten rule in the Westeros nowadays that only the scholars who could activate the glass candle were qualified to manage the ravens. Compared to the traditional ravens, the glass candle communication was too fast and convenient. "Did you see Miss Margaret when you returned to the old town this time?" Sam rolled up his sleeves and walked on the snow in the courtyard. "She's not crazy." Leo exhaled a puff of white smoke and said directly. He was the one who bought Rosie's first night, Leo Tyrell, nicknamed Lazy Leo. He was the junior of black girl Larissa and one of Marwyn's apprentices. In terms of seniority, Leo was Margaret's uncle. That's scarier than being crazy. Sam's eyebrows showed a hint of worry. After the Battle of the 100 Teams, the situation in the riverbend has stabilized and nothing major has happened in the past few months. However, we did not win the final victory. The temperature is dropping day by day, and the faceless deviants are causing trouble on the other side of the strait. You know that, right? The continent of Ursos is in danger and could collapse at any time. Therefore, the river bend must not be disturbed during this period of time. Don't worry. She may be restless, but the old man in the old town and Horace Redwin are not fools. Horace? Sam muttered. I really hope that his father, Earl Pixter, is still alive. The Green Pavilion Island is a mess now. It's not serving the purpose of the river bend at all. Horace was the eldest son of Earl Pixter. He had a generous face full of freckles. His abilities were as mediocre as his looks. In the early years, when Randall Tully was desperate for an heir, he had thought of sending Sam to the Green Pavilion Island to be his adopted son. Unfortunately, not everyone of the same age could become Robert and Ide. Horace not only failed to guide Sam in the good direction, but also bullied and humiliated him, making him even more autistic and cowardly. Not long after, the fatty returned to his hometown in tears, looking like a coward. No one would have thought that after growing up, the two of them would have completely opposite experiences. Fat Sam had won a lot of praise in the river bend over the past few years, while the smart and brave Horace was despised and cursed by all the river bend nobles. Horace's abilities are a little weak, but the chaos in the Green Pavilion Island can't be blamed on him. There were too many refugees. Leo was now Sam's follower, but he was in the same circle as Horace back then. Sam shook his head. Look at Taz Island. Its geographical environment and development are far inferior to the Green Pavilion Island, but it's thriving under Madame Sansa's rule. Not only does it accept the refugees from the Stormlands, but even the commoners and nobles in the royal territory and the river bend can find a way to survive there. They organize the craftsmen to make glass and build glass shelters on a large scale. They arrange for the people to dig caves to live in or grow mushrooms. They form fleets to fish in the ocean and fish for kelp in the coastal waters. There are more than 600,000 people on the island. Everyone has a job and food to eat. It's well arranged. Look at the Green Pavilion Island. It only accepts less than 100,000 refugees, but it sends out letters every day to the river bend nobles and the Dragon Queen for food and fleets. I've sent 10 scholars to help him, and the day before yesterday he sent a letter asking for more scholars. He can't even copy Madame Sansa's homework? Leo could not refute. He could only sigh. Horace can be considered average, but the women in the Westeros are especially outstanding in recent years. If Horace marries Marjorie, I guarantee that he'll be able to take care of the Green Pavilion Island. Sam stopped in his tracks and turned to ask, whose idea is this? Leo's eyes flashed. He probed, Marjorie has this idea. Horace has always been in love with her, but the High Court Rose back then did not like him at all. Does Horace know that she poops in public? Sam was a little embarrassed. Don't even talk about watching her shit. That guy is even willing to lick it for her, Leo said absent-mindedly. Sam felt disgusted. He frowned and asked, Count Hathor agreed? Leo said heavily, Marjorie's mother is his biological daughter. Under the premise that it doesn't endanger the Hathor family, of course he hopes that his granddaughter can have a good ending. You know Horace's character. He doesn't have the ability to covet the position of the High Court Lord. I'll help you ask Dr. Marwyn, Sam said. He knew that Leo represented Tyrell's branch family and hoped that Marjorie could have a good home. Chapter 1003. The Queen has already handed Marjorie over to Hyder. As long as she completes 5 years of penance, she can marry anyone. Her Majesty doesn't mind at all. Of course, if anything happens, the Hyder family will be held responsible, Marwyn said directly from the other end of the glass candle. Sam nodded and asked, Doctor, do you have any instructions for me today? Marwyn first told him about the situation in Narrow Sea City before saying, I'm not sure if there's an evil god fanning the flames, but the public opinion in the Free City is very unfavorable to the Queen and the Church. The people of Ursos are ignorant and weak. Their rationality has been devoured by fear, and they have ignored the Queen's efforts in fighting the other ghosts. They even think that the gods can end the long night immediately. Another time, the Queen will use blood and fire to wake them up. But now, our real enemy is the other ghosts. The other ghosts and the living cannot coexist. So, even if we know that the people of Ursos are stupid allies, we have to do our best to help them. If we don't help them today, they will become the living dead tomorrow and will only strengthen the other ghosts. This is really... Sam shook his head and smiled bitterly. Before today, I never knew that the gods were so close to the mortal world. It's hard to imagine that they would work together to fight the Dragon Queen. I also can't understand why they would be so unscrupulous and disregard the big picture for the sake of the Queen. Don't think too highly of the gods. They are just mortals with extraordinary talents. Marwan sighed. When I first heard that Qizong killed the guardian of Pentos, I was just like you now. My worldview that I had held onto for decades was shattered. But as Master Qizong killed more and more gods, I gradually became numb and started to reconstruct my worldview. Sam was stunned. You want the City of Knowledge to change the public opinion? Why not explain it to the Prince of the Trading City? The Queen doesn't want to completely tear down the face of the gods. The faceless other ghosts will erupt sooner or later. Even if the gods have other goals, they still want to fight against the other ghosts. If the Queen personally exposed the truth of the gods and trampled on their dignity, the gods would be so angry that they might just quit. Then Ursos would really be finished. At the end of the day, it was only the gods' plan to force the Queen to obey their orders. The public opinion in the city of Ursus might not necessarily be related to them. If it's a storm of public opinion caused by the bad habits of humans, there's no reason for the gods to take responsibility. After a pause, Marvin waited for Fat Sam to digest the information before continuing. The City of Knowledge belongs to a third party and is always separated from the Queen. Everyone in the world knows that scholars are bold and unafraid of death. They hate gods and supernatural powers, so it's not strange for them to do crazy things. This sounded uncomfortable, but it was the absolute truth. Sam couldn't refute. His fat face twitched as he asked helplessly, "What should I do?" Marvin twisted his bull neck a few times and smiled. In the name of the City of Knowledge, through writing novels, dramas, history books, theological analysis, and other means, we will expose the truth of the gods to all humans. I'm afraid you won't be able to fool an expert if you make things up. Ursos is not a Westeros. There are many supernatural beings there who know the secrets of the gods, Sam said hesitantly. Don't make things up. Just tell the truth. But the scholars only know how to make things up. If the City of Knowledge had the truth, the Westeros wouldn't be in an advanced position, Sam said awkwardly, his fat face red. His words were so honest that Marvin was speechless. His bull neck also turned red. It's different this time. I'll guide you in writing history. After following the Dragon Queen for so many years, I've learned a lot of truths about the world. What truths? Sam asked curiously. The last long night lasted a generation, and Lalo was at the peak of his power. He was a powerful true god who could sing the Song of Fire. Even at his peak, Lalo needed a generation to end the long night. This long night is scarier and it will last longer. Therefore, the idea of forcing the Queen to sacrifice herself to fulfill our Hiller was very foolish. Even at his peak, Lalo couldn't end the long night and summon the sun immediately, let alone now. The Dragon Queen can end the long night in 10 years. Sam was enlightened. That makes sense. And look at the Westeros now. Tens of thousands of Red God priests have gathered at the King's Landing, but they can't even take care of the King's Landing. The Queen, on the other hand, can launch an earth-shattering battle. Sam nodded again, deeply agreeing with him. The contrast was too obvious. Even a blind man could see the difference. In the last battle at Winterfell, the failure was because Lalo wasn't strong enough. Before the Frost God could cast the forbidden spell, he was beaten to a pulp. Then the Dragon Queen turned the tide and resisted the forbidden ice spell. This wasn't the truth. It wasn't that Lalo wasn't strong enough, but that the Dragon Queen wanted to snatch his Song of Light, and the two had an internal conflict. But Lalo couldn't explain it. He was destined to be a scapegoat for the rest of his life. If the gods were really omnipotent, why would they form the Righteous Alliance? This logic is just like how the various cities formed an alliance to deal with Slave Bay. Isn't it obvious who's stronger? The people of Ursus gave up the warm help of the strongest queen and instead begged for the help of a cold and heartless fake god. Isn't that laughable? Marvin said proudly. These words were also a partial generalization. When the Righteous Alliance was formed, the Dragon Queen hadn't even comprehended a domain. She was far from being the strongest in the world, and she wasn't even a match for the Night Lion. At that time, there were no less than 10 evil gods who could defeat her. But no evil god could guarantee that they would be able to take the Queen's life without suffering any injuries. The Dragon Queen had the gift of time and space given by the Megalosaurus and the Door God. This guaranteed that she would be able to escape safely when she was powerless. The key to annihilating the Dragon Queen was never whether they could defeat her, but how to ensure that she couldn't escape. Today, 100 evil gods went to kill the Dragon Queen. 10 of them died and she was finally forced to the end of her rope. Then she spat out a mouthful of blood with much difficulty and said, "You win. I admit defeat, but I will be back." Then with a whoosh she opened a dimensional door and ran away. The divinity of the 10 evil gods was completely enough to heal her injuries and make up for the damage to Blackie caused by forcefully opening the dimensional door. There was even some left over. Then on the second day she was full of energy again. She really came back. The remaining 90 evil gods looked at each other and gritted their teeth helplessly. They surrounded her again. Crackle crackle. The Dragon Queen killed 11 evil gods and left a sentence, "I admit defeat, but I will be back." On the third day. Who could stand it? The door god gave the gift of time and space to Danny to help her survive while she was farming. Back then, Sheep Egg and Lalo worked together to create a small calamity in the smoke sea that affected an area of several hundred kilometers. Even Orlas sank into the sea. Just how big of a deal was that? Before Orlas's small calamity, the concept of a Justice Alliance didn't even exist. The gods felt the threat from the Dragon Queen, but they didn't want to work together to deal with a junior who hadn't even cultivated for 5 years. After the calamity, the Dragon Queen was still alive and kicking. She even crippled Sheep Egg and captured one of Lalo's clones at the Great Wall. At that time, the gods finally realized that if they didn't work together, no one would be able to deal with the Dragon Queen. And so, the Justice Alliance was formed. Similarly, the plan to force the Dragon Queen into a trap in the Smoke Sea was also designed after Orlas's small calamity. The reason was simple. Orlas's fatal trap didn't kill the Dragon Queen. Now that her Song of Laws had improved greatly and she had comprehended the domain of wind and fire, her strength had increased by more than 10 times, the only way to ambush her was to design a more dangerous situation than Orlas's small calamity. Idiots couldn't become gods. The gods understood that they had to kill the Dragon Queen in one fell swoop. They couldn't let her keep saying, "I'll be back." However, even the Dragon Queen herself didn't know these secrets, so Marvin naturally didn't know either. Fatty couldn't find any loopholes in Marvin's words. He excitedly said, "Only the weak will work together. The gods forming the Justice Alliance means that the Queen is already unparalleled. Don't worry, Doctor, I promise to complete the mission perfectly. Scholar, you're bold and unafraid of death." In the end, he clenched his teeth and declared. After listening to Marvin's words, Sam's respect for the Dragon Queen grew even more. He was also more confident in the future and in changing public opinion in Ursos. After logging off, he began to arrange for the scholar to compile the gods' mystic records. In less than a week, a new batch of plays and printed books appeared in the Narrow Sea City. Yes, the scholar was bold and unafraid of death. He had already stolen the printing and papermaking techniques from the Dragon Queen. In the next few months, all kinds of secrets of the gods began to spread across the continent of Ursos. Even in the cities of the Jade Sea in the east, the civilians began to discuss who was the one that humans could rely on, the Dragon Queen or the gods. "Damn you, scholar, I'll destroy the city of knowledge sooner or later." Night Lion angrily tore apart the book, on how Night Lion Pua the Maiden of Light in his hand. In the ruins of Valeglia City, countless sky towers were like cigarette butts in an ashtray, carelessly poured into half-solidified phlegm. The black stone buildings were sturdy and immortal. Many of them had survived the Great Cataclysm. The magma had solidified, but there was still a thick layer of volcanic ash. In the center of the ruins, the Dragon King's palace where he held a city council meeting. The black stone buildings had been cleaned up, and hundreds of tall and luxurious chairs were placed in the palace. The chairs were arranged in concentric rings. They had all been Dragon King's seats, and the tallest and most luxurious ones were the 14 thrones that belonged to the 14 Fire Peak families in the inner ring. At this moment, Night Lion occupied one of them. Around him, there were dozens of figures shrouded in shadows. Some of them were stronger than giants, while others were as short and deformed as dwarves. Some of them were as handsome as gods, while others did not look human at all. They were like monsters that had walked out of hell. Of course, more of them were like Night Lion and Lalo, half human, half beast. Haha, Pua man, is such a clever term. A centaur god with the height of a dwarf and a horse's hooves and a horse's tail flipped through the book in his hand and laughed until he fell over. "Scholar, you're not making things up this time. You're Pua the Maiden of Light, that silly woman." Without waiting for Night Lion to explode, Lalo took out a few booklets and threw them on the table. He said calmly, "Baccarin, before you gloat, take a look at your own biography." Night Lion restrained his anger and picked up a book out of curiosity. He flipped open the preface and laughed out loud. "Being a dwarf is the punishment of the gods, then whose joke is Baccarin? Scholar, you must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. I'm going to slaughter the city of knowledge." Baccarin roared angrily. Chapter 1004. The pale holy child crushed the book in his hand and turned to Yi Shi with a cold gaze. Let's go and slaughter the city of knowledge. I don't dare to go to the Westeros, Yi Shi said honestly. The horseshoe military god's expression turned ugly. Are you going to let the scholars slander us? Do you know how the mortals will view us after this kind of book is spread? Do you still want your dignity as a god? Why are you so agitated? It's not just the two of you. Shadow Demon Lalo raised a big bundle of books in his hand and said indifferently, almost everyone has a copy. The City of Knowledge has written biographies of people. Overall it's quite objective. It's all well-known deeds and comments on human values. I never knew you were so easy to talk to. Were you scared by that woman? A shadow with octopus tentacles sneered. You have guts. Go to the Westeros and destroy the City of Knowledge, Lalo said coldly. The octopus monster snorted but didn't agree impulsively. The dwarf military god suggested, the City of Knowledge is at the edge of the Westeros. We'll quietly approach from the Summer Sea and then attack the old town. You guys help me hold the line. I'll rush into the City of Knowledge at lightning speed and immediately retreat after releasing the plague domain. What do you think? It's foolproof. We can steal a wave. We can't let the mortals trample on the dignity of the gods. Why don't we go now? Not only the City of Knowledge but also the old town. In the hall, demonic shadows gathered and were eager to try. Yi Shi shook his head with a bitter smile and said loudly, Everyone, what are we doing now? The evil gods were stunned and puzzled. We're waiting here for the Dragon Queen to enter the ambush, the dwarf military god said slowly. Overall, Akuin's plan is very successful. He let the priest indirectly expose the god's request for the Dragon Queen. The mortals are afraid of the god's power and the zombie disaster hanging above their heads. They'll definitely force Dany and Rhys to obey the heavens. In fact, the public opinion has already turned against them. Without our instigation, the Pentosians took the initiative to sit quietly in front of the Holy Church, asking Dany Rhys to consider the big picture and follow the will of heaven. Among the 14 thrones, a red bull demon pointed at the books on the ring-shaped black stone table and sighed. If it weren't for these books, the cities that built the Templar would have commoners coming to the Templar to show their might. At that time, Dany Alice would definitely be under a lot of pressure, as if she was sitting on pins and needles. She would feel aggrieved and vomit 3 liters of blood, but there was nothing she could do. In the end, the pressure and grievance in her heart will push her to find ways to increase her strength, and then step into the Smoke Sea's ambush. Unfortunately, the pressure has already formed. Otherwise, she wouldn't have arranged for the City of Knowledge to write these books. Yi Shi waved his hand and said in a low voice, because of Akuin's plan, Dany Lissy could come to the Misty Sea at any time. That's why we gathered together to ambush her. Then, by the same logic, she had the City of Knowledge print books that slander the gods. Could it be that she was also waiting for the gods in the old town who were blinded by anger? The gods' expressions froze and they all fell silent. Shadow Devil Lalo said, We can remember the vengeance of the scholar. With the memories and lifespan of us gods, there will always be a chance for revenge. Now there are 2 key points. First, when will Dany Lissy come to the Misty Sea? Second, how should we deal with the disaster of the living dead in Ursos? Akuin, you're the best at concealing fate. Dany Lissy shouldn't have noticed that your priest was lying, right? Yi Shi looked at the red minotaur. Red Bull Akuin smiled foolishly and said, My priest wasn't lying at all. I was the one who was lying. After that time, the bishop of the outer holy church even became Bull Ben's good friend. My talent is to confuse right and wrong. As long as the gods here don't betray me, Dany Lissy won't be able to sense the malice behind my simple smile when she sees me. Did Dany Lissy try to rope you in? You're one of the few powerful gods who didn't join the Righteous Alliance, the tentacle demon asked. Akuin's smile disappeared and he shook his head regretfully. I've been waiting for her to rope me in, but she doesn't even seem to want to see me. However, the outer holy church has always been on good terms with my Red Bull Church. After the fall of the Island of Gods, the 7 holy knights even went to the Red Bull Temple a few times. Bull Ben also reached a verbal agreement with Stellan. Whether Dany Lissy falls for it or not, we'll see in a while. In any case, I'm trying to create a neutral and aloof image. I can't take the initiative to get close. How long do we have to wait? An evil god on the 14th throne sighed. It's her destiny to go to the Misty Sea and merge with Balerion. Let's wait patiently. She'll come in 2 years at most, Lalo said in a low voice. 2 years. Yi Shi nodded and wondered. It's been almost 2 months since the incident at the School of Black and White. Why is there only a corpse tied in Bravos? The people of Ursos and the other cities have endured for 2 months and can't hold on any longer. Or is this Frost God's plan to force the humans to collapse and take them down in one go? A humanoid evil god on the Dragon King's throne outside the 14th throne stood up and said, according to the confession of Faceless One Jianghu, who was captured by Qizong, Frost God didn't plan to attack Ursos immediately. He's waiting for the long night to come, when the north wind stops and the river freezes, then he'll attack. It'll probably take another 2 years. Waiting for the world to stop falling and for the temperature to drop to the lowest point? Yi Shi pondered. That's reasonable. At that time, the power of the other ghosts and Frost God will reach their peak. However, I've tried to find out the whereabouts of the faceless ghosts and found nothing. That's not normal. The pale holy child frowned. That's strange. I've been sending my will to the high priest and searching around the temple, but I didn't find a single faceless ghost. Lalo's expression changed. Me too. The believers pray at the temple every day, and even the priests are worried. But after I sent my will, I didn't find any trace of the faceless ghosts. I thought they were avoiding the Red God Temple. Me too. The big shots on the 14th throne looked at each other and realized that things were getting out of control. Maybe we can't just watch anymore. At least control the situation in Bravos. Lalo said with a serious expression. Yi Shi nodded. Let's see how Frost God reacts by attacking the other ghosts in Bravos. At worst, it'll be the same as the last era, where the human kingdoms will be wiped out. Red Bull Akun looked at Yi Shi in confusion. Didn't your son's Dawn Kingdom drown in the tide of zombies during the last long night? Yi Shi shook his head. The fall of every demigod kingdom happened right under our noses. The destruction of the demigod era was foreseen by the gods from the beginning. The focus now is not on how many people died in Ursos or how many cities fell. I don't care if all the mortals die, but we can't let things get out of the control of the gods. Yi Shi is right. We don't care how serious the disaster is or how the long night ends, but everything must be under the control of the gods. The handsome demon god in human form said. The gods discussed for a while and finally made a decision. First, they would increase the support of their priests' divine arts. They would attack the grass in Bravos and the snakes of Frost God. Secondly, they would choose a group of demigods who were good at movement and reconnaissance from the periphery of the alliance. They would scout for the movements of the other ghosts around the city-states. But when selecting the scouts, the gods ran into a problem. Gods who were proficient in flying, stealth, and tracking had become extremely rare. There were hundreds of gods and demons, but not even 10 qualified scouts could be selected. If Qizong hadn't killed so many gods along the way, this mission would have been very simple. Lalo said regretfully. The gods who were good at movement and stealth had all gone to hunt Tyrion, only to be slapped to death by Qizong's holy mother god Palm. This was especially the case when Reese set up an ambush. A large group of gods and devils with the ability to fly quickly followed Tessa. In the end, Qizong summoned the Holy Mother, and with a first flame domain, more than 10 extremely fast evil gods were burned to ashes. Just the word miserable was enough to describe it. Hearing our Hiller mention Qizong, an evil god among the 14 thrones whose eyes flickered with tiny bolts of lightning, asked curiously, after coming to the Smoke Sea, we haven't heard any news of Qizong. What has he been doing recently? Has the message team arrived at the Barren Land? They've been here for almost a month, an evil god replied. No more gods to stop them? The lightning-eyed evil god asked. Yi Shi explained, after Mirthia's death, there have been gods following the message team. Every time the dwarf went out alone, there would be gods who couldn't resist the temptation of the demigod blood. Especially after the battle with me, Danny Leesy's Song of Fire's first flame characteristic was confirmed. Those gods who wanted to break through almost went crazy. At this point, Yi Shi couldn't help but sneer. They didn't even think about how Mirthia died. The dwarf was obviously fishing. After suffering a few losses, no more gods fell for it. Yi Shi's expression became complicated. When the message team left Dragonstone Island, everyone said that they would never think of the Barren Land, or even leave the Narrow Sea. Now, Qizong and his disciple have slapped everyone in the face. Not only did they reach their destination safely, but they were also unharmed. It's indeed unbelievable. Horseshoe War God said helplessly, the difficulties and obstacles along the way forged the supreme reputation of the 7 gods. 3 emperors, 18 temples, 36 rebel kings, 72 smoke roads, 108 mountains, and 200 dukes formed a huge allied army that was approaching the Barren Land. Even Emperor Bo wanted to remove Qizong's title of Imperial Preceptor. However, when Qizong's battle achievements came, the rebel army began to hesitate. Emperor Bo also issued 3 imperial edicts. The first one conferred Qizong the title of Imperial Preceptor. The second one called him Imperial Preceptor and Imperial Preceptor. The third one was even more exaggerated. Emperor Bo gave Qizong the title of Wanzong Great Sacred Master, meaning the sacred master of many supernatural powers. Wanzong Great Sacred Master? Even Danny Lisi can't bear this title. What virtue and ability does Qizong have? How can the supernatural sects of the barren land tolerate it? How can we tolerate it? The lightning eye demon god was furious. His body crackled, flickering with blue and white lightning. That's right, no one could endure it. When Qizong received his title in the Yidu Imperial Palace and became a legitimate Great Sacred Master, the rebel army that had originally retreated actually once again majestically surrounded the Yidu. Right now, Qizong is also fighting with the 3 Imperial Preceptors of the rebel army. Yi Shi said with a strange expression. Why did 3 more Imperial Preceptors come? The lightning eye demon god frowned. The 3 Imperial Preceptors of the rebel army are called Great God Lion, Great God Horse and Great God Ox. Chapter 1005. The teaching team stayed in Shamiliana for half a month, searching for traces of deviant ghost babies and ghouls. They didn't find the little deviant ghosts, the living dead also nowhere to be seen. However, through the guidance of Jianghu's departed spirit, Qizong and his disciples found tens of thousands of undead corpse ghosts in an extremely hidden cave. Jianghu, who summoned them, died, and the ghouls collapsed on the ground, turning back into corpses. They couldn't be summoned again. The more deviant ghost babies there are, the more powerful the god of cold is. Moreover, he can help a certain faceless person block the prophecy of the gods. I have been very careful, hiding the ghouls in caves, under the ice of creeks, and even in the coastal waters where the tide is mild. Jianghu explained. With the god of cold being so cautious, it was no wonder that the gods couldn't find traces of the faceless deviant ghosts. After burning the corpses in the cave, the teaching team searched for a few days, but they didn't find any traces of the living dead. After that, Qizong and his disciples went south to Furious Roar City, building a sacred hall in the western city of Jade Sea. Without much delay they arrived at Thunder Island in Jade Sea. Thunder Island was in the south of Barren Land, which was probably the geographical relationship between the Celestial Empire and Dazed Bay. The Queen of Thunder Island had received a favor from the Dragon Queen in her early years. The Dragon Queen provided the Brandon Evil Suppression Formation, to help Kuei Shi and other wizards seal the whispers of evil god, in the underground palace. Moreover, the Queen of Thunder Island's royal husband came from Barren Land's Bu family. Qizong and his disciples lived a peaceful life for half a month. The reason why they stayed on Thunder Island for so long was also Tyrion's idea. He wanted to watch the fire burning on the other side of the river and understand the current political situation in Jade Sea and Barren Land. Soon he received a piece of good news. Because Master Qizong killed demons and devils along the way, the rebel army began to retreat. Not only did the 200 warlords set up camp 100 kilometers away from Barren Land, they also avoided Barren Land's sphere of influence and began to scatter to the southern counties to steal food and occupy territory. The reason why the rebel army went south to Barren Land was that the position of state teacher was too hateful. Also, the night was long and the north was hard. They planned to hide in the rich south for winter. This was similar to the 18 warlords of Eastern Han Dynasty. Upholding the Han Dynasty and suppressing the traitor Dong Zhuo were just slogans. Making a name for himself and vying for the throne of the Central Plains were the most important. When Dong Feifei moved the capital to Chang'an, when the imperial jade seal was taken out from the well by Sun Jian, when the dignity of the Liu family was trampled into the mud in public, other than the hot-blooded boss Chao, none of the vassals in the alliance had the intention to kill Dong Fuan. Now that 200 dukes had rebelled, the Bo family had long lost the support of the people and the righteousness of the dynasty. The only area they controlled was Yidu. It just so happened that Qizong was fiercer than Lu Bu. The dukes felt that it was not worth it to fight to the death. Thus, the barbarian lords began to learn from the Guangdong lords. You cut off my army's rations, I stole your camp, I annexed your army, you killed my lord. If they had heard this news at any other time, the mission team would have been as overjoyed as the Bo family. Actually, when Qizong and the others first learned of this matter, they indeed let out a long sigh of relief. The dwarf even went with the hunting dog to the Passion Garden to have some fun. But soon the Dragon Queen sent an order: do not let the 200 vassals fall into a chaotic battle. When the dwarf first heard this, he thought that his sister had gone mad. You still lack the big picture. You can't distinguish between the main and secondary conflicts. The happiest ones in barbarian lands are the deviant ghosts. The happier you are now, the more terrible you will be in the future. The Dragon Queen's words woke them up. The dwarf was the first to react. First of all, the 200 dukes were the strongest human army in Jade Sea. If they ran out of internal strife, who would deal with the zombie horde in the future? Secondly, the barbarians were used to burials. The dukes who died in battle had the right to build tombs. Ordinary soldiers and refugees would be buried in a mass grave and covered with a thin layer of soil. This was a blood transfusion for the deviant ghosts. With this, the barbarian lands would definitely fall. If the barbarian lands fell, the Jianghu plains to the north of the barbarian lands would not be able to escape. The problem was that the barbarian lands and the Jianghu plains were not completely sealed islands. Across the Bone Mountains and to the west was the Centaur's Dothraki plains. To the southeast and southwest was the Jade Sea city-state. It could be said that once the barbarian lands exploded, the entire Jade Sea would be doomed. In the end, the zombie horde would migrate from the east to the west, dragging the entire world into hell. The Dragon Queen's current status was constantly rising, and the height from which she looked at things was also increasing. Unknowingly, she had already adapted and was working hard to fulfill her duties as a savior. Thus, she ordered Emperor Bu, do your best to provoke the 200 northern dukes and have them unite as one to resist the Bu family. Thus, Emperor Bu issued 3 edicts in a row, and Qizang's status rose again and again. When Qizang became the great saint master of myriad sects, he issued a proclamation in all directions, requesting all the transcendents of barbarian lands to gather in barbarian capital and sign the investiture of the gods. The 200 dukes could not remain calm. They united once again and continued the unfinished journey of purging the emperor's subordinates. How did the East travel scriptures become the investiture of the gods? The barbarian land situation is different from that of Westeros. In Westeros, inheritance is based on the family, and will not change for 10,000 years. Every power is a large family with a long history. In barbarian lands, families are mostly attached to a certain religion or school of transcendence, and then pass it down generation after generation in the form of a sect. After the end of the last era's Dawn Empire, the Golden Celestial Empire began. However, the Celestial Empire is not a single dynasty. From the first generation's Grey Dynasty to the current Azure Dynasty, there have been a total of 10 dynasties changing. Thus, the noble families of barbarian lands have always been changing, and only the religions of the gods and the sects with heritage continue as before. The Dragon Queen explained in the glass candle. The dwarf suddenly understood. The sects of barbarian lands are equivalent to the Westeros counts and marquises. The 200 dukes' rebel army are essentially 200 sects? The Dragon Queen nodded. The purpose of the investiture of the gods lies in this. By unifying the transcendence forces of barbarian lands, the chaos in barbarian lands can be quickly quelled. After experiencing so many things, Dany was extremely disgusted with the gods who did not care about the big picture, forgot righteousness for profit and acted recklessly. Now, she somewhat thought she understood Hongjun ancestors' feelings when he handed the investiture of the gods to the saint of primordial origin. The gods had committed a mortal calamity and were punished with death. They needed a great purge to eliminate the incorrigible trash. Then, they would choose a group of their own from the remaining obedient people to establish a supervision system for the Transcendence realm. Perhaps they could create a heavenly court of Dany Hao Tian? The heavenly court was too far away, it was just a dream. However, barbarian lands was on the brink of a zombie-tide crisis. They needed to establish a united front against the ghosts as soon as possible, especially the power of the Transcendence realm. First, let the 200 rebellious vassals understand the danger they are in. Deviant ghosts will not negotiate with the living. If they agree to join the united front against the ghosts, they will sign a sacred oath in the investiture of the gods. From then on, the entire sect and even the armies of the dukes supported by the sect will be under the leadership of Qizang. Should I give Qizang a barbarian name? His original name is Matthew? Mazia? When the long night is over, Mazia will open the investiture of the gods. According to the contributions and hard work, the person who signed the contract will be given an official position and land. The title will be hereditary and live as long as the heavens. The dynasty will change, but the title will not change. If they resist the will of the heavens and are unwilling to sign the investiture of the gods, they will be declared a traitor and their sect will be exterminated. This was the order that the Dragon Queen gave to the teaching team. It was very awkward. The 200 dukes did not really believe in the faceless deviant ghosts. They thought that Ma Zia was deliberately using deviant ghosts to scare them. Then the news of the zombie tide in Bravos came. The dukes who were backed by the evil god church also received the news from the gods to increase their vigilance. Although the dukes were shocked and fearful, they still opposed Ma Zia's title of Thousand Sect Great Saint Master, and were even more against signing the investiture of the gods. Later on, some dukes were worried that deviant ghosts would sneak up on their homes. They started to reorganize their army and prepare to return home. Some dukes were worried that the north was not safe, so they persuaded their allies to take over barbarian lands. They used barbarian lands with high walls and deep cities as a stronghold to defend against the incoming zombie tide. Even if things did not go well, they could still take a boat from barbarian lands to the south to Thunder Island. For a moment, the 200 dukes who did not have the same thoughts fell into chaos again. However, this time, the chaos was quelled quickly because the northern dukes had an alliance leader. The alliance leaders of the three great emperors came out to mediate. They immediately unified their thoughts and suppressed the injustice. Just like the dukes of Guangdong during the end of the Eastern Han dynasty, as long as Yuan Benshu and his brother did not mess around, it was not difficult to maintain the stability of the alliance. Even if they could not be convinced by reason, they could still be convinced by force. The three great emperors first made a request to the Bo family. They could establish a united front against the ghosts. However, this was the internal affairs of barbarian lands and had nothing to do with the barbaric monks in the land of the setting sun. If they chased away the teaching team and abolished the Seven Gods Church, they would cooperate to fight the ghosts. At this time, the teaching team had already arrived at barbarian lands. Qizong was the chief bishop of barbarian lands, the teacher of the emperor, the state teacher, and the great saint master of Thousand Sect. He was definitely a bug in the religious field. As prime minister of the barons, Tyrion held the reins of government and enjoyed the standard treatment of a traitor. His presence in court is unknown, his name unknown, and his sword in court. Within the Holy See, Sang Zhe was training a newly formed team of 5,000 warrior sons. In the imperial court, Hound was also the general of ghost resistance and the commander of barbarian lands. Varys returned to his old profession and became the chief of intelligence. He set up the East and West factories. The East factory supervised the civil and military officials while the West factory strictly controlled the common people. Even Bo Qianzi had to respectfully address him as factory master. Varys was the illegitimate son of Targaryen and was a relative of the Dragon Queen. There were rumors that factory master Varys had secretly set up the rearguard commandery, which was responsible for collecting external information. The members of the rearguard commandery were mostly nobles. They were the second and third sons who did not have the right to inherit. They were used to wearing brocade robes, so they were also known as the brocade guards. There were also people who refuted that the commander of the brocade guards was not factory master, but the horse-faced girl, horse-faced reaper, Arya. There were also people who said that this was not contradictory. Factory master and horse-faced reaper each set up a rearguard commandery. The commander of the brocade guards was horse-faced reaper. The other rearguard commandery was called Bird's Nest, which specialized in domesticating little birds. The people who put forward this point of view quickly provided evidence. Why was Arya Stark called horse-faced reaper? Firstly, of course, it was because of her long horse face. Secondly, Miss Arya killed people like scything flax just like the reaper. All kinds of transcendence and sects could operate openly in the barbarian land. As the capital of the barbarian land, there were even more religions in the barbarian land. They were as messy as cattle lice. The imperial court's power was weak, and it had completely lost control over transcendence and transcendence. Horse-faced Reaper was in charge of managing the transcendence affairs in the barbarian land. As long as the transcendents committed crimes such as breaking the law, not being disciplined, operating without a license or preaching, they would be killed by the brocade guards led by her at night. When the civilians of the barbarian land went out, they would see brocade guards traveling at night. When they woke up at night, they would often see a black shadow flashing across the roofs. It was said that it was the horse-faced girl holding a giant scythe. She led the brocade guards to leap over roofs and vault over walls. She was either on the way to kill people or on the way back after killing people. The barbarian land's politics, religion, intelligence, and army were almost all controlled by the scripture-passing squad. How could Prince Bu agree to the rebel emperor's request to chase away Qizong? Since he could not chase away the scripture-passing squad, the Duke settled for the next best thing, which was to fight with Qizong outside the barbarian land. Chapter 1006. The rebels believed that Qizong was only barely qualified to become an imperial preceptor, but he was definitely not worthy of the title of Myriad Sect's Great Sacred Master. To become a Myriad Sect's Great Sacred Master, one had to surpass the Transcendence sects behind the 200 vassals in terms of virtue and martial arts. And the 200 vassals were led by the 3 traders, which meant that Qizong had to convince at least 3 traders. Barbarian land was divided into 3 factions. The Bo family's Azure dynasty entered its final days, and its capital was Barbarian Land. It was located in the southernmost part of Barbarian Land, close to the Jade Sea. The Chai family's Yellow dynasty was established by the descendants of the previous dynasty. Its capital was Kasako, located in the Daybreak Mountain range to the east of Barbarian Land. Buxiong, a mixed blood of Barbarian Land and Zebra people, established the Buxiong family's Orange dynasty. Its capital was Merchant Town in the north. In the Jijesnai Plains in the north, there was also Barbarian Land's archenemy for thousands of years, the Zebra people tribe. There were a total of 4 countries and 4 emperors. After the Bo family chose Qizong as their imperial preceptor, the other 3 countries also chose an imperial preceptor, apart from forming a coalition of vassals to uphold justice. The Zebra people's imperial preceptor was known as Great God Horse. The other was an old Zebra people woman, a powerful moon chanter, and also a pale holy child priest. The Chai family's descendants chose the high priest of Night Lion as their imperial preceptor. He was known as Great God Lion Strength. He was proficient in blood witchcraft and was a dark warlock. Merchant Town's mixed blood emperor, Buxiong, was a believer of Red Bull Akun, so his imperial preceptor came from the Red Bull religion. He was known as Great God Bull Strength and was a Cloud Realm mage. The reason why it was called such a hateful name was not because the 3rd priest had become the state preceptor who was admired by tens of thousands of people. In fact, after the 3 emperors chose them as imperial preceptors, not only were the 200 traders dissatisfied, the other transcendents who belonged to the same faction were also dissatisfied with them. They were even more willing to accept Qizong as Barbarian Land's imperial preceptor. This was because Qizong had killed many gods, so many that they could not accept it. To convince the masses, the 3 imperial preceptors used the characteristics of the gods they believed in as their titles, naming them as Lion Strength, Bull Strength, and Horse Strength. The so-called Great Gods did not refer to the 3 imperial advisors as great gods, but to the 3 mighty heavenly gods of Jade Seas. Red Bull Akuan, Night Lion and Pale Child were all mainstream gods of the Barbarian Land, just like Red God Lalo of the western continent of Ursus. Even if the extraordinaires of the other sects had any opinions about these 3 great gods, they had to keep it to themselves. The 3 imperial advisors had the same naming method and address, indicating that the 3 parties had the same status. In this way, there would be no more discord between the imperial advisors because of the title. The venue for the battle of the 4 imperial advisors was outside Edu City. Earth was used as a platform and the stairs were 9 feet high. Below the high platform, the 4 imperial preceptors led their men to each side. The city walls were filled with spectators, emperors, dukes, commoners and soldiers. More than 100,000 people were there to witness this once-in-10,000 years event. Even Dani was present at the battle through her mental projection. At the north gate of Edu City, there were craftsmen building wooden and thatched sheds on the city walls, which were equivalent to VIP seats. Kuei-shi had a small private room to herself. The competition was divided into literary and martial competitions, with a total of 6 rounds. The competition topics were provided by the 3 great gods, and then Qizong would choose one of them. For example, Great God Nyoli wanted to compete with Qizong in the art of controlling the weather. He proposed rain, sleet, clear skies, hail, fog and other weather competitions. Then Qizong chose the most difficult one, praying for rain. Now that the temperature was below -20 degrees, artificial rain was definitely more difficult than other weather events. Because under normal circumstances rain would not fall at all. Under the effect of the cold air, the water vapor in the air would quickly condense into snowflakes. After Great God Nyoli killed 2 adult virgins, a man and a woman, he stood on the high platform and jumped up. In a moment 100,000 people cried out in alarm. Black clouds surged in the sky and it actually started to rain. What is the background of Red Bull Akuan? Dani looked at the sky and said in surprise, The laws of physics are simply eaten by dogs. The temperature is so low, the air pressure is constant, and the water without any additives doesn't freeze. Kuei-shi said, gods will not casually change their divinity and priesthood. Akuan of Edu City is the same as Akuan of Free Trade City. They are both gods of animal husbandry whose doctrines are more in line with human values. Humans sacrifice white heifers to Akuan, praying that their own female animals can produce more cubs. Danny frowned and said, Akuan's doctrines are barely in line with my three views. Some cultivators have suggested that the Seven Gods Church can form an alliance with Red Bull Akuan. What do you think? If you have the confidence to control Akuan, no matter what his real thoughts are, you can use him. Otherwise, you have to be vigilant against any demon god, Kuei-shi said. Actually, Danny's expression was strange. I will not completely trust a demon god. I am considering to contact Akuan to encourage him to be a spy in the Alliance of Justice and Order. Kuei-shi thought for a moment and said, you can try. I have seen an unconfirmed secret in the archives of the Necromancer Association. Akuan may have a special talent in hiding cause and effect. Maybe he can be a good spy. Does he have a priesthood in controlling the weather? Danny asked. Kuei-shi looked at Niuli, who was strolling in the rain, and said, all gods can control the weather to a certain extent. The key is that Niuli is a very special person. Other than the Red Bull priest, he is also a Cloud Realm wizard who specializes in controlling the weather. Today he only borrowed Akuan's divine power. He can use the rain-praying technique, but it is his own ability. After a short pause, she introduced great god Niuli. His name is Nyo-Rong. He is highly valued by Bushiong. He is a great wizard who can be called a national treasure. A few years ago he sacrificed 64 pairs of virgin boys and girls to Akuan, summoning a heavy rain that lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The northern land that had been dry for 2 years was thus restored to production. It was also that heavy rain that caused the Grey Plague in Kuan Prefecture thousands of miles away. It lasted for 4 years and spread hundreds of kilometers around. Hundreds of thousands of people died because of it. It was not until your black dragon came to Edu that the plague was completely stopped. Witchcraft is a sword without a handle. It is safest when it is not used. Once used, it is easy to hurt others and oneself. While Kuei-shi was lamenting, she saw Dragon Queen's mouth bulging into a big bun, and then she blew hard. The spiritual projection couldn't even blow the thatch on the ceiling, but the wind suddenly blew in the sky. The wind didn't blow in a fixed direction. The wind from all directions rushed to the same place, the sky above the rain-praying platform. The clouds moved with the wind. The dark clouds were like a wet sponge. The sponge with a radius of a few kilometers crowded above Nioli's head. A giant hand seemed to appear in the sky, holding the sponge and squeezing it hard. The water in the sponge fell like a waterfall. The water volume increased sharply, and the drizzling rain immediately turned into uncontrollable hail. It was at least the size of a fist, and the largest was even the size of a small car. The volume of the rain was too large, and even the Cloud Realm wizard couldn't keep all the fresh water liquid. Nioli was stunned at first, but soon his head was smashed and bleeding. He covered his head and fled like a rat. The hail seemed to have grown eyes and chased after him. The surrounding audience was shocked and inexplicably surprised. Kuei-shi hurriedly said, Nyo-Rong is an honest elder, don't kill him. Also, you're looking for Akuan to be a spy in the Justice Alliance. Look at his calm expression when he sacrificed living people. It's obvious that this isn't the first time he's done it. What kind of honest elder is he? Danny said this, but the hand that was squeezing the sponge loosened. Sai, according to your standards, every barbarian wizard is guilty and should be killed. Kuei-shi sighed. That's why we need to sign the investiture of the gods and set up an official organization to supervise the actions of extraordinaires. Danny took the opportunity to promote her investiture of the gods. Kuei-shi was also firmly against the idea of enlistment. Isn't the reason we strive to pursue extraordinary power to be more detached and free? The shadow-binding knight refused again. That's not up to you, Danny said. Nioli was carried down. Everyone in the barbarian imperial court cheered, but the vassals were furious. They cursed Chizong for stabbing them in the back and being a hypocrite. Well, seeing Nioli bleeding profusely, Chizong's merciful heart was triggered. He walked up to the vassal's seat and suggested using the holy healing art to treat Nioli's injuries. Not only that, he even apologized sincerely. It's all my fault. I chose such a difficult competition, causing Grand Preceptor Nioli to lose control of his magic power. The night is long and the weather is cold. It's too difficult for the Grand Preceptor to summon rain. But I want to win. Only by setting up a united front against ghosts can we save Barbarian. So, I'm sorry, I can only choose to pray for rain, which is easy for me. Hypocrite, shameless. That gust of wind just now wasn't summoned by you? Bosan said angrily. I swear it really wasn't me. Qizong waved his hand. There's divine power in the wind. It carries the aura of your spirit. Bosan sneered. It has my divine power, but it has nothing to do with me. The Holy Mother has always been watching the entire world with benevolent eyes. She borrowed my power to summon the wind, Qizong said seriously. Ba, masked evil monk. Ba, masked evil monk. Ba, masked evil monk. Under everyone's spittle, Qizong helplessly retreated. Then he used a palm to sweep away the clouds and raise a palm to burn the sky. He clenched the sponge, and the fire burned the hail, turning it into a downpour. Just like Qizong said, it was extremely simple for him. This is the legendary Holy Mother Divine Palm? While the 100,000 spectators were stupefied, they also felt reverence for Qizong. Even the vassals no longer scolded him. They all muttered inwardly, although Qizong is hypocritical, he has true ability. I want to compete with you in prophecy. You can choose any of the good and bad fortune of a person, the change of the weather in the future. Great God Mali looked at Qizong and said sinisterly. Qizong closed his eyes and thought for a moment. He said, Can I guess things through the board? Great God Mali sneered and nodded. That's even better. We'll know the result even faster. This time, Danny didn't help Qizong cheat. He cheated himself. When the Zebra Man Moon Singer operated his demonic energy, racking his brains to guess whether it was a peach or an apple in the chest, Qizong's holy soul left his body, turning into an angel. He entered the chest with a whoosh and saw everything inside clearly. However, even if Qizong cheated, it still took him 3 times to defeat Great God Mali. Because the other party had true ability, and Qizong wasn't as cunning as Wukong. He didn't gnaw the peach into a peach pit, nor did he change the gem bracelet of the number 1 courtesan in Edu into a rag. Therefore, in the first 2 matches, Qizong and Great God Mali wrote the same answer on the paper. For the 3rd time, Qizong humbly accepted the dwarf's suggestion. In order to save the world, he should give up his moral integrity. When Great God Mali handed the answer to the referee, Angel Qizong burned the clothes of the Red God Little Believer in the wooden chest. Yes, the red robe outside was burned, leaving only the white robe inside. Therefore, Great God Mali's red robe little monk guessed wrong. Chapter 1007. Dom, where are your red robes? Why are you reciting the 7 Stars Bible? Mali was shocked and furious. When the Red God saw that his disciple had betrayed his sect, he was even more furious. Saint Master Qizong forced me. The little monk had a long face as he recounted what happened in the box. High Priest, if I don't listen to you, Qizong will kill me with the Holy Mother Palm. I'm scared. The 8-year-old little monk began to weep. That's not true. I advised him nicely and taught him the need to build a united front against ghosts. I convinced him with virtue and treated him with courtesy. I didn't threaten him with the Holy Mother Palm. Really, I swear to the Holy Mother. Faced with everyone's insults and condemnation, Qizong explained anxiously with a pale face. Mali sneered. Qizong, do you think we should believe a masked evil monk like you or an 8-year-old innocent child? Child, why are you so bad? Deceiving? Before Qizong could finish lamenting, the little monk shrunk his neck and shouted, Saint Master Qizong, don't hit me. Qizong was agitated. You saw it. I didn't do anything, and this child said I wanted to hit him. What's going on? The Red God Priest was also puzzled. The little monk Dom pointed at Qizong's right palm in front of his chest and shivered as he said, High Priest, that's the starting stance of the Holy Mother Palm. Not only do actors perform it in theaters, even beggars on the streets put their palms in front of their chests and shout, Mighty Heavenly Dragon, Holy Mother Palm. Also, when he prayed for rain just now, he did the same before he used the Holy Mother Palm. Wasn't it obvious? What was more terrifying than this silent threat? Anyway, the child was scared to tears. Qizong's expression froze. He retracted his right palm unnaturally and said embarrassedly, Sorry, I'm used to it. My talent is poor and my speed of understanding divine arts is slow. I can only train hard. However, using the Holy Mother Palm consumes a lot of divine power. In order not to waste it, I can only use the palm against gods and devils while comprehending the technique. Usually I'll just take the starting stance and won't really hit. Don't worry about me losing control of my palm and injuring the innocent. In the past few months I've killed more than 50 evil gods consecutively. My Holy Mother Divine palm has already reached the threshold. Why are you guys looking at me like that? The little monk shrank behind the red-robed high priest like a little mouse. High Priest Red God's eyes were unfocused, and his body trembled as he retreated step by step. Ma Li, who was filled with righteous indignation, immediately shut his mouth. With a frightened and vigilant expression, he staggered back to his team. Even the spectators around the battle platform, the 200 vassals and their armies, and even the Azure Imperial Court that was cheering for Qizong on E-Capital's side all fell silent, looking at Qizong in fear. Sai, since you've already said that, then let's consider this your win. Seeing that he was surrounded by his own people, Mali finally regained his courage to look Qizong in the eye and talk to him. Master Mali, you are too modest. Qizong returned the greeting in a daze. Qizong is so shameless. He threatened all of us in front of 100,000 people and still pretended to be innocent. Jahada, the zebra beside Mali, whispered. He's already so powerful, yet he's still so shameless. Qizong is terrifying. Emperor Chai of the Yellow Dynasty sighed. Although Mali and the 3 traitors were forced to admit defeat, the 200 vassals were too big. Some of the vassals at the back and the side did not see what happened clearly. They were only sure that Qizong had cheated and threatened the little monk Red God. Qizong is shameless. He used deception. This is a competition of prophecies. He can't use other methods. That made sense. The purpose of guessing was to test Qizong and Mali's prophecy abilities. Mali did not cheat. He used his true abilities to predict the item in the box. However, Qizong used his undetectable saint soul to enter the box to observe. This went against the original purpose of the prophecy competition. Qizong was a true honest monk. When he heard the vassal's accusations, his face flushed red. He could not speak. He could only place his right palm before his chest and bow repeatedly in apology. I did use a trick in this competition. It's really, walala. The vassals in front of him retreated in fear. Master Qizong, you're not wrong. This competition is guessing. Using the soul to peek at fate is also considered a skill. The dwarf could not stand it anymore. He jumped off the prime minister's chair and pulled down Qizong's right hand. He said loudly, both sides were indeed competing in prophecy. However, Yang Li could only guess the person and item in the box. He did not even predict that my master's saint soul could leave his body. He's an angel, everyone knows. He even performed the divine art of turning into an angel in front of countless believers on the platform of the great cathedral of Baylor. Unfortunately, Yang Li did not know such important information. What's there to boast about this kind of prophecy that is useless in the face of great things but effective in small games? The real prophecy is the interference of fate. The gods you believe in were killed by Qizong's master with a single palm strike. Countless of your fates were easily rewritten by him. He doesn't even know about it, nor does he care. You idiots traveled thousands of miles and hundreds of thousands of people to the outskirts of Barbarian City, but you completely ignored the other ghost that changed the fate of Barbarian City. At this moment, your prophecy is not worth a fart. When he said this, the entire place fell silent. Everyone was furious, but they had to admit that there was nothing wrong with the dwarf's words. Mali was the most powerful moon chanter in the Jujesnai Plains. He was also one of the most powerful prophets in the world. However, he could not predict the existence and movements of the other ghosts. Of course, it could not be said that his prophecy was completely useless. Under the premise that there was no interference from outsiders, he could predict the weather, natural disasters, the future of a country, the fate of a king. Yes, the premise was that no one interfered. If Qizong did not know how to leave his body with his saint soul, he would not have lost this match. The Dragon Queen gently plucked the strings of fate. The outcome of Mali's prophecy would be completely different from reality. The third person to take the stage, Lion Li, proposed to compete with Qizong in determination. Hence, Qizong chose to abstain from food and pray, which he was best at. On the 2 diagonal corners of the dueling platform were 2 oak pillars. They were 5 meters tall and as thick as a bull's mouth. The 2 masters stood on top of them in the posture of a golden rooster. If they were tired, they could change legs. However, they had to recite their respective churches' scriptures at all times. This time, no one cheated. Due to Qizong's shocking methods before the duel, Lion Li requested for both parties to swear a holy oath. Neither of them would use any tricks to interfere with the other, nor could they use any divine arts to enhance themselves. It was a true battle of wills. After a day and a night, 90% of the crowd around the dueling platform had left. Even Danny was bored. I didn't expect the evil god priest's meditation technique to be so good. Kueishi said, his name is Black Stone, a dark sorcerer. He walks barefoot in the eastern land of darkness all year round. I heard that he once spent 10 years measuring the limits of the land of darkness. When he returned, he was like a skeleton that crawled out of a grave. He was thin and dry, but his mental power was so condensed that it was almost tangible. He was the one with the most hope of becoming a demigod in the past 100 years. Alright, you might not feel anything about this at all. Sighing helplessly, the shadow-binding knight said, someone asked him what he saw in the dark world. He said that he saw infinity. After that, he started to believe in the Night Lion of Darkness. Even though he was in a high position and became the chief priest of the Night Lion, he still lived like an ascetic monk. Look, it's been a day and a night, but he's still so calm. I suspect that he can derive great pleasure from hunger, thirst, and fatigue. Sigh, such an outstanding person should have converted to the 7 gods. It's such a pity that he chose to be a thief. The Holy Mother Danny shook her head regretfully. You should pay more attention to this duel. Qizong is in danger. Kueishi said calmly. I noticed that you're not anxious at all? Danny asked curiously. Why should I be anxious? The shadow-binding knight sneered. I said that no one likes your investiture of the gods, including me. It's obvious that you should like it. Based on our old friendship, I won't mistreat you. Kueishi said helplessly, the idea of unifying the transcendent world is not realistic at all. Danny sighed. Do you think I care about Qizong's victory or defeat? If you don't care, will you help him cheat? You don't understand. The barbarian duel is more like a game to satisfy my bad taste. It's good if he wins, but if he doesn't, I'll accept this fate, Danny said with a strange expression. If you don't care, why did you create the hated investiture of the gods? Kueishi asked suspiciously. Kueishi, do you know one of your flaws? Danny asked. I'm not perfect. I have many flaws, Kueishi said casually. You're too petty. Kueishi couldn't be bothered anymore. She said angrily, how am I petty? Your vision has always been limited to one person, one family, one sect, one city, one country. You're used to only thinking about solving problems after you encounter them. For example, on the investiture of the gods, your vision only focuses on personal gains and losses. Have you never thought that barbarian lands really had other choices? If barbarian lands' transcendence didn't unite under me, would you be able to survive? Do you know why I don't care about the outcome of this duel? It's because the one who benefits the most from the outcome of the duel has never been me, but you, barbarians. If you're willing to submit to me obediently under Qizong's leadership, there's still a 30% chance of surviving this long night. If you continue to be hostile to Qizong and the investiture of the gods, I dare to guarantee that barbarian lands will be destroyed. Those who oppose the investiture of the gods will all die. Those who live to the next era will all be my people. The world will naturally be at my mercy. This is also the reason why the gods formed the Righteous Alliance. They aren't willing to sit and wait for death. Kueishi's expression changed several times. In the end, she remained silent. 3 days later, the duel was still going on, but there weren't many spectators left. Danny also retracted her consciousness and focused on the study of space-time law. Her main focus was still on spatial divine arts. Spatial talent was the polarity of Song of Wind. Therefore, she was actually cultivating Song of Wind. Cultivating Song of Fire was beneficial to saving the world. But before saving the world, she had to save herself first. At this point, Danny, who had gradually grasped the spatial polarity of wind, suddenly felt lucky about the choice she made back then. Door God's talent was very powerful. It would be very helpful to her in the early stages. But in the later stages, this talent would seem a little repetitive. This was because she was also cultivating Song of Wind. When she cultivated Song of Wind to the limit, she would also walk the same path as Door God, comprehending the spatial polarity of Song of Wind. On the other hand, after Blackie obtained Door God's talent, it finally turned from a poor student to an ordinary student in the upper middle class. Of course, everything had its pros and cons. Even if it could share Door God's talent with Dragon Spirit, comprehending its own spatial polarity would be a waste of time. And in the long night, the most precious thing was time. On the 7th day of the duel between 7 treasures and lion strength, Varus routinely prayed and accumulated divine power. Then he used divine power to train his summoning technique. As usual, because he couldn't control the domineering spatial power, he suffered a backlash from the divine arts. His head was in pain and he was bleeding from his 7 orifices. Just as he was about to end today's training and find how to treat his injuries, a circle of mysterious blue runes suddenly appeared on the table in front of him. A letter was in the center of the blue circle. I succeeded? Varus felt like he was in a dream. After touching the letter and confirming that it wasn't an illusion, he wiped the blood from his nose. With tears streaming down his face, he choked and said, "Finally, I've become a level 2 Grand Summoner. I can summon physical objects." Dani's spatial mastery had taken a big step forward. She had developed her own spatial divine arts. This is Dragon Queen's handwriting. This letter was summoned from Dragonstone Island? Varus hesitated for a moment before opening the letter. In the next moment his expression changed drastically. There was only a very simple content on the letter. Midsummer Islands have fallen. Millions of people have become ghouls. Chapter 1008. In the summer sea to the south of Westeros, west of Sosro's continent, there was a large group of rich islands, the Midsummer Islands. It could be simply understood as the southern islands of the Song of Ice and Fire world. In the past, almost everyone, including Dany, thought that the safest place in the long night was the Midsummer Islands. Because the Midsummer Islands were far away from Westeros and Essos, surrounded by the sea, unless the deviants swept the world, the tide of the living dead would not affect this peaceful island. Even after the Faceless Deviants incident, many sea merchants of Essos risked going out to sea. They were willing to take the risk of being lost in the dark sea to go to the Midsummer Islands of the Eternal Night Paradise. Now the people of the world were shocked. The Midsummer Islands, which were thought to be the safest, became the first island to fall. Other than those who left the port in time, there were very few survivors in the Midsummer Islands. The black-skinned Midsummer Islanders were almost wiped out. After the shock, everyone came to a realization. Deviants could not cross the sea, but faceless deviants could disguise themselves and go to any place that humans could reach by boat. Dragon Queen was feeling guilty for her carelessness when the second thunderstorm appeared in the barren land. It's over, it's all over. In the ruins of Valeglia, in the clean and new Dragon King Palace, Lalo covered his face with both hands, looking dispirited, unable to hide the despair in his heart. Are we being too smart this time? Lalo's current form was different from last time. Last time, it was the Shadow Devil Lalo with a bull head, snake body and scorpion tail. This time it was the lava giant whose body emitted light and heat. Night Lion shook his head and sighed. The decision to send spies to find the faceless deviants was not wrong, the only mistake was bad luck. Bad luck indeed. Red Bull Akuan mumbled. The second corpse ghost outbreak occurred in the Barren Land because Frost God's plan in the Barren Land was exposed. The arrow on the bow had to be shot. At this time, Seven Treasures and Lion God's meditation battle had already lasted for a month. Over the past month, the two of them had not eaten or drunk anything. They had been standing on one leg in the snowstorm that was 20 to 30 degrees below zero while chanting scriptures non-stop. The two of them did not violate their vows, nor did they use any divine arts to cheat. They relied on their willpower and the power of their souls to hold on. After a month of hard work, both of them were as thin as skeletons. The priestly robes that had been ironed perfectly a month ago now looked like a tattered flag hanging on a bamboo pole. However, they were still persevering. Their mental strength was stable and it seemed that they could still hold on for a long time. Whether it was the barbarians or the 200 dukes, they were all sincerely convinced by the two masters. They were both respectful and fearful. This wasn't a big deal. Even if the fighting continued for a month, greatly wasting the time the barbarians had to prepare for war, if they didn't fight, the 200 dukes wouldn't listen to Qizong's arrangements, they wouldn't form a united front against ghosts. Unfortunately, the Alliance of Justice and Order was also interested in the barbarian city's fights, so they arranged for the gods to gather information about the faceless deviant ghosts in the barbarian city. The Alliance of Justice and Order did not want to know the results of the battle. They had believers and they could also descend with their wills. No matter what method they used, they could immediately understand the situation of the battle. The spies' main purpose was to find out about Tyrion's situation. Qizong was outside the city, participating in the Diana battle. Wouldn't the dwarf's protective power be empty? Coincidentally, the god who was scouting for information about the dwarf accidentally encountered an army of ghouls outside the barbarian city. There were hundreds of thousands of ghouls. The barbarian city was currently in a gathering of 200 dukes. The Frost God was also preparing a big conspiracy in the barbarian city. He was quietly gathering the dead people in the barbarian city. Once the Bo family and the 200 rebellious dukes fell out, the millions of living dead would rush over like a flood, killing the living and reviving the dead. There was an 80% chance that they could wipe out the human forces in the barbarian city in one fell swoop. The Frost God's plan was very vicious, but also very feasible. As long as the million ghouls ambush was completed, the barbarian city would definitely fall if the humans didn't die out. However, in order to hide their tracks, the spies of the Alliance of Justice and Order specifically chose a hidden route. Then they encountered the ghouls who were hiding their tracks. What should they do if they encountered them? The Frost God had no choice but to act personally. A strand of his will descended on the faceless deviant ghosts, capturing 4 of the 5 spies in one fell swoop. The remaining one flew quickly and escaped. What should they do if they escaped? The Frost God could only act in advance. Hundreds of thousands of ghouls poured down from the 9 heavens like an avalanche. After 8,000 years, the barbarians once again saw deviant ghosts, and they were once again taken away in one wave. The Dragon Queen was actually right. We are wasting our own hope of survival. We should have signed the investiture of the gods earlier and established a united front against the ghosts. Seeing the camp of the 200 dukes outside the city being drowned by the tide of living dead, Kueishi on the city wall felt his limbs go cold, unable to speak. Stop fighting. Grandmaster Qizong, save my life. The deviant ghosts are coming. Bo Tianzi's old face twisted as he shouted himself hoarse. However, even though he shouted himself hoarse, Qizong ignored him. That was because the great god lion strength was still standing on the pillar opposite him. The corpse tide had already drowned the battle platform. The ghouls had even piled up into a mountain of human flesh below the oak pillar, but the 2 of them were still fighting. However, Qizong's victory was already in sight. As the chanting of sutras became louder, a golden ball of holy light spread out from his body. The ghouls near the halo all howled in pain as if they were being roasted. There were no ghouls below him, but a pile of flesh gradually piled up below Great God Lion's strength. I've lost, Great God Lion's strength said with a hoarse voice. Thank you for letting me win, Grandmaster Heisher. Qizong immediately leapt into the air. The entire barbarian capital seemed to tremble a few times under the great mighty heavenly dragon chant. Raise fire and burn the heavens. Qizong's entire body was covered in a layer of flames. He charged left and right amidst the ghouls like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus Rex. Deviant ghosts and ghouls, as long as they were hit by him, they would immediately burn into matchsticks. Wherever he passed, a long trail of flames would be left behind in the snow. It's all thanks to Qizong this time. Otherwise, barbarian capital would have fallen, and the 200 dukes would have been wiped out. Barbarian land would really be finished. Lai Yen Lalo sighed. You're saying it as if we didn't do anything, Pale Holy Child said in displeasure. As long as we're willing to do something, protecting the main cities of barbarian land is not a problem. However, what should we do next? Lai Yen Lalo said hesitantly, why don't we transfer a few powerful deities from the Alliance to oversee barbarian land? We're not going to ambush Danny Lilith? The more dangerous the situation is, the more anxious she will be. The more anxious she is, the more likely she will come to Yanhai, Night Lion said solemnly. But I'm anxious too. Lai Yen Lalo said anxiously, this long night is different from the past. I have a bad feeling that Frost God might be going all out in the World Pendant this time. He's going all out. He wasn't this active the previous few times, allowing Deviant Ghost King and Savior to do whatever they wanted. He wasn't as smart as this time, not willing to let go of any flaws that humans reveal. Frost God is serious, he said solemnly. Don't forget your identity, Lalo. You're no longer Savior, Red Bull Akuin mocked. Saving the world is Danny Lilith's matter. It has nothing to do with you. We're now the Alliance of Justice and Order. The Alliance of Justice and Order's only goal is to get rid of Danny Lilith. After dealing with her, you can play the Savior game as much as you want. We'll also applaud you from the side. Idiot, not every long night is destined to end. Lalo's eyes were full of disdain. He said coldly, if we're too optimistic, the worst thing will happen. How bad can it be? It's nothing more than returning to darkness and coldness. Red Bull Akuin shrugged and said disapprovingly, we have at least 20 gods here from that era, including you, Lalo. There's no white heifer in the dark world, a god of darkness laughed. Akuin was conflicted. A world without the white heifer is indeed unbearable. Night Lion said, Lalo, change into the shadow demon form. Lalo hesitated. You're too radical now. Your brain is muddled. Night Lion frowned. Lalo sighed. With a bang he exploded into a ball of red flames with black smoke. There was a shadow under the flames. The flames gradually extinguished and the shadow grew bigger. Finally the flames disappeared, and a tall demon with a bull's head, snake's body, and scorpion's tail appeared on the throne. It was the shadow demon Lalo. I miss that dark, cold, and ancient era. Let the savior meet the deviant ghosts. Let the frost god do whatever he wants. We'll just wait here for that bitch Danny rise. After changing into the shadow demon form, Lalo no longer felt a sense of urgency and responsibility towards the long night. That's more like it. Akun laughed. The Light King only became the savior once, and his brain was already affected by the world will. Night Lion said coldly, I let the shadow demon out because the flame demon is too impulsive. But his thoughts are not wrong. We have to do something. We can't let the deviant ghosts continue to wreak havoc in barren land. It's not to save the world but to save ourselves. How are we in danger? Red Bull was confused. Idiot. Army God Bakran mocked. When the deviant ghosts become the main character of the next era, the frost god will be the king of all gods. We have to bow down to him. Don't you understand this? Akuan's eyes widened. He had an awkward expression. I really neglected the frost god. You're right. We can't let that outsider take advantage of us. Then he had an idea. He laughed sinisterly. Why don't I go to barren land and become the savior? While attacking the frost god and stabilizing the situation, I can also become brothers with Qizong, the savior of the world, and become sworn brothers. Then, through Qizong I can get in touch with Danny Rise and then, hee. Pale Holy Child's eyes lit up. He praised, Akuan, you're really good at eating brains. Night Lion and the Dark Demon Gods also looked at Red Bull Akuan with admiration. Not a bad plan. Unfortunately, I heard it all. A bone chilling will spread from outside the hall. The gods' expressions changed drastically. They stood up in unison. Their god power surged and all kinds of powerful witchcraft were ready to be unleashed. Don't be nervous. I'm the only one here. Cold mist flowed into the Dragon King's hall with the wind. In the pale white mist, there was a pair of blue eyes that resembled flashlights. As it approached the gods, the mist quickly disappeared like cotton in fire. It revealed the butterfly spirit in the mist. The woman's body had a pair of icy blue butterfly wings with strange patterns. There was also a pair of pink and cute fleshy feelers on her forehead. This was supposed to be a beautiful butterfly fairy. However, her skin was very strange. It was like an African with albinism. It also looked like a poor quality foundation was applied on her black skin. It was powder made from ice shards. Nas, you're not dead. But your statues have cracked. Your believers have lost their divine arts and have lost their sense of you. What's going on? Have you become a god spirit ghoul? Night Lion gulped and spoke with difficulty. I'm dead, but I'm alive again. My almighty Lord sang the song of ice and converted all my god power and divinity into the powerful ice attribute. Then he sang the song of death and I returned from my slumber. I've returned. I'm no longer who I was in the past. Believers and temples are meaningless. Butterfly spirit flapped her wings. Ice shards with a faint blue glow fell and surrounded her body. It was very beautiful. Meaningless. The gods' expressions were unpleasant. I'm afraid this world is meaningless to you? What are you doing here? The world is more meaningful to me now. I'm working hard to build a new world. It's a pity that I'm alone and need your help. The butterfly sprite laughed. Chapter 1009. Did Frost God send you here? How did he know we were in Valeglia? Lalo asked nervously. Isn't that nonsense? Don't you know what happened to Flying Fish after seeing me? Butterfly Fairy laughed. The gods were silent. That day they sent out a total of 10 gods to inquire about the faceless deviant ghosts. 5 of them went to the western continent of Ursus. The other 5 were supposed to be scattered in the cities of the Jade Sea, but they accidentally encountered Frost God's army. Other than the god with the fastest flying speed who escaped, the remaining 4, including Butterfly Fairy and Flying Fish, were all killed by Frost God. The Alliance of Justice and Order thought that they were completely annihilated. Now it seemed that Frost God had subdued them. And Flying Fish happened to know the Alliance's arrangement in the Smoke Sea. Fuck. Akuan cursed in a low voice. I told you, it's better to arrange fewer spies than to send out the gods in the Smoke Sea. You didn't listen. Now the plan is exposed. Sending a few more spies is also to figure out the deviant ghost's movements earlier. This arrangement was not wrong, but we were too unlucky to encounter Frost God. Night Lion's expression was ugly as he stared coldly at Butterfly Fairy. Why didn't that bastard go to the Westeros to torment Dany Lilith? Why did he come to the barren land to make trouble? The land of the sunset is his only entrance into the world. In the city of Ursus and the Far East barren land, he can only put a hand and half a head through the cracks. What's the use of his will descending? The alliance of justice and order was very strict. All the gods who prepared to ambush Dragon Queen had to stay in the ruins of Valeglia. Except for the big bosses, the other gods were not allowed to go out. The investigation work was supposed to be left to the peripheral members of the Alliance of Justice and Order. They didn't know about the ambush circle in the Smoke Sea, such as Butterfly Fairy. However, Jianghu had killed too many evil gods, and there were not enough gods who were fast, good at investigation and hiding. As a last resort, the Alliance of Justice and Order went to Nass Island and caught the god of harmony who was hiding in winter. Even if they were to recruit strong men and force neutral gods to join the alliance, there was still a lack of manpower in the investigation work. Left with no other choice, the few big bosses of the Alliance of Justice and Order could only risk releasing a few powerful heavenly gods who were on an ambush mission. And then they were defeated. The butterfly elf said, "It's the same as you forming the Justice Alliance. Unfortunately, the Dragon Queen is strong and can't be defeated. His Majesty the Supreme God is blocked in the Westeros, so he can only change his strategy. First take the 4 remote places, and then gather the forces of the 4 sides to encircle and suppress the center." Supreme God. The pale holy child spat. That is, God is truly shameless. When the long night is eternal, His Majesty the Frost God will be the Supreme God. You should work hard to get used to his supreme identity, the butterfly sprite said with a smile. Don't talk nonsense. The long night won't last forever. Cold God wants to use the same trick again, but that depends on whether the gods agree or not, Night Lion said coldly. The butterfly sprite smiled faintly and said, "In the last long night, you couldn't stop His Majesty the Supreme God. This long night is even fiercer, but you wasted all your energy on the savior Dany Rise. When 2 tigers fight, how can you have the power to interfere with us?" Night Lion and the other big bosses were hit where it hurt, and their expressions became even worse. The last long night, the situation in the Westeros was somewhat similar to the current situation. Cold God could not break through the defense of the Door God and the Three-Eyed Crow at all. He could not even take a step into the World Gate. In the past many world pendants, Cold God wanted to enter this world, but he could not do it. The world pendant had happened many times, and every time it fell, it would cause the sun to be extinguished. Just like how the 3rd floor street lamp could only illuminate the 3rd floor walkway, when the floor fell, the 3rd floor became the height of the 2nd floor, and it could not receive the illumination of the 3rd floor street lamp. They had to change the lamp. Of course, the sun was not only used for illumination. It was also like a Kongming lantern that had an upward pull on the world. Just like the Kongming lantern, its pulling effect was too poor. Instead, it would be crushed by the falling force of the world. This was the root cause of the extinguishment and rebirth of the sun. Unless one day, Dany could ignite a huge hydrogen balloon and use the initial flame as fuel, it would produce the power to drag the entire world. As long as the hydrogen balloon was big enough, it could even bring the world up and enter a higher floor. Well, ascension was too far away and the world was still falling. However, the early long nights were different from the current ones. To be more direct, the long nights at that time had Cold God, but there were no deviant ghosts. Moreover, Cold God had always been blocked outside the door. The long nights brought Cold God, not Cold God brought the long nights. Every time the world pendant happened, Cold God would come to knock on the door. He was like a hard-working and simple renovation master, hoping to enter the world and use the falling force of the world as a raw material to modify the warm sunny world into an ice era. The Three-Eyed Crow was the gatekeeper, and Door God was the community's security captain. They each kicked Cold God, who had come to do free renovation, away and shouted, "Get lost. If you dare to come again, we'll beat you up every time we see you." Countless years had passed, and the old house of the Song of Ice and Fire had become more and more dilapidated. Wind was leaking everywhere, and because of the collapse of the roof, many owners who were holding up the pillars were killed. Some of the owners were afraid of death and had been hiding in the basement. Door God frowned. He squatted at the gate and finished smoking. After he put out the last cigarette, he stood up and waved at the renovation worker who was hiding behind a pile of snow and peeking at him and the dilapidated community behind him. I want to ask, is your renovation really effective? Seeing this, the renovation worker was overjoyed. He ran over, took out his iPad, opened the PowerPoint, and eloquently sold his renovation plan to Door God, as well as the bright future that the new renovation would bring to the community. On one hand, Door God felt that the renovation worker who was doing the PowerPoint was unreliable, but on the other hand, he had no choice but to do so. Half of Door God stayed in the community and continued to be the community's security captain, while the other half formed a team with the renovation worker. The latter was then upgraded to a more powerful contractor. Even though only half of Door God stayed in the community, the contractor still couldn't get through the gate. However, with the other half of Door God's help, the contractor could easily find loopholes in the broken wall and interfere with the community's internal affairs. One day the contractor came up with a good idea. He used the loopholes in the wall to lure a group of community members into becoming loafers. The loafers caused trouble in the community, and the security captain was too tired to deal with them, so the contractor broke into the community. That was what happened during the last long night. At that time, Door God's strength was weak, but he hadn't died yet. Cold God had set the world's first empire, the Kingdom of Dawn, as his primary target. The prince of the Kingdom of Dawn got a piece of black stone that fell from the sky. From it, he realized a set of peerless divine arts, and trained himself into a cold and bloodthirsty devil. He first usurped his sister's throne, then directed a bloody chaos that affected the land. Only then did the long night reach its climax. Now, Dragon Queen had inherited the position of Door God's security captain. She did a good job and left several footprints on the contractor's face. In desperation, the contractor could only repeat the same trick. The reason why I repeated the same trick is because this strategy can't be cracked and it works every time. When the land falls and the corpse tide appears all over the world, what can Danny and Reese do? The door of the Westeros will be opened. This time, the Supreme Cold God will come to this world in its entirety. With all his power, he will be unrivaled and unstoppable, the butterfly fairy said with a fanatical expression. You are a butterfly fairy, the night lion reminded. You naturally desire dew, morning sun, and nectar. The world of ice is purgatory for you. The excitement on the butterfly fairy's powdered black face disappeared. She looked at him with resentment and said, Do I have a choice? My nature is tranquil. I guard a small Nass Island and live a small life that stands aloof from worldly affairs. You came to Nass Island and forced me to join the Justice Alliance. If I dare to disobey, I will be beheaded without mercy. It's just because I fly fast and have the help of the butterfly envoys to spread out and gather information. Even Danny and Reese are not as arrogant as you. She has my believers under her and has long known that there is a god on Nass Island. After the Justice Alliance was formed, I asked the people of Nass to pray to me and discuss the possibility of forming an alliance. I didn't want to participate in your affairs, so I didn't respond to those believers. When Danny and Reese understood what I meant, they never bothered me again. What about you? You are not even as good as her evil king. The weak are prey to the strong. You are not qualified to resist my orders, the night lion said coldly. The weak are prey to the strong. You are not qualified to resist my lord's orders, the butterfly fairy said sarcastically. What does Frost God want to do? Lalo asked solemnly. The butterfly fairy spread her wings. Her figure was graceful and light. Blue ice crystals surrounded her body like stardust. She turned around and asked with a smile, How am I now? No horns and no scales. Your skin looks like it has psoriasis. It's very ugly, Lalo said honestly. The butterfly fairy touched the ice powder on her face and shook her head. I'm not talking about your appearance. Gods don't care about appearances. You seem to have become a mutant ghost god? The night lion frowned. Your strength has also become stronger, Red Bull said solemnly. The butterfly fairy nodded and said, My supreme lord used the cold power of the void to transform my body from the inside out, from my soul to my body. She was originally a black girl with colorful butterfly wings. Her skin was darker than carbon and her eyes were golden. She was a proper Nass person when she folded her wings. Or rather, the Nass person was her descendant. In the last era of the descendants of God, she, like many gods, had established a kingdom with her bloodline as the main body on Nass Island. Now, the butterfly fairy's golden pupils had turned icy blue. Her skin was as pale as a mutant ghost, but it was not completely white. She looked like she had vitiligo or like a black person who had applied pearl powder on her face, but what fell were ice shards. When the supreme god's power entered my body, that feeling. The butterfly fairy looked intoxicated, like a drug addict who had gotten too high. I experienced a fullness and satisfaction that I've never experienced before. My heart has never been as calm and steady as it is now. I saw an extraordinary world. Our world is very big, but it's just a wave in the boundless void. Compared to the cold and void of the outer realm, the bright and lively world is so short and insignificant. Pausing for a moment, he scanned the gods. You are all very powerful, but I swear, compared to my almighty Lord who fills the void with his divine power, your combined power is like a snowflake on a vast snowfield. If we're only equivalent to a snowflake, why would the frost god send you to be a lobbyist? Lalo said coldly. You've all felt my current power. The butterfly fairy smiled. The ice was like a spider web, quickly climbing onto the surrounding black stone throne and floor. Twisting off your head is no harder than killing a chicken. Night Lion snorted coldly. His right eye turned from black to white. Scorching sunlight filled the entire hall, and the ice and snow suddenly disappeared. The butterfly fairy staggered back a few steps and forced a smile. Your Majesty, Night Lion has misunderstood. I have no intention of provoking you. It's just that I was once like an ant. Now, after receiving the Supreme God's transformation, I've immediately become a chicken. Isn't anyone tempted by such a transformation in the nature of life? Now you're just snowflakes. After the transformation, the gods will... Come on. Bakran interrupted Nas impatiently. We're not stupid. Instead of being free gods, why do we have to be dogs for the frost god? Could it be that his head is bigger than Danny Lissy's? Yes, my lord's head is as grand as the universe. He can crush Danny Lissy's little head with one finger, the butterfly fairy said seriously. Chapter 10:10. 2 years after the long night, the north wind was still howling, but it was much weaker than before. The snow had long stopped because the entire sky was dry and cold. There were no more clouds dropping water vapor. All the rivers in the world were frozen. The Blackwater River, the Mander River, the Trident River, the Honey River, and the Green Blood River in the Westeros were all frozen. The Rhone River in the Ursos continent was also frozen at its source. One day in the future, the human world would have the same temperature as the Great Wall. The north wind would stop completely, and there would be no more sound in the natural world. It would be as quiet as a tomb. In this dark and cold world, Denzel felt like he was a living corpse in a tomb. He had just brought back a basket of tree root bark from outside the city and had missed lunch. He huddled by the fire and numbly gnawed on the hard bread made of tree root flour and bran. As the flames flickered, he seemed to be hearing things. In his daze, the voice of old Nan from the harvest hall rang out. People grow up in the cold and die in the cold. They never see the arrival of spring. The king in the castle is no different from the lowest servant. They all freeze to death in the long winter. Mothers kill their children so that they will not be born to suffer. They cry loudly, but their tears freeze on their cheeks. Daddy? His daughter's cat-like cries woke him up from his trance. Denzel looked around him. His sickly father-in-law, his daughter who looked like a stick of reed, and his emaciated wife who had half her chest exposed. Her expression was dull as she allowed her infant to cry. Am I still in a dream? I should be. Otherwise, why would the scene in front of me be exactly the same as in old Nan's story? He mumbled blankly. I'm dreaming. Old Nan's story is too scary. I have nightmares. I can't sleep well. If I doze off while plowing the fields tomorrow, I'll be scolded by the Count. Daddy? His daughter tugged at his sleeve pitifully. Denzel screamed. He was so shocked that the bread in his hand fell out. His daughter looked at the black and dry bread and gulped. However, she still picked it up sensibly and handed it to her father. Brother is crying, the 9-year-old Dina said softly. There's no milk. Hannah eats tree bark flour every day. There's no milk to feed the child. His father-in-law turned over in the tattered sheepskin bedding and sighed. He was only 50 years old, but he looked like he had lived for 150 years. Once upon a time, his father-in-law's loud voice could make him tremble with fear even from 10 acres away. Now his voice was so weak that it could not alarm the sparrows on the threshing floor, if there were any sparrows left. Denzel was now fully awake. He did not have nightmares. Instead, he lived in a real world that was even more terrifying than nightmares Pentos under the long night. Denzel hastily ran to the outer room and retrieved a large earthen jar from the square table. He threw his black bread into the jar and hesitated for a moment. Then he bent down and retrieved a bronze key from the 7th floor tile in the southwest corner of the room. He crawled under the square table and uncovered the 8 floor tiles in the center. A window-sized oak door appeared in front of him. He unlocked it with a key, revealing a dark hole under the door. The sallow and emaciated middle-aged man quietly came to the door of the central room and peeked into the courtyard through the crack of the door. It looked like a courtyard house, but the courtyard was long and narrow. There were long rows of houses on both sides and dozens of families lived there. To be able to live in such a house, one must be above the middle class in Pentos. At least the house belonged to him completely. Most of the freedmen either relied on renting the houses of the princes of trade to survive or were burdened with mortgages that they would never be able to repay in their lifetime. At that moment, the courtyard was dark. The snow had been shoveled away, leaving the ground and sky dark. Only the top of the low chimney of the brick bed and the fireplace could be vaguely seen. Black smoke with tiny sparks rose from it. Without the starving refugees staring at his house, Denzel heaved a sigh of relief. He returned to the square table and burrowed into the dark hole like a groundhog. After about 10 minutes he crawled out again. His hands, which were covered in yellow mud, were holding something. In his left hand was a shriveled apple and a frozen turnip. In his right hand was a piece of black-red smoked meat the size of a cell phone. He carefully washed the turnip, apple and smoked meat, cut them into pieces and placed them into the earthen jar. He filled it with water and carried it into the bedroom. 2 years after the sun went out, the brick bed that Dragon Queen had invented gradually became a standard feature of the surviving families. Everyone was already used to sleeping in a shared bed as a family. If conditions permitted, they would even build a fireplace next to the fire pit. The warmer the house, the slower the hunger. It's not dinner time yet. If we eat now, we'll still be hungry at night, the father-in-law mumbled. Let's eat one more meal today. Eat 3 meals to nourish Hannah's body. Denzel hung the earthen jar on the fireplace before walking to his wife and daughter. He split the remaining apple core into 2 and gave one half to his daughter while stuffing the other half into his wife's mouth. An apple? The little girl Dina was pleasantly surprised. She carefully placed it in her mouth. You went to the cellar to get food again? The middle-aged woman Hannah was a little angry. We have tree root noodles now. Although it tastes terrible, it's not like we can't survive. Those fruits are one less fruit after another. We have to leave some for Jamie. Denzel looked at the baby boy in the swaddling clothes and frowned. He's only 6 months old. His teeth aren't even fully grown yet. We'll eat it when he grows up, when he gets married and when he's a child, his wife said. Denzel was speechless. You're thinking too far ahead. The long night will last for a generation. Perhaps Jamie will never see summer in his lifetime. But at least let him have a taste of the fruits of summer, the woman said sadly. The Dragon Queen only needs 10 years to end the long night. Now that 2 years have passed, there are only 8 years left. How old will Jamie be 8 years later? He'll definitely see summer, Denzel said. The Red God Priestess said that the 7 gods were lying, Hannah said. I believe the Queen's words. Our family is where we are today because of the Queen's grace, Denzel said. Yes, Danny had met him once when she rode the dragon to the Lone River in search of the earth and steel statue. However, Danny had never interacted with him personally. The one who had given him grace was John Clinton. The Red God Priestess isn't the only one who said that. The priests of the other temples also said that. Hannah's expression was hesitant. If the Dragon Queen refuses to comply with the will of heaven, the long night will never end. Slap. Before she could finish her sentence, she was slapped on the face. Denzel said angrily, I've said it many times. This is a rumor purposely spread by the evil gods. Those filthy Justice League, Denzel. The old father-in-law lifted the tattered sheepskin mattress and stood up to reprimand him. Watch your words. Do you think you can slander the gods? And Hannah, you clearly know that Denzel is the leader of the beggar army, Poor People's Assembly, but you still dare to speak ill of the Dragon Queen in front of him. The old father-in-law wasn't angry because his daughter was slapped. After the son-in-law received a few gold royals from the Queen's knight, he had the right to hit his wife in front of his father-in-law. He was worried that his son-in-law would offend the gods. This wasn't a groundless worry. If you scolded the Justice League and your neighbor heard it, the neighbor would casually tell the priest of any temple. Usually, that temple belonged to the Justice League. Today, 2 years after the long night, especially the demon riot tragedy that happened in Reese a year ago, it shocked the entire world. The gods and mortals were closer than ever before. I'm sorry, Denzel sighed and stroked his wife's red and swollen cheek. He said, "You can't read, but you've heard people talk about the secret records of the gods. You shouldn't be so ignorant." Hannah turned her head angrily and avoided her husband's right hand. She said coldly, "The secret records is a forbidden book compiled by the scholars. The words in it can't be trusted. The more the gods listed it as a forbidden book, the more it proves." After hesitating for a moment, he didn't say anything taboo in the end. He only said, "It doesn't matter who's right. It only matters who's done more. If it wasn't for the Church of the Seven Gods, Pentos would have fallen like the Midsummer Islands and the cities of the Jade Sea. Even if you don't know about the Midsummer Islands and the cities of the Jade Sea, you should know about the neighboring Koer, right? They claimed that they were protected by the gods and didn't allow the Church of the Seven Gods to enter the city. In the end, the city of more than 300,000 people, plus the millions of people in the surrounding cities, were all drowned in the tide of corpses. In the face of a mere 100,000 corpses, Koer, which was protected by the gods, couldn't even hold on for a day. Before the city fell, Prince Koer had nowhere to go and no one to ask for help. He shamelessly sent a message to the Holy Church of Pentos. "I was in the Holy Church at that time, listening to Bishop Hagen's preaching. I saw with my own eyes, Prince Koer and hundreds of other nobles crawling on the ground like dogs in the candlelight. They begged the bishop to send a message to Dragonstone Island while crying, 'The gods are useless. The gods couldn't even withstand a single wave of the descending gods. The gods are immoral.' When they saw that the situation was bad, they ran away immediately, completely ignoring the lives of the millions of people in the city. Unfortunately, it was too late to ask for help at that time. It's bad enough that Koer fell, but Pentos is just next door." Denzel sighed and shook his head with a frown. "A mere 100,000. Isn't 100,000 corpses scary enough?" Hannah muttered. 100,000 living dead in Westeros can only raise the danger index of a city from green to pink. Only 1,000,000 corpses will trigger a red alert, Denzel said proudly and bitterly. He was a Westeros. After he grew up, he settled down on the other side of the narrow sea. Before the faceless deviant ghost outbreak, he was glad that he was far away from home. Now, he hated that he couldn't go back to the Seven Nations where the danger index was all green. Gurgle gurgle. As the couple spoke, the broth in the pot started to boil. His father-in-law wrinkled his nose and said in surprise, "There's still bacon and turnips?" "Hannah's milk has dried up." Denzel was even more bitter. Hannah's expression changed. She pointed at the 3 wrist-sized vents in the corner and said anxiously, "Quick, block the vents. Don't let the aroma spread to the yard." Her father-in-law hurriedly got off the bed and found 3 pairs of worn-out socks to block the vents. Half a month ago, someone on Sheeman Street forgot to close the windows while cooking meat at night. As a result, the residents in the nearby streets started to riot. We thought that the family had a lot of food. Who knew that after hundreds of rioters rushed into their house, they only found half-cooked children in the pot? Hannah said softly, "If you really have the heart to eat your own children, why don't you join the volunteer corps and go outside the city to catch corpses?" "Corpses can be eaten too," Denzel said disdainfully. "But corpses eat people too," Hannah said with a trembling voice. "The ones that eat people are deviant ghosts." Her father-in-law looked at the steaming pot and gulped. He said, "After we finish the broth, make a pot of pine needle tea to suppress the taste of meat in your mouth. Also, remember not to burp in front of outsiders. Don't poop outside for the next 2 days. We can't let people know that we've eaten meat." Chapter 10-11. It's all thanks to the gold royals that Lord Knight gave Denzel. It's also thanks to Denzel's trust in the Dragon Queen that he stocked up on a large amount of food before the long night arrived. How could there be so many? Denzel shook his head. If we had known that the eternal night was real, we wouldn't have spent 3 gold royals to buy this house. Now that the property prices have plummeted, we've suffered a huge loss. Woo woo woo. Suddenly, a deep bugle call came from outside the house. 3 times. The 2 men looked at each other in shock. Deviant ghosts are attacking the city. The sound of the bugle horn became more urgent, and the urgent shouts of the soldiers could be heard on the streets. "Quick, let's eat. The 3 of us have joined the church's armed forces. We'll most likely have to participate in the defense of the city," the old man said urgently. "If I have a full stomach, I can at least be a full ghoul." His father-in-law was right. In less than half an hour, there were city guards shouting along the street, "Deviant ghosts are attacking. Adult men without a church background report to the city wall guards." Those with a church background, report to the church you are affiliated with. The rest of the elderly, women and children, go to the shelter arranged by the church. The old father-in-law burped and immediately shut his mouth, swallowing the smell of meat. He quickly grabbed a handful of pine needles and stuffed them into his mouth. As he chewed, he asked his son-in-law, "What should we do now? Our family has joined 3 different religions. Who will the children go with? Something's not right. I'm afraid this isn't a small fight." Denzel was also chewing on pine needles with a tinge of green in them. With a solemn expression, he said, "Why don't you bring Dina and Jamie to the great cathedral?" Hannah frowned and said, "I joined the Red God Church and my father joined the Church of Earth and Sea. We get 1 kilogram of bran noodles from the church every week. If we don't go to the roll call today, I'm afraid that it will be difficult for us to get any relief food in the future." Although Crocodile God was dead, his church still existed. As the guardian of the city of Pentos for many years, the Church of Earth and Sea was the wealthiest church. Moreover, although the Crocodile God had died, another evil god soon imitated the Dragon Queen's story and contacted the royal family of the Church of Earth and Ocean. The 2 sides made peace and reached a win-win agreement. The royal family allowed the evil god to take over the Crocodile God's nest, and the evil god protected the royal family. The reason why Denzel and his family had joined different churches was not entirely because they wanted to receive more relief rations. The Red God was the mainstream religion of the trading city-state. Denzel's deceased mother-in-law had always believed in the Red God. Later on, Hannah also joined the Red God Church. His father-in-law belonged to the old school of Pentos. He believed in the local god, the god of earth and sea. As for Denzel, he was born in the Stormlands and had always served a noble like Selmy who was a devout believer of the 7 gods. Naturally, he had also been a believer of the 7 gods since he was young. When 7 Treasures built the Holy Church in Pentos, Denzel was the first believer who went to pray. He even refused Varys's bounty and volunteered to be a member of the 50-cent party. He roped in a group of Undul's neighbors to support the newly opened Holy Church. Later on, when Chizong left Pentos, he personally baptized Denzel and converted him into a Star Warrior. Star Warrior is the official title of the Poor People's Gathering and the Beggar Army. Only those with local residences and registered church membership could receive a small amount of relief food from the church. However, the followers of the 7 Gods Church could not receive the relief food. As the Holy Church was newly established, they could not store food in advance, nor did they have the means to purchase food. In fact, Pope Danny had once issued a decree forbidding the church from purchasing food from the people. Of course, the Church of the 7 Gods had their own ways to feed their believers. The monks would learn from Slave Bay and organize believers to engage in a long night of production. They would go outside the city to gather firewood, pluck tree roots, pluck tree leaves, and summon small sons to fish in the sea. This morning, Denzel joined the beggar army and went outside the city to peel tree bark. He only returned home at 2 in the afternoon. Compared to other families, Denzel's family was already considered to be in the upper middle class. However, once they gave up on the church's relief food for his father-in-law and wife, their living standards would definitely drop by a level. "Don't worry. The Red God will protect me," Hannah said as she looked at her husband who was struggling. "Child?" Denzel gritted his teeth and took the baby boy from his wife's arms. He said, "Dina will take care of Jamie. Follow me to the Holy Church. Even if Pentos falls, the other ghosts won't be able to enter the place of glory of the 7 gods." Hannah still wanted to argue, but her father-in-law held her back and whispered, "We don't know about the gods, but there's one thing we're certain of: the Holy Mother is the strongest god. She far surpasses the Light King." Lalo formed an alliance with the gods to deal with the Dragon Queen. However, the Dragon Queen is only one of the Holy Mother's believers, the old man said wisely. Hannah was convinced. She looked at the swaddling clothes reluctantly and began to put on a patched light yellow robe. In the Red God Temple, only great monks who could represent the Red God and possessed extraordinary talent were considered red-robed monks. The Red God's priest apprentices were dressed in orange robes. The yellow-robed monks were the temple attendants, while the orange-robed and red-robed monks were the servants. However, the yellow-robed monks were considered to be part of an institution. They were official workers and had an iron rice bowl. The employees of the institution were much stronger than the wild monks. Denzel also put on a tattered leather armor and the gray linen robe of the beggar army. When he walked out of the house, he realized that the streets were already brightly lit. All the torches and braziers in the city were lit. It was as if they wanted to use these sparks to scare the monsters of the cold and darkness. Passing through the chaotic crowd, Denzel carried his son with his left hand and his daughter with his right. After many twists and turns, he quickly arrived at the holy church in the center of the city. Seeing the tower of light shining from the dome of the holy church, he, like everyone else, heaved a sigh of relief. He slowed down and no longer panicked. His daughter carried her brother and walked into the basement in the backyard of the holy church with a group of old women and children. Denzel took the iron sword and the dragon crystal spear and went to find Archbishop Hagen. He would be the Archbishop's bodyguard. Yes, Denzel had a good political background and a good resume. He served the Dragon Queen in Qizong. He was trusted by the current Archbishop. In Pentos, many atonement scrolls were given out, but there were not many true believers of the seven gods. There were 200 warriors' sons and 500 beggar army members. Among the warriors' sons, there were 30 Westeros, 10 church paladins and 20 volunteer knights. They were all elites. Archbishop Hagen, the prince hopes that you can guard the east gate and defend against the zombies coming from Valeglia Avenue. Soon, the palace guard rushed to the holy church and handed the archbishop a letter of appointment. The deviant ghosts are coming from the east. A paladin frowned. The guard smiled awkwardly and approached Monk Hagen. He whispered, "Please forgive us, Archbishop. The princes know that the east gate is the most dangerous, but you are the strongest in Pentos. Including the beggar army members, we only have 700 people." Hagen sighed. The guard came from a branch of the royal family, so he knew some secrets that only the higher-ups knew. He smiled bitterly and said, "The Church of the Seven Gods has you, 10 priests, 10 paladins, and a total of 21 transcendents. You are much stronger than the other churches." Transcendents? Hagen's mouth twitched. "You flatter me." He did not expect that a level 2 priest of the great cathedral of Baylor would become in transcendence one day. Moreover, other than him, the paladins and priests of the great cathedral of Pentos were only level 1. They were peripheral characters in the Curia. The guard said in awe, "You are too humble." In the past year, half of the transcendence gatherings in Pentos were hosted by priest Neymar under your command. Only the strongest transcendents are qualified to host the transcendence gatherings. Everyone knows that. Back then, when the Dragon Queen wanted to attend the transcendence gatherings, she was rejected. Today, her underling's underling became a transcendence boss and began to host the transcendence gatherings. The transcendence gatherings were not a competition of fame, and it was impossible to become a master with just one receive hair. It was a competition of magic power and transcendence knowledge. It was a comprehensive competition, so Mr. Nangwa and Ma Baogwa could not take advantage of it. Hagen glanced at the white-robed priest Neymar, who had a solemn expression. That guy's priest level was not high, but he was a doctor in his early years. He was one of the doctors of the Naked Street. Because he was a rare believer of the seven gods, he was kept in the great cathedral by the sparrow to repent and atone for his sins. Later he became a priest. Because of his rich transcendence knowledge, he was arranged by the archbishop to go to Pentos to make a name for himself. Now it seemed that the effect was not bad. However, Hagen hoped that Neymar could rope in a group of transcendents to convert to the seven gods. The transcendence priest was stronger. Half of the 10 priests under his command came from the Dragon Queen's Royal Mage Regiment. Those guys were all old foxes who were familiar with the affairs of the trading city-states, so they were sent to Pentos. However, there was still some estrangement between the Transcendence priests and the native Westeros priests. The Transcendence priests knew the details of the Holy Mother, but they could not tell their Seven Kingdoms priests in detail, so the estrangement was naturally born. In the end, Archbishop Hagen accepted the prince's commission. When they climbed up the city wall, the Ghoul army was already within a 1-kilometer radius of the city wall. The Pentos people had built a sentry post outside the city. When the horn was blown 3 times, the ghouls were still 20 to 30 kilometers away from the city. In the darkness, deviant ghosts rode on huge ice spiders and resurrected dead horses. They walked out of the snowy plains, holding ice swords that were as thin as blades. The sentry post warned the soldiers of the corpse tide and escaped. They cried and drove the sleigh towards the city gate. Then the ghoul horses caught up with them and the ice swords slashed. They slaughtered all living things in front of them, humans and sleigh dogs. In the next moment, the dead were resurrected and joined the dense horde of corpses behind the deviant ghosts, which was like a moving carpet. It's over. This is not a small-scale attack by ghouls. There are more than 1 million of them and no army can resist them. Denzel's hands and feet were cold and he murmured, "I should have thought of it. Koer fell 2 months ago, so how could Pentos, which is next door, be spared? This ghoul army must have come from Koer and followed Valeglia Avenue, which is a smooth journey." "No, the ghoul army came from Norfoss. Koer and Pentos are separated by Norfoss. Norfoss fell half a month ago, and the entire city and the surrounding villages and towns lost more than 2 million people." Denzel tilted his head and looked. It was the holy knight Arthur Errol, a young lord from the Hay Hall in the Land of Storms. Yes, the youngest son of the count who did not have the right to inherit. Denzel's hometown, the Harvest Hall, was next door to the Hay Hall. He had seen Arthur's father from afar a few times in his early years. Although one was a lord and the other was a farmer, they were still from the same hometown, and their relationship had always been good. Norfoss has fallen as well? Denzel's throat was dry. In the continent of Ursos, except for the coastal trading cities, almost all the inland cities have fallen. According to the news from Dragonstone Island, more than 20 million people have died in the past 6 months from the Narrow Sea to the Jade Sea, Arthur said with a serious expression. Chapter 10:12. 20 million? How many people are there? Denzel exclaimed. No less than 20 million. Sir Arthur looked at the ghouls approaching the city wall and sighed. According to the Queen's estimation, the world's population is only 1/3 of what it was before the sun was extinguished. If a narrow sea city-state like Pentos falls as well, then the human race is doomed. Denzel was confused and shocked. In fact, the real death toll was far more than 20 million. It had been more than half a year since the faceless deviant ghost's outbreak. The Dragon Queen's hell had collected more than 15 million souls, all of them from the continent of Ursos. 1/10 of them died of hunger and illness, while the rest died from the tide of zombies. Just the raised land alone contributed 10 million souls. In this era, because the rich kept slaves and remote villages were difficult to manage, the population of a country was almost impossible to calculate. But generally they could be divided into the countrymen in the cities and the barbarians in the remote mountains. The countrymen had the opportunity to receive atonement scrolls from the 7 gods, but the barbarians had never even heard of the Holy Mother. The total population of the raised land was close to 20 million. Among the souls that entered hell, more than 90% did not have atonement scrolls at all. They could enter hell only because of one person, Arya. Arya exercised her authority as a stranger and stayed in the world of death 24 hours a day. She used a method close to plundering to search for souls that entered the world of death. Many believers of Lalo, the Night Lion, and the Pale Holy Child were also robbed by her. The Night Lion's main body was not in the raised land, and their faith was damaged, so they could not snatch as much as the Grim Reaper. The reason why Arya was so proactive was that each undead represented a point of experience points. Arya had harvested 10 million souls, which meant that the death toll in the raised land was even higher. According to the origin, number, and identity of the souls, Danny estimated that more than 85% of the people in the raised land had died. The zebra people were even worse than the raised land. Almost all of them were wiped out. The deviant ghosts had fulfilled the great wish of the Son of Heaven, Luo Bao. Thousands of ghouls washed the zebra tribe on the grassland like water washing the soil on a radish. 99% of the 100,000 zebra horsemen that had come south to Idu had perished. Only a few hundred zebra horsemen had managed to escape to Idu. The zebra tribe's Jahada died in battle amidst the countless undead that couldn't be killed. The zebra tribe's Grand Master, the Great God Horse, became a mage ghoul that could use the ice attribute ability. It could be said that even if the human race had another era, the zebra people were done for. The zebra people were not the only human race that had been wiped out. Jade Sea City and the central cities of Ursus didn't even have the chance to receive free atonement scrolls, but they still sent hundreds of thousands of new residents to the Seven Hells merchants. During this time, countless races disappeared from human civilization forever. Dragon Queen's guess of 20 million was only the lowest estimate. Perhaps the real figure was 30 million, 40 million, or even 50 million. For the Holy Mother, for the living. The Holy Knight's roar resounded from the city walls, and the battle to defend the city began. Warrior's blessing, Holy Mother's protection. Wung wung wung. After another loud roar, the Holy Knight's longsword glowed with a layer of pure and warm holy light. As Dragon Queen's Song of Light neared perfection, the Holy Knight's control over the holy light became more flexible and flexible. Unknowingly, The holy light enveloping the weapon had become an important test for a level 1 holy knight. Kill? Kill? The great sword infused with holy light easily sliced the ghouls that were climbing up the wooden ladder into two. Sparks were still flying out from the wounds of the broken corpses. The wooden ladder tactic that Dragon Queen came up with in Winterfell had already been proven to be the safest tactic in a city defense battle. Yes, it wasn't the most efficient but the safest and most controllable. Denzel stood beside Archbishop Hagen and helped the Archbishop guard a wooden ladder. The Archbishop was close to 60 years old, but he still wore a chainmail and wielded a warhammer that glowed with holy light. Every time he smashed open the head of a ghoul, he would shout, "Mighty Heavenly Dragon." Denzel followed suit. After the dragon crystal spear pierced into the ghoul's eye socket, he shouted, "Mighty Heavenly Dragon." Although he wasn't even a priest, and although he still didn't know what kind of divine art the mighty heavenly dragon represented, he couldn't help but want to shout. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but other than the shout being particularly imposing after he shouted it, he seemed to be stronger and his body didn't feel tired anymore. Mighty Heavenly Dragon. On the city wall, all the armed forces of the church started shouting. Then the city guards and the militia followed suit. For a moment, at the East City Gate where the zombie tide was the fiercest, the humans were united and their morale was high. But Pentos had more than one East City Gate. Dang dang dang, only 15 minutes had passed since the ghouls attacked the city. From the North and West City Gates came the fierce sound of gongs and the terrified screams of soldiers. North City Wall 6 has fallen. West City Wall 3 has fallen. Pentos had few defenders because Bravos didn't allow it to have too strong a defense force. But the city of Pentos itself wasn't small. So, the long city wall was divided into many areas. Each section of the wall was marked with a number, and then a church was assigned to it. The priests and generals led the ordinary soldiers to guard it. Yes, an unlimited responsibility system. If a section of the wall was breached, the people would pay with their lives. For example, the Church of the Seven Gods was in charge of the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th sections of the East City Wall. North City Wall 6 belongs to the Church of Earth and Sea. How could it fall? Archbishop Hagen turned his head and looked at the corner of the North and East City walls in disbelief. It was indeed a mess. In the thick cold fog, the torches were extinguished one by one. "Priest Neymar," he shouted to an old armored priest beside him. "The whale-head god from the trembling sea has taken over the Church of Earth and Sea, right?" "Yes, they have the support of God. They shouldn't have fallen so quickly." Neymar understood the archbishop's doubts, but he was also puzzled. The city's guardian god must be stationed at the periphery of the city. Today the deviants attacked the city, and Pentos was facing a life-and-death crisis. In theory, the god of earth and sea had to climb the city wall personally to fight for the city. So, the north city wall should have been the safest area. The south of Pentos was the sea. The south of the city was the docks and the commercial area. The north city belonged to the nobles. Many royalty and trading princes lived there. "Your Excellency, the 3rd section of the West City Wall has also fallen. That's the defensive area of the Church of the Red Gods." Denzel's face was pale. "The situation is not right. Why did the two most powerful sections of the wall fall first?" "What nonsense are you talking about?" Sir Arthur rebuked angrily. "We are the strongest." Hagen smashed another ghoul's head with his hammer. With a serious expression he said, "It doesn't matter who is the strongest, but Denzel's concern is very reasonable. Be careful." Before he finished speaking, his face suddenly changed. His eyes flashed with a golden light. He shouted, "There is a high-energy magic reaction in front. There is a powerful monster hiding among the ghouls. Be careful, a demon god is trying to ambush us." Archbishop Hagen came to a realization. "Demon? How can there be a demon?" Neymar's expression was distorted. He screamed, "Wildfire bombs, throw wildfire bombs immediately." Denzel and the rest of the beggar army did not know what was going on, but they quickly threw out wildfire flasks the size of a melon. Boom boom boom. The wooden ladder burned. The ghouls' corpses at the bottom of the wooden ladder burned. The green and dark red flames formed a moat of smoke and fire outside the city. But in the next moment, the red flames on the corpses and wooden ladder gradually extinguished. The wildfire was like a candle in the wind, swaying and dimming. The torches and braziers on the city wall were extinguished row by row. From near to far, even the houses behind the city wall were dark. Then the residents screamed in panic. Some of the demon gods activated their ice domain. The fire elements were gradually repelled. The cold fog surged toward the east city wall like a tsunami. When the exposed skin around the eyes of the warriors came into contact with the cold fog, they felt a needle-like pain. In just a moment, a layer of white frost hung over their eyelids. The cold fog was so dark that one could not even see their own fingers. But accompanied by a soul-freezing laughter, a pair of blue eyes the size of bronze bells rose. As expected of a cultivator of the 7 gods. You're much stronger than the archbishops of the churches. Before I even got close to the city wall, I was already discovered by you. But I'm curious, what kind of detection divine art did you use from so far away? The power of the 7 gods is limitless. How can a traitor like you understand it? Archbishop Hagen's eyes widened in anger. More than half a year had passed. Countless large cities were clearly prepared, but they still fell to the zombie tide at an incomprehensible speed. It happened again and again. Gradually, some secrets were no longer kept secret. For example, after extraordinaires became ghouls, they would become ice mages. For example, there were deviant ghosts and demigods in the ghouls' army. They were once the gods of this world, but they accepted the power of the frost god and transformed themselves into the frost god. Of course, the news that those who had seen the frost god had become the living dead was only spread among the upper echelons of the major churches. Even the Dragon Queen was not 100% sure. Today was the first time Hagen and the others had seen the gods and deviant ghosts. Traitor? The gods and deviant ghosts laughed coldly. Cold air surged toward the city wall like a tidal wave. The wildfire was finally extinguished. Kacha kacha. As long as the stone city wall and the people on the city wall came into contact with the cold fog, a thin layer of light blue frost would immediately form on their bodies. Denzel's teeth chattered. The heat and vitality in his body were like happy drinks in a small Coke cup. They were sucked forcefully by the oily mouth with the straw in it. In the blink of an eye, the bottom of the cup let out a dry sound. Almighty Heavenly Dragon, Holy Mother God Palm. Suddenly, Archbishop Hagen's voice boomed in his ears like thunder. Holy Mother's palm? The evil god exclaimed. The blue eyes in the cold fog were quickly distancing themselves from the city wall. After the frost evil god retreated, the cold fog and cold air disappeared as well. Denzel came back to life. He looked at the archbishop expectantly, hoping that he would leap up and fly into the air to unleash a palm technique that would descend from the sky. Palm. Archbishop Hagen merely assumed the posture of the Holy Mother's palm. He dragged out the word, palm. Denzel did not know that the archbishop had such good lung capacity. Palm, huff huff huff. Finally Hagen stopped and panted. He said hesitantly, Sigh, Holy Mother's palm? I don't know how to use it. What a pity. What? The surrounding believers and militia were on the verge of breaking down. I don't know how to use Holy Mother's palm, Archbishop Hagen said awkwardly. I've watched too many dramas in Journey to the East, and I've always put myself in the role of the Archbishop of 7 Treasures. It's like a street kid shouting slogans. I've subconsciously shouted it as well. After shouting it, I realized that it wasn't right, but I was too embarrassed to change it immediately. I could only sigh. The expressions of Denzel and the others contorted. Bald donkey Hagen. In the distance, the evil god roared into the sky. How dare you make fun of me? I'll skin you alive. The cold fog surged forward at a speed faster than when it retreated. Demon, don't think that I'm bluffing. Hagen did not show any fear. Instead, he sat cross-legged with a solemn expression. Holy Mother of Mercy, Pentos can't be defended any longer. Your Majesty, please descend. Chapter 10:13. Do you think I'm stupid enough to be fooled by the same trick twice? Seeing Hagen sitting down with his legs crossed, the evil god of ice was sure that he was playing tricks again. It sneered and pounced on him without hesitation. Buzz, just as the evil god approached the city wall, a blinding golden light shot from Hagen's head like a sun and suddenly teleported to the top of the city wall. Ah no, Hagen, you're evil, the evil god screamed in pain. The cold mist on its body evaporated instantly in the holy light, revealing a horrifying body with pale, wrinkled skin. The golden light was like a sharp sword, piercing through the ice crystal armor, the god's scaly skin, muscles and bones without any hindrance. It was like the light passing through an illusory shadow under the sun. At that moment, time seemed to have stopped. Everyone could clearly see the golden light and the demon god that was pierced by the golden light. The golden light that made the demon god wail in pain like concentrated sulfuric acid did no harm to the humans. Not only did it not harm them, but it also dispelled the chill and fear in their bodies in an instant. It was warm like summer. I can't accept this. The evil god's 3-meter-tall ferocious body was like wax in a fire. It quickly melted into a torch and fell to the bottom of the city wall, burning miserably like the thousands of ghouls. Yes, not only the evil god of ice, but even the ghouls outside the city seemed to have fallen into a furnace at that moment. They lost control and fell to the ground, then spontaneously combusted into a fire. For a moment the eastern city wall was silent. Everyone stared blankly at the figure in the golden light. She was wearing blue and silver armor, and a huge cloak made of golden flames. She was emitting endless light and heat, like a goddess of the sun. Long live the queen, the humans will win. Archbishop Hagen supported himself with his hands and jumped up. His face was filled with fanaticism as if he had seen the Virgin. Long live the Dragon Queen, long live Her Majesty Danny Alice, long live the Pope. Dragon Queen is here? Denzel looked at the sky in a daze. Fire. He heard her softly say a word. It was the same voice as the one in his memory. She was really the Dragon Queen. Boom, 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 boom. A soft voice resounded throughout the entire Pentos. Within a radius of 5 kilometers, hundreds of thousands of torches suddenly soared up, illuminating the dark sky with a fiery red glow. At this moment, heaven and earth seemed to be ignited by flames. Denzel's pupils constricted. The ghouls and deviant ghosts outside the city walls, on the city walls, and even inside the city were all struggling and burning, turning into a sea of flames. Was this a dream? No. That's impossible. Most High, my Lord, save. The evil god of ice, who was hiding in the tide of the living dead, howled at the top of its lungs. Like a meteor with a long tail of fire, it quickly moved away from Pentos and the Dragon Queen. However, before it could escape the range of the Dragon Queen's fire domain, it exploded into brilliant fireworks one after another. Is this a god? Denzel was in disbelief. This is a god. In the North District, inside the palace, the princes and royals walked out of the shelter and stood in the open-air yard with thousands of guards. They looked at the figure that was brighter than the sun above the east gate in shock. She's a god, one of the 7 gods. Everyone knows that, the extraordinaire guard beside the princess said bitterly. But she's too powerful. The princes looked around. Half of the city in the northwest was engulfed in a sea of flames. Because half of the city had been invaded by the tide of the dead, everything was now on fire. However, the flames of the ghouls did not ignite the surrounding buildings. Instead, they floated into the air like catkins in the wind and landed further outside the city, far outside the domain. They used the flames of the ghouls in the domain to burn the corpse tied outside the domain. Seeing the Dragon Queen's power, and thinking of the second god of earth and sea who was defeated by the evil god of ice in one move, Prince Pentos had the urge to cry. To celebrate the inauguration of the new god of the city, he sacrificed a son. He wondered if there would be any more gods and demons coming to Pentos to apply for the position of the third god of earth and sea. He wondered if the third guardian god would ask for the king's blood again. If they're not powerful, why would the gods form the righteous alliance? The wizard guard sighed. The prince was stunned. He said with a strange look in his eyes, "Why don't we also establish the 7 gods as the national religion in Pentos? Let Archbishop Hagen be the national teacher." If before he could finish, a thunderbolt suddenly exploded in the sky. Ice blue lightning flashed across the sky. Suddenly, a dense lightning net appeared and formed a huge face in the sky. "Danny Rise, how dare you leave the Westeros? You're looking for death." The god of thunder roared. Then, he opened his mouth made of lightning and gently exhaled a breath of white air. There were no clouds in the sky for rain, but wherever the white air went, endless water vapors swarmed from between heaven and earth and condensed into an iceberg in the blink of an eye. The iceberg, with a bottom area of dozens of square kilometers, bigger than the city of Pentos, fell from the sky. Oh gods! This is the legendary forbidden spell. I can't believe I'm seeing a forbidden spell. The prince looked at the sky in despair, holding his head and wailing. Pentos is finished. We're all finished. Let the 7 gods' national religion and the national teacher Hagen go to hell. The Dragon Queen is a disaster. She attracted the god of frost, and the god of frost cast the forbidden spell. Without the Dragon Queen we'll die too. Even if we're buried under the iceberg, at least we'll have a quick death. We won't have to become zombies and wreak havoc in the human world. Also, the god of frost isn't the only one who knows forbidden spells. The guard opened his eyes wide and looked at the Dragon Queen on the east gate with anticipation. He was waiting for a miracle. Then the divine light in his eyes dimmed, along with the holy light above the east gate. The Dragon Queen disappeared. Did she run away? Damn it. That woman is the same as the gods. She ran away when she saw the situation was bad. The prince stomped his feet and cursed. His face was full of despair and resentment. Hoo-hoo-hoo, while the people of Pentos were in despair, a gust of wind suddenly blew above their heads. A strange wind column formed in the blink of an eye. It was a light green tornado in the sky. The green streamers were distinct and emitted a faint glow. It was extremely beautiful. The iceberg that fell toward Pentos like the heaven-flipping seal was stuck in the tornado in the sky. Like the soles of shoes stepping on ice in winter, the iceberg couldn't help but slip and tilt toward the outside of Pentos City. Rumble, the mountains collapsed and the ground cracked. Ice shards flew everywhere. It was as if the whole world was shaking. The continental plates were broken like sugar cane. Everyone heard the sound of ice and earth exploding. Their vision was filled with ice and snow of different sizes. Countless zombies were smashed into meat paste by the iceberg. Pentos City, however, was intact. The danger of the iceberg was eliminated. The tornado in the sky also turned into wisps of green lines and disappeared without a trace. The figure of the Dragon Queen, emitting holy light, appeared again in the center of the tornado. Obviously, she didn't run away. Instead, she used the tornado to slip the iceberg. God. The prince fell to his knees on the cold marble floor. His heart was filled with the joy of surviving a disaster. He couldn't help but cry. Long live the Holy Mother. The extraordinaire beside the prince shouted excitedly. Long live the Dragon Queen. Long live the Holy Mother. The nearby guards and the prince's family cheered together. Roar, an earth-shaking dragon's roar sounded in the sky above the face of thunder. The fierce roar that cut through the air, the angry dragon's roar, the scarlet dragon's flames, and the icy blue lightning mixed together. The Megalosaurus was fighting the god of frost in the sky? The people of Pentos stopped cheering and stared at the sky with their eyes wide open. Swoosh. The Dragon Queen disappeared in the blink of an eye. Higher up in the sky, the flames were more intense. The raging flames lit up the entire sky. The icy blue lightning was completely drowned out. Only the thunderous roar of the god of frost shook the world from time to time. Walala crackle. Everyone looked up at the sky but soon found that it was raining. The raindrops were boiling hot. In the rain, there were also bean-sized hailstones that were bone-chilling. The Dragon Queen is fighting with the god of frost. Protect the prince and enter the palace. The head guard shouted. No, I don't want to go to the palace. I want to watch the battle of the gods, the prince said loudly as he broke free from the guard's pull. Go to the balcony and watch. The hailstones won't kill anyone, but it's hot and cold at the same time. There's also the high-energy magic of the gods in the water. It's easy to get sick, the extraordinaire guard advised. Besides, you're just a muggle. The wind, thunder, fire, and fog in the sky are all messy. What can you see? He complained in his heart. Not only the muggle prince, even the extraordinaires in the city didn't know the situation of the battle. Only the gods who were hidden in the dark could see clearly. Their feelings were even more complicated. I didn't expect the god of frost to be so strong. He casually threw down an iceberg. Danny Lilith's methods are even more ingenious. She easily dispelled the forbidden spell, Lalo said bitterly. The world doesn't seem to reject the god of frost anymore. It's not surprising for him to display such power. The white frost is an old trick of the god of frost. Danny Lilith suffered a loss in Winterfell last time. She must have secretly studied a countermeasure at home. It's not surprising for her to have such a performance, the pale holy child said calmly. Both of them had churches in Pentos. They also responded to the prayers of the priests and descended their wills to help the churches fight against the evil god of frost among the deviant ghosts. However, after the city was breached, they planned to do what they did when they gave up on Kihor, Norfoss, and other cities. They would do their best and retreat if they failed. Before they could retreat, the Dragon Queen came to save the day. You don't understand. I've fought the god of frost many times. He's obviously stronger than before, Lalo sighed. If we attack together, we can definitely take him down, the Horseshoe War god said. Whether it works or not, we'll only know after we fight. Danny Lilith has already activated the characteristics of the first flame to the extreme, but she's still at a disadvantage. Lalo's heart was heavy and his tone was bleak. The pale holy child said slowly, she has the megalosaurus, the fire raven, and the wind raven. The god of frost hasn't completely entered our world. He won't last as long as she does. Lalo said helplessly, how is this comforting for us? The power displayed by the Dragon Queen and the god of frost had hit the hearts of the gods hard. Danny Lilith's growth has slowed down a lot, the pale holy child said. Slowed down? Lalo found it ridiculous. Are you blind or is your brain muddled from the cold? The growth of her Song of Fire is obviously not as fast as the god of frost's integration into the world. If she cultivates step by step, the long night is destined to be eternal. What do you think she'll choose? The pale holy child smiled slyly. This. Lalo stared at the sky and murmured. This year she seems to have used all her energy to develop the Song of Wind's spatial polarity. She gave old fish Liang Mu's talent to the black dragon, but now she can easily use spatial teleportation. From Dragonstone Island to Pentos is 400 kilometers. Overall her growth hasn't slowed down. It's just that there's a limit to human strength. Even if she's the child of an era, she can't take care of both sides. The pale holy child chuckled. Danny Lilith isn't stupid. She knows that the Song of Fire is the foundation to end the long night. So, she's working hard to develop spatial divine arts for Beleriand of the Smoke Sea. Maybe she's still thinking that sharpening a knife won't delay the work of cutting wood. She'll spend a year to master spatial magic, go to the Smoke Sea to seize Beleriand's 6,000 years of accumulation, and then cultivate the Song of Fire. It'll be twice the result with half the effort. Makes sense. Let's wait patiently. After this battle, she'll soon go to the Smoke Sea, Lalo said excitedly. Maybe we need to find another ally to interfere with her spatial holiness, the war god murmured. How about the storm god? Lalo was moved. Chapter 10:14. Most of the inland city-states of Ursos have fallen, and millions of people have died. Now it's the coastal city-states' turn. But they can't hold on and neither can I. The frost god's power is increasing too fast. I have to go to the Smoke Sea, what do you think? After returning to Dragonstone Island, Danny asked Bran in the Weirwood staff. The strange phenomenon of ice, fire, wind, and thunder in the sky of Pentos lasted for nearly 10 hours, from afternoon to midnight. The 10-hour battle exhausted Danny. For the first time she used up all her magic and stamina in a battle. Ever since she learned the fire creation mastery, her body had been full of energy and almost never felt tired. Fortunately she had the megalosaurus. When her magic was exhausted, she chose to overclock and fuse with Little Red on Dragonstone Island, and the frost god was exhausted. Before the battle ended, the other ghosts outside the city began to retreat. Seeing this, the people of Pentos immediately understood that the Dragon Queen was about to win. So, the Prince of Pentos and the Prince of Trade took the lead and formed the highest level of welcome team. They set up a banquet in the palace in advance, waiting for the arrival of the Dragon Queen. Not only were the nobles of Pentos looking forward to the arrival of the Dragon Queen in the sky, the ordinary people also spontaneously gathered around the Holy Church, waiting for the Dragon Queen to come down and shout, "Long live the Dragon Queen!" To establish a friendly relationship with the other ghosts, they could invite the Dragon Queen to help them when they came to Pentos again. Archbishop Hagen was also very excited. He had been arranging for people to clean up the Holy Church in preparation for the arrival of the Holy Mother. Well, he had been in Ursos these days and had come into contact with many extraordinary people and supernatural secrets. Subconsciously, he had gradually accepted the fact that the Dragon Queen was the Holy Mother. If he knew nothing about supernatural knowledge and knew that the Dragon Queen had usurped the position of the seven gods, his faith would collapse and his worldview would be destroyed. But the more he integrated into the supernatural world and understood it, the more he understood how powerful the Dragon Queen was, and the more he understood how fortunate it was that the seven logs had been replaced by the great human gods. Of course, it was fine as long as he knew it in his heart. If any cultist dared to blaspheme the Holy Mother with words like, "Dragon Queen usurped the throne of the seven gods," he would not hesitate to serve the great mighty heavenly dragon. The people of Pentos were prepared to welcome the arrival of the Dragon Queen. However, after Frost God retreated, she did not go down to clean up the deviant ghosts on the plains, nor did she bid farewell to Archbishop Hagen. With a whoosh, she brought Blackie through the portal and returned to Dragonstone Island. Danny was exhausted after the overclocking fusion was cancelled. How could she stay in Pentos and let the evil gods take advantage of her? In order to ensure her safety, The Dragon Queen reluctantly gave up such a good opportunity to show off in front of others and show off. She was too difficult. After returning to Dragonstone Island, Danny had just used the evil ice god's divinity to heal Little Red's injuries after overclocking. She was still in a tired state, so she began to plot against the sheep eggs in the smoke sea. The current situation was too unfavorable for her and the humans. The responsibility of being the savior of the world put a lot of pressure on the Dragon Queen. It's up to you. I can only help you once. I can only use my trump card once, Bran emphasized. What trump card? Have you found me in the future? Danny was excited. In the fog-shrouded swamp of fate, I spent a lot of effort and finally opened up a winding path. At the end of the path, I established a connection with a certain existence in the future. Who? Who did you contact? Danny asked hurriedly. It's not you, it's not me, it's not even your giant dragon. His strength is beyond my current understanding. That sacred and majestic aura. If there is a king of gods, then he is. However, although his aura is unimaginably strong, it is still vaguely familiar, Bran said curiously. Is there no me in the future? Danny's pretty face was gloomy. She bit her lips and said, if I'm still here, then I'll definitely be the strongest in the world. That, someone won't be able to contact you. Bran said hesitantly, can you guess which era he was in when I met him? Danny's heart skipped a beat. She said, could it be countless thousands of years later? If it's too long, I might be able to transcend this world. That he is most likely my younger brother. Could it be her cheap son, or an even cheaper grandson or granddaughter? It's not countless thousands of years. It's just 2,000 years later, Bran said. 2,000 years? Danny's face was ugly. It's only 2,000 years. I haven't even had enough of being an emperor. Who is he? I don't know. His existence is very special. I can't understand it. I arrived in the future and he returned to the past. We met at the same time. However, I was a fish in the river and he walked on the shore. No, maybe he was flying in the sky. He saw through my past and future, but I didn't even understand his situation at that time. However, we should have survived the long night. He has your aura and he's similar to the three-eyed crow. He's a strengthened version of the three-eyed crow that controls the whole world, Bran said. Danny's heart skipped a beat. She asked, do you know that I have a clone that believes in me? It's also the carrier of heaven and hell. It doesn't seem to be him. Your believer is a three-eyed crow that's similar to the seven gods. Bran shook his head. I understand the Green Prophet seal too well. But he's very intelligent and he's no different from a living person. He's definitely not an emotionless three-eyed crow. Danny furrowed her brows. She was puzzled. She couldn't think of a second person that possessed both her and the three-eyed crow's characteristics, except for the believer. However, Bran wasn't wrong. The believer was an emotionless program and he couldn't possibly be intelligent. How is he intelligent? She asked. That feeling. Bran pondered and said, the believers and the three-eyed crow's mental waves are like a steel seal. They're cold, hard, and monotonous. They're eternal and unchanging. The more intelligent a person is, the more lively his mental waves will be. Can you understand what I'm saying? His mental waves are like flowing water, jumping flames, and changeable wind. Danny understood what he meant and she agreed with what he said. But she still wasn't satisfied with his answer. She wanted to hear more about the future as well as specific information about that person. Did he have any words for me? What was the life-saving trump card he gave you? Danny asked. Bran's tone became hesitant. He didn't say anything. He just left a mark on my soul core and left. I don't even understand what he wanted to do. Danny was greatly surprised. She immediately sent a wisp of her divine sense into the weirwood cane, and she inspected Bran's soul bit by bit. It was like using a microscope to inspect a slice of onion on a glass slide. Although Bran could not see the memories and emotions inside, the feeling of being naked and having his body examined still made Bran uncomfortable. But he also understood the Queen's thoughts. In desperation, he could only try his best to show the part where the mark was engraved in front of Danny. This thing seems to be carving the boat to find the sword. Why can I understand it? Compared to the strangeness of the mark, Danny was more surprised that she could understand space-time divine arts that were far beyond her ability. It was just like how a primary school student couldn't understand a high school student's homework. If you can't understand it at all, how can it be your trump card? Bran didn't care. Makes sense. Danny was deep in thought. It seemed that that person really had a close relationship with her. "What is carving the boat to find the sword?" Bran asked. "There was a river knight who was riding a boat on the Trident River. Due to a moment of carelessness, his sword fell into the river. Then he pulled out his dagger and left a mark on the side of the boat where the sword fell." His friend was puzzled. He said, "The water is deep and the water is deep. Leave a mark first, and wait until the boat reaches the shore before going into the water to touch the sword." If this story was told at another time or another person, the listener would laugh at the knight's stupidity. But Bran didn't know much about the mark. At this time, when he heard the fact that Dany carved the boat to find the sword, he suddenly understood. After pondering for a long time, he sighed and said, "I didn't expect there to be such a method. That person is really terrible." For ordinary people, the passage of time was irreversible. For some existences above time, time was just a different perspective of looking at the world. There was no distinction between the past, the present, and the future. Since the past and the future had the same meaning, of course at a certain time in the future, one could pick up the iron sword that fell from the past from the mark. On the other hand, in the future, if one picked up a sword from the mark, then, on the boat of the past, there would inevitably be a sword left at the mark. Of course, this process would certainly have to pay a price that Dany couldn't understand at this time. Otherwise, Bran wouldn't have kept emphasizing that the trump card could only be used once. "What kind of sword will he throw to me following your mark?" Dany sat on the rattan chair in the garden, her right hand supporting her cheek. Her eyes were full of expectation. "A life-saving sword that can only be used once. Take it easy. The powerful existences in the future are more of a hint you are in danger now, and you will be in more danger in the future," Bran said. "Maybe there will be a fatal situation in the Yen Sea and I still need help." Dany bit her red lips with her white teeth. Her big purple eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of mist. She murmured, "With my current spatial magic, I should be qualified to find those two bastards." Just when Dany adjusted her state and came to the thousand-faced island in the Holy Eye Lake again to start the altar of the old god for the second time, a person that she had forgotten for a long time came to find her. Oh, King Kong was not a human. There was no mature summoner system in this world. The method of controlling pets was primitive and violent. Under normal circumstances, the master couldn't sense the position of the pet, and the pet couldn't communicate with the master. If the master wanted to summon his little brother, he would usually blow the magic horn to stimulate the part of the demon beast's soul in the horn, and use the pain to wake up the pet. The pet could also sense the master's position through the soul fragment in the horn. Dany could contact King Kong at any time because she was proficient in soul witchcraft, but King Kong almost couldn't contact Dany. If it wasn't for the vast sea, King Kong could find Dragon Rock Island. The communication method this time was very strange, and Dany was very surprised. "You fool, you actually have faith in me?" With faith, one could send weak messages through the faith line. Roar. King Kong cried out in grievance. After some communication, Dany roughly understood what King Kong had been through during this period. After being taught a lesson, King Kong left his cave and walked in the cold and desolate forest against the wind and snow. The tropical rainforest couldn't withstand the destruction of the cold and long nights. The rivers were frozen, the swamps were covered in snow, and the trees and beasts froze to death in large numbers. The once bustling forest became dead silent and cold, which made King Kong feel strange and scared. However, such an environment made it easier to find the evil god. Creatures in tropical climates that could survive in the ice and snow were at least high-level demon beasts or magical plants. In just a month, King Kong found 4 or 5 locations suspected to be the strongholds of the evil god, which was enough to complete the mission given to it by the queen. It had been waiting for the queen's will to descend. However, with Chizong on a killing spree, Dany ate until her mouth was covered in oil, and her eyes were filled with meat and fish. She completely forgot about the distant Sosros and the pitiful gorilla that was working hard to find small fish and shrimp. If that was the case, King Kong wouldn't be in a hurry to find the Dragon Queen. In fact, 3 months later the weather outside was too cold. Seeing that Dany still hadn't come, King Kong ran back to the cave to sleep. However, there was no safe place in the long night, and the ice god's claws finally reached Sosros next door. Chapter 10-15. At this time King Kong was in a very bad state. Not only was his body thin like a walking skeleton, but his hair was also not as smooth as when they first met. Instead, it was clumped together, withered and yellow like decaying hay. There were many scars on its body. Some of the wounds had hair falling off, and the skin was black and swollen, festering and oozing pus. Some of the wounds seemed to be caused by sharp teeth, and the blood around it had solidified into dark red ice crystals. Through the holes, the torn green fascia and broken white bones could be seen. King Kong was no longer in the gourd-shaped canyon. It was like a stray dog being chased around. It had no home and no place to stay. Now it was hiding in a crack in a steep cliff. The cave was simple and crude. It was located in a remote sea cliff to the east of Sosros. Behind it was the Jade Sea, and it was thousands of kilometers away from its home. The crack in the mountain was deep, but King Kong's skeleton was big. It couldn't go deep, so it could only hide at the entrance of the cave. 3 meters away was a pile of snow-covered rocks. You were ganged up on by them? Danny gloated. Woo-woo. King Kong blinked its big eyes and nodded gently. It was like a big boss that could drop the best equipment. It was attacked by mages, warriors, assassins, poison wizards, and other classes. The long night was a worldwide disaster. No place in the world was safe and no one could avoid it. After the faceless deviant ghosts broke out, all humans and gods guessed that Bravos would be the first to fall. At least it was the first target of the deviant ghosts. Then all the way to the south, the corpse tide swept through the major trading cities. The result was unexpected. The dark-skinned people of the Summer Islands were the first to be wiped out. But Hanshin's vision was not limited to the island countries around the mainstream civilization. Sosro's rainforest, which was the same latitude as the Summer Islands, was also his target. Danny was ready to treat Sosros as her own farm. She could use the pterosaur and evil gods as she pleased. Hansen also had the same idea. In fact, this was also Danny's misunderstanding. She shouldn't be surprised that Hansen targeted Sosros, because only Sosros could develop the undead air force. From the beginning to the end, the Dragon Queen and the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms strictly enforced a ban. No matter the price, the deviant ghosts were not allowed to obtain the pterosaur's corpse. Without a doubt, this was a very wise decision and everyone executed it well. The long night had been going on for 2 years, and a few pterosaurs had died, but the deviant ghosts had never succeeded. Westeros had strict prohibitions, so God of Cold had to find other ways. He thought of the origin of pterosaurs, Sosrith. Pterosaurs, powerful magic beasts, evil gods, and the striped man aborigines had all become frost gods' targets. The tall and powerful Vajra was no exception. The attack of the Vajra deviant ghosts was enough to make any castle despair. Are there many pterosaurs? Danny's expression was grave. King Kong shook his head. He roared and gestured with his hands. Danny heaved a sigh of relief. After the long night fell, the pterosaurs and a large number of beasts began to migrate to the south. There were only about 20 pterosaur ghouls chasing after King Kong. Perhaps there were more than 20 pterosaur ghouls, but at least the swamp pterosaurs weren't completely wiped out. Will the climate in the south be warmer? She stood at the mouth of the cave in the cliff and looked at the dim southern sky. King Kong shook his head. He wasn't sure. The last long night lasted for a whole generation. Naturally, the Sosrith rainforest, which was close to the mainstream civilization, was also frozen. With the pterosaurs' appetite, it was impossible for them to survive in the snow for more than 10 years. However, they did survive the last long night. Perhaps migrating to the south was indeed effective? Danny couldn't help but feel itchy. She secretly decided that when the long night was over, she must go to the south, west, and north borders to take a look. Well, she would also go to the east border, but not as a tourist. Roar. Seeing that Danny was daydreaming, King Kong roared pitifully and pulled her back to reality. Actually, the Ice Vajra is also very promising. Danny looked at it and an idea came to her mind. We can try to trick the Frost God. Thanks to King Kong's strong combat ability, it could escape from the ice ghouls many times. If it was really caught by the evil Frost God riding the ghoul pterosaur, she would be facing a black-skinned albino blue-eyed gorilla. Of course, it was also because of its strong combat ability that Frost God kept an eye on it. Danny couldn't imagine how terrifying the ghoul King Kong's destructive power would be to a human city. Roar. Fear appeared on King Kong's bony, hairy face. He kept shaking his head and waving his hands, refusing to become the Ice Vajra. Don't worry. Other than me, no one can distort your thoughts, not even Frost God. Danny comforted him. King Kong still shook his head like a rattledrum. How about this? I'll add a layer of insurance to your soul. If you can escape the evil Frost God's pursuit, you'll be lucky. Pretend I didn't say anything. But if you're caught, don't fight to the death. Just play the part of a spy. Not a spy. It's more like borrowing arrows from a straw boat. Danny chuckled. With King Kong's size and weight, how many arrows could it borrow from Frost God? Danny began to look forward to King Kong being caught by the evil Frost God. The evil Frost God was frantically recruiting strong men in the Sasros continent. The team was like a rolling snowball, increasing in number and eventually forming a huge demigod ghoul army. Danny couldn't sit back and do nothing. Otherwise, the city of Ursos would be destroyed. The citizens of Slave Bay hiding in the pyramids and underground caves wouldn't be able to defend against the demigod's attack. But she had to stay in the Westeros and take care of the city of Ursos. She couldn't go to Sasros continent thousands of miles away to kill the evil Frost God. Perhaps, King Kong could help her solve this problem? Whoa. King Kong's lake-like brown eyes were filled with tears of grievance and scabs the size of pancakes. Danny, who was a little reluctant at first, turned her head away in disgust. Her heart hardened. It settled then. Frost God doesn't know that you're my war beast. This time I'll make him suffer. If I can severely injure him, I can even buy a year or two of buffer time for the war. In order to fight the deviant ghouls, in order to save the world, you should sacrifice a little. Then, without giving King Kong a chance to resist, she quickly left a set of hidden runic circles in the core of its soul. She mixed it with King Kong's Song of Strength rune to ensure that no one could distinguish them in a short time. After that, Danny ended the spiritual projection and returned to the Thousand Faces Island. Just like last time, the green men slaughtered the sacrifices and danced a barbaric sacrificial dance around the 31 heart trees. In order to enhance the sacrificial effect, Danny went to the King's Landing's dark prison and stole 7 prisoners who were on death row for killing people for their flesh. This is the arena to please the Red God. I am the Red God's priest. The 7 of you fight. The one who survives will not only be forgiven, but will also receive wine, food, women, and rewards from His Majesty Stannis. Danny sat on the tall throne and said to the 7 strong men in the center of the altar. Her appearance was a little strange. She had taken off her gorgeous armor, and her hair was disheveled. She only wore a small vest and a rough sheepskin skirt. Not only was there red and blue paint on her snowy white skin, but she also wore a weirwood mask that represented the storm god's priest. Of course, the prisoners couldn't tell the difference between her outfit and the non-mainstream Red God priest of the King's Landing. They were bewildered and confused. When they saw the inhuman squirrel men and strange creatures around them, they screamed in fear, shouting in panic, "Where is this place? Emperor Stannis, please spare us," and the like. Danny gave the old priest, the child of the forest, a look. 7 or 8 bare-chested strong men stepped forward and placed the roasted pork, the translucent wine, and a few shy girls beside the altar. The old squirrel man inserted 2 incense sticks into the incense burner and said eerily, "Duel immediately. The winner gets everything and the loser dies. The battle will end in half an hour. If there is more than 1 person alive on the altar, they will all be executed." One of the prisoners was in a frenzy. "Don't listen to these monsters. Let's charge out." Then he raised his sword and charged out of the altar, but he was shot to death by arrows. The remaining 6 looked at the dead body, then looked at their companions who were close to each other. They scattered as if they had been electrocuted. In just half an hour, only a gray-haired middle-aged bearded man was left standing in a pool of blood. "I won. I'm free. I want to eat meat, I want to drink wine, I want to have women." He held a bleeding sword, and his naked upper body was covered with dozens of wounds of various sizes. Danny walked over step by step. Under his expectant gaze, she hooked her leg, and the sword in the corpse's hand jumped into the air. She caught it with her right hand. "I lied to you. The winner will not only get no reward, but also," Danny left slender sword marks on his body like an adult playing with a child. He was only injured but not killed. It was like a death by dismemberment. Until half an hour later, the flames were completely extinguished. "Evil God priest, you broke your oath. The Holy Mother and the Holy Father will not let you go." The bearded man who was tortured to death cursed. Danny cut off his head with the last sword. The blood from his neck just fell on the face of the heart tree that represented the storm god, the human face carved on the surface of the tree trunk. The human face on the trunk was exactly the same as the carvings on Danny's wooden mask. "Alas, I don't want to torture you. But the storm god, that bastard, likes this." Danny sighed helplessly and threw away the iron sword in her hand. Teach believers to destroy others, and then set a trap to destroy believers. This was the core doctrine of the storm god. The blood was like a living thing. In a dimension that was difficult for ordinary people to observe, it evaporated into a sweet red mist. 7 ghosts were floating in the mist. Their faces were all distorted, their eyes were wide open, and their teeth were bared. They seemed to be cursing loudly. When the red mist approached the heart tree of the storm god, it was immediately sucked in like smoke under a range hood. The anger on the faces of the ghosts turned into pain and panic. The power of the blood sacrifice began to boil. The dance of sacrifice didn't stop. The power of faith gathered from the green men. In the end, the huge power of faith mixed with the power of the blood sacrifice opened a channel of faith in front of Dani. Dani waved her hand, and the fishbone cane flew to her palm surrounded by a blue wind belt. Boom! She stomped on the fulcrum of the root, and the channel of faith was connected to the fishbone cane. Yuluen, go home. Dani called, and the blue marble floor under her feet suddenly turned gray. A jagged black line opened like a mouth, revealing a dark space. Yolan of Scylla, who was barefoot, floated out of it. It was the Dragon Queen who opened the gate of hell and took Yuluen's soul out of the 7th floor of hell. As soon as Yuluen escaped from the shackles of hell, a strong suction appeared on his body. Under the rule, the storm god's holy kingdom was fighting for Yuluen's soul. Just like when Lalo released the souls of the believers of the 7 gods in the Westeros, the souls would automatically go to the 7th floor of hell. Crack, crack, crack. The channel of faith of the storm god connected to the fishbone cracked into a door, the gate of faith. Before the appearance of heaven, the big sparrow could automatically open the gate of faith, and the soul returned to the space of faith. In a similar way, Dani used the blood sacrifice to forcibly establish a channel of faith with the storm god's holy kingdom, and Yuluen was like a navigator, guiding her to the location of the holy kingdom. With a step, she left the Thousand Faces Island and came to a strange place. Chapter 10:16. The Door God liked to collect all kinds of wind and spent billions of years to create the wind of one world. Almost all the old gods in the Westeros had cultivated in the wind of one world. Therefore they learned from the big shots and collected the natural phenomena corresponding to their songs of laws to create their own god kingdoms. For example, Inami took a ladle of water from 1,000 rivers and created a flowing palace that could travel freely in the water. For example, the storm god temple had thousands of hurricanes and tornadoes in the natural world. All the destructive winds that brought pain and death to living beings created the wind of one world, which was called the Hall in the Clouds. The walls of the Hall in the Clouds were a layer of wind that could corrode flesh and bones. The bricks, inside the wind, were all kinds of disastrous and destructive winds. Under the effect of a set of strange runes, the bricks of the storm formed a solid wall that separated the inside from the outside. It was the wall of the God Kingdom. From the outside, the Hall in the Clouds looked no different from an ordinary cloud. Inside the hall, there were thousands of clouds that moved with the wind. Upon closer inspection, each cloud was a small prison. One or several Timmy's souls were trapped inside. The clouds were surrounded by a storm, and every gust of wind was as sharp as a scalpel. The wind blades cut Timmy's body. The wind blades entered Timmy's nostrils and opened mouth, cutting their organs into pieces, shredding them into pieces and churning them into mud. The souls of Timmy's souls howled in pain, but their howls mixed with the roaring wind became the driving force for the Hall in the Clouds to move at high speed in the material world. If Inami's flowing water palace was Timmy's heaven, then the Hall in the Clouds was the Iron Seed's hell. The howls and curses of the believers were the most pleasant music to the storm god's ears. In the center of the Hall in the Clouds, there was a long, winding tornado in the shape of a funnel. At the top of the tornado there was a platform made of black clouds. On top of the platform stood the throne of the storm god. A beautiful woman with long legs and a cold expression sat on the throne. Below her stood a demon god with a bull's head, a snake's body and a scorpion's tail. It was Shadow Demon Lalo. "We need your help," Lalo said sincerely. The storm god stroked the crow on his shoulder and sneered, "I am a true god. Whether I am willing or not, I have the responsibility to protect the world. I'll help you kill Dany Rise, and I'll fill up the cesspool of the Savior myself. Get rid of Dany Reese. I'll save the world." Lalo's expression was resolute. "I have experience. In the past era I was the one who won it from Frost God. Cooperate with us to get rid of Dany Rise, and the Righteous Alliance swears that we will not compete with you for Wind of Song and Wind of One World. It's a win-win situation." The storm god stopped playing with the bird, and a hint of interest appeared on her face. After pondering for a while, he sighed, If I didn't have the status of a true god, I would have definitely joined the Alliance of Justice. Lalo immediately said, "We need your true god status. Only a wind true god can restrict her spatial teleportation." She seems to have given Old Devil's time and space talent to the Black Dragon? The Storm God was puzzled. Lalo looked around, and his eyes fell on the big crow on the Storm God's shoulder. He frowned and said, "You didn't release your crow? The narrow sea is not remote. Why don't you know about the battle that happened above Pentos? It's not remote. But during the long night, I don't want to ask about the outside world." In the end, he emphasized again, "It's best that you never disturb me. Just a few days ago, Danny Rise and Frost God fought at the top of the sky. Both sides showed shocking power, and Danny Rise's spatial magic was especially amazing." Lalo recounted the battle that happened at Pentos that day in detail. He said with emotion, "We were going to be the Oriole, and dozens of powerful demon gods had quietly surrounded Pentos. But we didn't expect that she didn't even land on the ground. She simply opened the space door and returned to Dragonstone Island without saying a word." The Storm God said with a complicated tone, "With her talent of fire creation and Old Devil's wind of one world, it's not surprising that she could develop the spatial polarity of wind so quickly. If you were at Pentos at that time, you should be able to interfere with her spatial magic," Lalo said. "Interfere?" The Storm God sneered. "I can interfere with her a little and she can interfere with me a little. I fought with her in River Bend. Even if she is not a true god, she can still suppress me when she sings the Song of Wind. To be frank, I don't dare to face her at all, and I will try to avoid her in the future. Wherever she is, I will stay away." Lalo said excitedly, "When she sings the Song of Fire, the whole world will belong to her. Where can you hide? Even if you only stay away from her for a little, you will have to leave this world and wander in the dangerous outer space. Are you willing? Instead of waiting for death, why don't you take the initiative and join forces with us? Kill her, and you will have the hope of mastering the Song of Wind. Once you master the Song of Wind, you will be complete as the Storm God." The Storm God was tempted, but in the end, he shook his head regretfully. "In the early years before I did anything, Old Devil once regarded me as his successor. Well, he predicted that he would die in this era and was ready to pass the Song of Wind to me. In the Wind of One World he taught me for 30,000 years. He raised 3 fingers and sighed. 30,000 years have proved one thing. I may be talented in the Law of Wind, but I am not suitable for the Song of Wind. You were once a true god, so you should know this. Some demon gods comprehend the chorus because they are afraid of responsibility, but more people don't have enough talent and can only use the chorus as their goal." Only 30,000 years. Lalo didn't think so, but he was also a little embarrassed. 30,000 years was not enough for him to review his lessons again. Law cultivation is a serious, sacred, and persevering career. We have to study every law with the most devout heart, the most focused spirit, and the most determined will. When we are immersed in the comprehension of the laws, time is meaningless. What is 30,000 years? Not to mention 30,000 years, 300,000 years, 300 million years. From the birth of the world to the moment before the world is destroyed, as long as we are still alive and can think, we have to study diligently. In this world, anyone can betray you, but only the study of the laws will never betray you. As long as you are willing to learn, there will always be a reward. As long as you are willing to persevere, there is nothing you can't learn." Lalo sincerely expressed his understanding of cultivation. The Storm God was a little touched but also a little hesitant. He asked, "What realm is your Song of Shadows at?" Shadow Demon Arhlo was stunned. Why is this Inyang person so stupid? The Song of Law is a god's top secret. How can he just tell others? Although he thought so, he couldn't change his expression. At this moment he was asking for help. After hesitating for a moment, Shadow Demon El Loro said in an arrogant tone, "My Song of Shadows has already reached 89,988,789% completion rate." The Storm God was shocked. He was shocked just like that? Seeing the Storm God's expression, Lalo was a little proud. "In the last million years I have a new idea. Fire has a shadow, so does darkness have a shadow? When the Song of Shadows is completed, maybe I can combine shadow and darkness to sing a Song of Shadows. As I said before, everything in the world has an end, but there is no end to learning. As long as I am alive, I will never stop comprehending the laws one by one." The Storm God carefully asked, "How is your Song of Shadows so accurate?" How many decimal places are there? 9, Lalo immediately said. Yes, 9. How can you calculate the progress of the Song of Law so accurately? The storm god was puzzled. He himself had also sung the complete Song of Storm. Back then he had also measured the progress of the Song of Storm, but 3 decimal places was already the limit. 9. It was unimaginable. It took me hundreds of millions of years to figure it out. Lalo said proudly. Hundreds of millions of years? Figure it out? The storm god was surprised and confused. When you are comprehending the laws, have you ever encountered a bottleneck that you can't break through for a long time? Lalo asked. Of course, everyone will encounter a bottleneck. Lalo smiled. It was a very old and proud smile. You are wrong. As long as you are willing to work hard, there is no bottleneck in cultivation, he said seriously. Impossible. The storm god shook his head. I dare say that even Danny and Rise will encounter bottlenecks. Alas, you think you have a bottleneck because your understanding of the realm is not deep enough, Lalo said. I am a true god. I have been learning from the old devil for tens of thousands of years. The storm god said unhappily. Tens of thousands of years? That is nothing. Lalo squinted and said contemptuously, can your tens of thousands of years of cultivation experience be as rich as my hundreds of millions of years? The storm god was depressed and said coldly, I would like to hear your opinion. Lalo cleared his throat and said loudly, for today's mages and wizards, there are only 3 realms in cultivation, extraordinary, demigod, and true god. Using this as a standard, Night Lion and the others have been stuck in the demigod realm for hundreds of millions of years. Have they encountered a bottleneck? Obviously not. Their Song of Laws has been improving one after another. If we divide the cultivation realms, 1 law, 2 laws, Danny and Rise haven't added a single law for several years. Have they encountered a bottleneck? No, her speed of improvement is amazing. Everyone has seen it. So, we can divide the cultivation realms again. So, with the Song of Laws, 100% progress, 1%, 2%, 3%. The storm god understood what Lalo meant. If we divide the cultivation realms countless times, then the cultivators are improving every day with almost no bottlenecks? The storm god's face was a little distorted. There is no need to do it countless times. Lalo waved his hand. Just like me, the progress of the Song of Laws is accurate to the 9th decimal point. Even if I am in a daze every day, the Song of Shadows will increase by 0.000000001% every month. If I work hard, the speed of improvement will be faster. After working hard and seeing the realm improve quickly, I will be more motivated and work harder. This is a virtuous cycle. My Song of Shadows has improved rapidly and is finally close to perfection. Lalo said excitedly. The storm god's face twisted and he asked, how long have you been practicing the Song of Shadows? Since I was born, I have been listening to the Song of Fire in the world. At the same time, I have also heard the Song of Shadows. Lalo patted his chest and said proudly, I am the first fire in the world. When the fire was born, the shadow appeared. Therefore I have 2 bodies. One is the fire, the other is the shadow. I am the shadow itself. The storm god covered his face and sighed. The Night Lions have stuck the Song of Laws at 99% to avoid the responsibility of the true gods. You are brave and eager to learn the Song of Laws. You have been improving every day, but you have not been able to complete the Song of Shadows for hundreds of millions of years. But the Song of Shadows is your innate talent. He did not know whether to admire or despise Lalo. I spent all my energy on the Song of Fire, Lalo said awkwardly, but your Song of Fire is not very powerful. It has been snatched away one after another. I can't learn your method. The storm god shook his head. Can't you have some ambition? Lalo felt an inexplicable anger in his heart. The young people nowadays were too impetuous. They had such good talent and learning environment, but they did not want to be like the old seniors who persisted for hundreds of millions of years. What a pity. If I had your conditions, the storm god raised his hand and interrupted him. He stood up in surprise. Someone is sacrificing to me and even opened the door to the god's kingdom. Chapter 10:17. Someone is offering me a blood sacrifice, the god of storms said in surprise. Someone offers me a blood sacrifice every day, Lalo said disapprovingly. I don't have many followers. The last person who was qualified to hold a large-scale sacrifice was Yu Luan. The god of storm closed his eyes and sensed the blood mist coming from the void and covering his body. His small nose slightly moved, and the blood mist turned into a bloodline and was sucked into his body. Ah, the storm god groaned as his face turned red. The amount is enough, but the taste is not pure, he said with disgust. Seeing that the god of storm changed the topic, Lalo frowned and then relaxed. He forced a smile and said, "Do you think my previous proposal is feasible? I have the Song of Wind and Wind in my hand, and I will share some of Danny Rise's blood with you. You are an expert in how to seize the blood power of gods. Then I will personally teach you a set of divine spells that can accurately measure the progress of the law. As long as you can see the progress, no matter how small the progress is, you won't be annoyed or upset. Persevere, and one day you will become the true wind god. Let me test." The god of storm was about to say something perfunctory, but suddenly his face changed greatly. He turned his head and saw a stream of light coming from the void and landing in front of him, revealing 8 confused ghosts. "Yuluin, why are you here?" He did not know the other 7 people whose faces were full of resentment, but King Yurun was his most favorite priest. He was as clear as the sun in the dark night. Yolan of Silla gradually woke up and looked around. He couldn't believe it and said, "Your Majesty, the god of storm? I have been in touch with your breath since I was 5 years old, and I have always remembered it. Is this the hall in the clouds? Your Majesty, you finally came to save me." At this moment, Yolan of Silla was no longer as arrogant as before. He knelt on the ground like a pile of mud and wailed, "It's too scary. The 7 hells are too scary. Every day I had to climb a mountain of swords, jump into a pot of boiling oil, pull out my tongue. All the methods that I used to torture the innocent were used on me in turn. In the end, there were 18 strong demons with horns on their heads. They used the same method I used on Cersei, but 100 times stronger. Woo, Your Majesty, you don't know how I've been living these days. It's been hard, too hard. I didn't go to the 7 hells to save you. How did you get out?" The storm god was confused. After the Andromeda City Council, Yolan of Silla was used as an example and was devoured by hell in front of countless people. Everyone in the world knew about this, and the storm god was no exception. Lalo's expression changed and he said in shock, "Not good, he is the bait. Danny Lisi is going to attack your kingdom." Before the storm god could react, a transparent square wall that looked like a mosaic appeared above the throne. The spatial wall expanded and collapsed. It was uneven and quickly changed. Pop. A white root pierced through a protruding spatial wall, creating a hole. Then the bricks on the wall changed shape and formed a door in the shape of a ferocious megalosaurus head. "This is the hall in the clouds?" A figure stepped out of the dragon's mouth. Who else could it be but the Dragon Queen? Her current appearance was somewhat unconventional. She wore a weirwood mask on her head and held a weirwood tree in her hand. She wore a short vest that exposed her arms and lower abdomen, and a fluffy sheepskin skirt. Her straight calves and slender feet were not covered, and her exposed skin was painted in various colors of black, red, blue, and white. She was like a modern person cosplaying a priestess from the ancient times. There was nothing wrong with the costume, but the smell was wrong. You. The storm god was dumbfounded. "Why are you a female, shit Lalo?" Danny was also stunned when she saw the person on the scene. The storm god, who was always a rough and violent man, had become a cold and mature woman, which already shocked her. However, the shadow demon Lalo beside her made her even more confused. This time, she came to the hall in the clouds to force the storm god to be her follower as the boss. If she had already joined the alliance, then, Lalo shouted, "Quick, trap her, this is a rare opportunity. I will summon the alliance immediately and kill Danny Lisi in your kingdom." Dragon Queen and the storm god were still hesitating. The storm god recovered from the shock. Although he was anxious, he did not attack the Dragon Queen. Instead, he said, "Danny Lisi, I don't want to get involved in the mess between you and the Alliance of Justice." "Then why did she come to your house? It can't be that a friend is visiting to exchange cultivation experience, right?" Danny's eyes were cold. "Actually, I am really teaching the storm god my cultivation experience." Lalo suppressed the anger on his face and tried to squeeze out a kind and amiable smile. The storm god looked at him in shock. Lalo's reaction was completely different from what he expected. At this moment, the shadow demon should have said something like, "Don't be stupid, you have already exposed yourself. Do something." That would cause a misunderstanding, and then turn the misunderstanding into reality and successfully force the storm god to do what he wanted. You are a loser who has lost the status of a true god, and you are teaching a true god cultivation experience? Danny's divine power surged and her face became more alert. Are you insulting me? Lalo could no longer maintain his fake smile. He cursed with a twisted face. Little bitch, why don't you think about who you rely on to achieve what you have today? Without my teachings, Beleriand would have been a sheep's egg herding sheep on the hillside. Without the Grand Wizard meditation technique, you would have been a fool at the mercy of the gods. Without my profound blood witchcraft, how could the Megalosaurus be resurrected? Without the Megalosaurus, your ancestors would have been the lowest shepherds, and they would never have been noble and royal. Danny really couldn't refute this. Lalo's talent for cultivation was poor, and his level was slow. This was an undeniable fact. But studying hard really didn't waste anyone's sweat. When he tried to improve his understanding of the law, his extraordinary knowledge was also quietly accumulating. Today, after hundreds of millions of years, no one could surpass him in terms of extraordinary theory and extraordinary knowledge. Danny only received a small part of the Grand Wizard's inheritance, and she had achieved what she had today. But the sheep's egg who founded the Veleglia branch was Lalo's student. For that student, our healer had even hidden countless hands. Not to mention the sheep's egg, just talking about the church's priest system, Lalo wasn't the strongest god, but the red god priest's ability dominated the world. In terms of knowledge, perhaps even the door god wasn't as good as Lalo, but his knowledge couldn't be turned into power 100%. For the gods, knowledge is power. Your power isn't as good as mine, which means you're on the wrong path, specializing in messy and useless things, Danny said sarcastically. There was no problem with this. Most of Lalo's knowledge was very strange. For example, his method of measuring the progress of the law was accurate to 9 decimal places. For someone like Danny, what was the meaning? There's no useless knowledge in the world. As long as it's knowledge, there will be a day when it's useful. The Shadow Devil was impassioned and full of confidence. Forget it, I'm not in the mood to exchange cultivation experiences with you. Danny waved her hand and looked at the Storm God. It's very simple to prove that you have nothing to do with the Alliance of Justice and Order. Just kill Lalo. I don't need to prove anything to you. Leave my god's kingdom immediately. The Storm God held his head high and roared angrily. If you can't prove that you're innocent, it means that you're guilty. Let me leave, is it possible? Danny sneered. Don't misunderstand, the Storm God really didn't join the Alliance of Justice and Order. Lalo spoke again. The reason why he didn't kill me was that before entering the Cloud Hall, I ate his salt and bread. We established a guest relationship. He can't hurt me and he won't allow you to hurt me. The guest's rights are also valid for the gods. The Storm God didn't appreciate it. He glared at him fiercely and said coldly, You want to force me to be enemies with Danny Rise? You think that Danny Rise forced her way into your god's kingdom with good intentions? Lalo smiled bitterly. You don't have to sow discord. You're enemies and I've become an innocent bystander. I'll send Lalo out. You go outside and kill him. Don't disturb me in the future. How about that? The Storm God looked at Danny and said, Do you have a conscience? I've been speaking up for you. Lalo said angrily. Danny looked at Lalo and then at the Storm God. She was a little confused about the relationship between the two. I'm definitely not here today for sightseeing in the Cloud Hall. As the leader of the Westeros, I have the right to ask you to pledge your loyalty to me. Danny went straight to the point. Storm, you only have 2 choices. You can either join me or become my enemy. There's no third choice. She couldn't be blamed for being overbearing. It was just that the situation was critical. She was alone and needed help. Most of Ursos had fallen, but she didn't dare to help as she was afraid that the Alliance of Justice and Order would attack her. If she had 2 followers of a true god, the crisis would be resolved immediately. As a true god, shouldn't she try her best at this time? Fuck. The Storm God's face darkened. Even the old fish Liang Mu isn't as overbearing as you. Trust me. If your loyalty is related to the safety of the world, he will be more overbearing than me, Danny said sincerely. You're forcing me to be your enemy. The Storm God's eyes flashed with crazy hatred. I'm forcing you. A green tornado formed around Danny. A ball of fire rose in her purple eyes. Surrender or die. The Storm God's face turned pale. The Cloud Hall began to tremble slightly. The Storm God is a true god. It's not good for you to be so aggressive. Lalo couldn't help but say something fair. Stay on the side. I'll kill you later, Danny said lightly. Lalo took a few steps back and said to the Storm God, I told you to learn from my cultivation experience, but you didn't listen. Now the chance to learn is slim. Slim chance? What was Lalo implying? The storm god's face changed slightly. He hesitated and said, I want to learn now. Can I? Of course. Lalo smiled. Danny narrowed her eyes and glanced back and forth between their faces. How dare you talk dirty in front of me? Lalo is stalling for time. It's very likely that his original body and a group of evil gods are coming to encircle you. Bran's voice came from the strange fish Jianghu. Danny clenched her right hand, and green ribbons began to form an illusory big sword from her palm. Dragon Queen turned her wrist, and the green wind sword pointed at the storm god. Do you want to abandon evil and become good, or do you want to be stubborn? The storm god looked at Shadow Demon Lalo for the last time. Lalo didn't pretend anymore. He looked at Danny coldly and said confidently, if you can hold on for half an hour, she will die today. If you move the Cloud Hall to Volantis, maybe we will meet in 10 minutes. You forced me to do this. The storm god made up his mind, and the expression on his face became more and more ferocious. You asked for it. Danny's body flashed and she was about to teleport behind the storm god. However, the next moment her upper body was left in place, and her lower body was replaced by various colored mosaics. Behind the storm god, there was also a small area of translucent mosaics. Aha, this is the Cloud Hall. It's the perfect counter to your space divine spells. The storm god laughed excitedly. Seeing this, Lalo was relieved. He looked at Danny greedily and rubbed his fists, eager to try. Chapter 10:18. Dragon Queen's space magic failed. She was like a person who was cut in half at the waist. If it weren't for the great development of her time and space talent in the past year, the space wall would have almost twisted her lower body into a mosaic like minced meat. Seeing that Dragon Queen was injured and bleeding, the storm god's eyes were full of joy. He laughed proudly and said, the hall in the cloud is my god's kingdom, and the rules here are set by me. Your space magic is completely based on the polarity of wind, but I am also the wind god. Even if you sing the song of the Lord of Wind, I am also supported by the position of a true god. A little difference can lead to a great error. If I slightly change the rules of space, your magic will be ineffective and even backfire on you. Today you are dead, haha. Danny glanced at him disdainfully and said nothing. She just shook the weirwood cane in her hand a few times. The white roots were like living white snakes. One after another, the white snakes deeply penetrated into the mosaic-like space turbulence. Her will entered the weirwood cane, and then she controlled the wind power in the hall in the cloud through the roots. The next moment, the storm god stopped laughing. He looked at the chaotic space wall around her in surprise and then gradually calmed down. The video paused again and then became smooth again. Dragon Queen's straight and strong legs had more bloodlines like spider webs, but they quickly healed in the holy light. What's wrong with your weirwood? Why can it forcibly stabilize the space fluctuation in the hall in the cloud? The storm god was surprised. You are already an uncle, but you don't even know the dragon head cane of the boss. You have lived in vain. Danny smiled contemptuously and dispersed the sword of the Wind King, condensed by the wind ravens in her right hand. She held the weirwood trunk with both hands and said, I just wanted to control you and didn't intend to kill you. Now it seems that I overestimated myself. The true god is really extraordinary. As soon as I entered your god's kingdom, I opened the field of wind. The field of the main song suppressed the chorus so much, but it still couldn't take away your control of the wind power in the hall in the cloud. I was careless. It's useless even if you are careless. The storm god sneered. I can't defeat you with the power of the wind god, but it's easy to interfere with you. Danny nodded. You're right. I can't control the outcome of today's battle. However, this is really not good news for you. Once the killer move is used, even if you don't die, you will be crippled. You're too arrogant. Lalo the shadow demon sneered. This is the hall in the clouds. I've lived for hundreds of millions of years, but this is the first time I've heard of killing a true god in the divine nation, let alone seeing it. I can't be bothered to talk to the dead. Danny didn't even look at him. She just stared into the eyes of the god of storm and asked, Your hall in the clouds is quickly leaving the airspace of the Westeros. I don't have much time left. Let me ask you one more time. Would you rather die than be a good god that is beneficial to the world and mankind? Trying to scare me? I won't fall for it. The storm god's face twisted. Let me tell you, today is the day you die. This will be your grave. You will be torn apart by the gods. Your skull will be left under the throne of the hall in the clouds and trampled on by me every day. I'm not your opponent, but I'm not alone now. I have countless companions in the alliance of justice and order behind me. The storm god looked up to the sky and roared. In the center of the hall in the clouds, the black tornado holding the throne suddenly expanded to infinitely large and infinitely long. Dragon Queen was immediately sucked into it. Haha, after falling into my cage of wind, even if the old fish Jianghu comes back to life, he won't be able to break through in a month. Cage of wind? Lalo the shadow demon was surprised and overjoyed. Looking at the huge black tornado, he said with a complicated expression, "So the goddess of wind's body is right under my feet, placed in the most conspicuous position in the hall in the clouds." The storm god's eyes became sharp and cold. "Even if I'm in your alliance now, it doesn't mean you can be so presumptuous in front of me. Sorry, I shouldn't have mentioned her name in front of you." Lalo's sincerity was mixed with some fear. "Where are the gods? It's been almost 10 minutes. The storm god put his hands behind his back and looked calm, as if he was 100% sure that the situation was over. "We have to wait a little longer. The gods have just set off," Lalo said awkwardly. "What?" The storm god was shocked and angry. "Are you bluffing me too? Listen to me." Feeling the wind blades tearing his skin and flesh, Lalo hurriedly said, "Your attitude was unclear before. If the gods come and you make love with Danny and Rise, won't we be like lambs in a tiger's mouth?" When Dragon Queen broke into the hall in the clouds, Lalo immediately notified the Alliance of Justice and Order in the Smoke Sea. But the storm god didn't join the Alliance of Justice and Order at all. This time, Lalo came to the hall in the clouds to persuade him. Before the two sides could reach an agreement, the Dragon Queen broke through the door. Even though Lalo had been trying to provoke the relationship between Dragon Queen and the storm god, he wasn't sure that they would completely fall out. After all, Dragon Queen and the storm god did belong to the same divine system. Just as Lalo was worried, if the storm god suddenly shrank when the gods just entered the hall in the clouds, wouldn't they die in vain? Therefore, when the Dragon Queen and the god of storms had completely fallen out and the god of storms used his trump card, the Cage of Wind, all the gods agreed to leave the Smoke Sea and fight. Seeing the storm god's face contorted and the black clouds gradually materializing above and behind her, our crow took a few steps back and shouted, "Calm down. You've already fallen out with Daenerys and the gods are also on their way. Let's not fight among ourselves. You are just a part of Lalo's will. The gods won't object if I use you to vent my anger." The storm god reached out his right hand and made a grasping gesture at Lalo. The black clouds behind him suddenly rushed to the monster with the head of a cow and the body of a snake. Every cloud particle was a wind blade as strong as iron. Chi chi chi, it was like throwing Lalo into a meat grinder. Ow ow ow. His flesh and scales were almost cut into mist. Lalo was suffering the pain of being cut into pieces. He howled and struggled, but he couldn't break free. "No, you can't do this to me. You dare to violate the guest's rights. Even if you are a true god, you will be cursed." Pop. Before the howling stopped, Lalo exploded into a cloud of purple and black blood mist. Only his white skeleton was left standing in the same place. Under the impact of the wind blades there was a dense sound of ding 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 ding. The storm god's anger was slightly reduced. He gently stamped his foot, and Lalo's skeleton quickly sank into the black cloud platform. In the end, only the skull was left on the surface. He stepped lightly on the skull with his two small feet and stamped a few more times. Then a relaxed smile appeared on his face again. "What kind of tornado is this? Why can't I take control of it at all?" The throne of the storm god was a huge tornado holding up a black cloud. It was very eye-catching. Anyone who entered the cloud hall could see it at a glance. Danny was no exception. However, there were still many clouds floating in the cloud hall, and each cloud was a storm. Therefore at first she thought that the black tornado with a long and thin tail was just an ordinary tornado, no different from the other storms around it. When the storm god controlled the black tornado to swallow her with a huge funnel-shaped vent, Danny only sneered in her heart. She thought that the storm god was showing off in front of Guangong. The result was completely out of her expectations. The black tornado was like the inside of a washing machine made of steel. It was inseparable and not under her control. Why do I feel that this tornado is like a living person? It has divinity and vitality. Is it a god? I fell into its stomach. Danny's wind domain was compressed to the extreme, forming a circle of green wind around her. It rotated in the opposite direction to offset the tearing force of the black tornado. If she didn't have the Song of Wind, the powerful wind blades would cut her body into pieces. No matter how strong her defense was, it would be useless. Now, even if it was not torn apart, the inside of the tornado formed a sealed space that was completely under the control of the storm god. In this space, except for the wind element, no other power was allowed to exist. However, the wind element was completely out of Danny's control. It was difficult for her to even move it, let alone open a space door. It was not the first time that Danny had encountered such a situation. When she was in the Orlos Wizard Tower, the sheep egg fell on the priest's body and used the fire magic shield to create a similar forbidden fire zone. Last time, she was able to break through the fire magic shield by relying on Blackie's attack, which used the huge amount of fire magic power in the Megalosaurus. This time, Danny could only use the God of Wind to break through the forbidden wind zone. Last time, the sheep egg's Song of Fire was much stronger than hers. She could only win by quantity. This time, her progress in the Song of Wind was more than 60%, and she was also holding a weirwood staff. Her opponent's Song of Wind was completely copied from the door god. In theory, she had a greater advantage in terms of skill. However, the storm god's Cage of Wind was a bit special. It was not an elemental forbidden zone created by witchcraft. It was more like a living being. An ordinary forbidden wind zone would not be able to trap her at all. But now she was indeed trapped. Could it be the previous goddess of wind? Bran was not sure. I can't see the storm god's origin through the timeline, Danny said. No one can see the past of a true god through the river of time. I can only guess based on the information I have and my own experience. This tornado, which is full of vitality and divinity, is the body of a true god. Perhaps, it is the previous storm god, the goddess of wind, Bran said. Inami's wife, the mother-in-law of the god Durin? What happened in the past? What is the origin of the current storm god? Danny asked. I don't know. The three-eyed crow will not look into the secrets of the old gods. It is just like how the followers of the seven gods will blaspheme the Holy Mother if they look into her origin. You should pass this trial first before you think about the old gods' past. The gods will arrive soon, and you do not have much time left, Bran reminded her. Murderous intent appeared in Danny's eyes. She held the weirwood cane with both hands as if she was holding a sword hilt. Whoosh, at the top of the tree on a few branches, the red palm leaves danced. Wind ravens flew out of Danny's left eye one after another, turning into green ribbons of wind that circled around the tree trunk and went up. Huff huff huff. Gradually, a disharmonious wind sound came from the inside of the black tornado. The wind sound came from the weirwood cane. No, it was no longer a cane. The tree root was the sword head, the tree trunk was the sword hilt, and the leaves at the top were the sword guard. 1,000 wind spirits formed a 30-meter-long green sword that was as thick as a Ferris wheel. It was like a giant marshmallow. The wind domain was activated, and the wind space's polarity turned every gust of wind on the sword into a space blade. With the sword god's godhood, every gust of wind was a space blade, and every sword had a spirituality that could cut through all things. The wind ring in her mind revolved quickly along with the second soul, and all of the wind divine power was released. Sizzle, the green marshmallow sword staff was dyed black, and the sword god's space blade cut through the space. Soon, the space around the staff was shattered, and it turned into a pitch-black mosaic. Whistling gales were poured into the pitch-black hole, and the wall of the cloud hall was broken. This is impossible. My god's kingdom is broken? The storm god's cry of disbelief could be faintly heard. Eat my big marshmallow. Danny was still embarrassed and she only said it in her heart. She did not shout it out loud. Chapter 10:19. Eat one of my marshmallows. Dragon Queen shouted in her heart. She held the 30-meter-long Wind King sword staff that was as thick as a Ferris wheel and poured out the divine power of wind from her body. As she swung her sword down, it was as if she was floating in a clear pool. She held a huge spray gun and shot a jet of ink in front of her. The clear pool water was dyed black. It was a ghastly sight. Then the ink slowly spread in all directions. The black water mark quickly expanded. Crack, crack, crack. The grayish-black tornado that was spinning at high speed paused and stopped. A large part of it was corroded by the ink and a hole appeared. As the ink spread, the tornado's wind wall began to split apart from the hole. The hall in the clouds outside the hole also began to split apart. The ink was naturally not ink. Even Dragon Queen's marshmallows were not black. The black was because the space was cut open. Strictly speaking, her cotton candy sword was supposed to be formless, colorless, and transparent. However, the wind elf had gathered too much wind and was too thick. The colorless wind had been dyed green, and the formless wind had also started to become heavy. When the wind turned into a wind blade, the wind blade was enhanced with the polarity of space and the sword god's sword will. The space around the marshmallows was cut open. The blade was not black. After the space was cut open, it would appear as black in the field of vision. Every wisp of wind was equivalent to an atom of wind. It was a divine sword, a wind blade that activated the polarity of space and was endowed with the sword god's sword will. The atomic divine sword cut open the space easily. To the naked eye, it was just a black mosaic spot. How many wisps of wind were there in the marshmallows? More than 1,000 wind ravens. With a swing of the sword, a huge hole appeared in the cage of wind that was suspected to be the body of the wind goddess. The hall in the clouds outside the tornado was completely penetrated. Looking from outside the divine kingdom, it looked like a black light suddenly shot out from the inside of a fast-moving dark cloud. When the cotton candy dispersed, countless atoms of wind spread throughout the entire cage of wind. Spreading throughout the entire cloud hall, great destruction erupted. No! A horrified and twisted expression froze on the storm god's face. His divine body was like a porcelain doll that had been heated to a high temperature and splashed with ice water. Black cracks crawled up his cheeks, neck, torso. This is impossible. Her divine body was shattered by the spatial storm, and her divine soul was still screaming in despair. What's impossible? Danny held the 2-meter-long weirwood sword hilt and walked freely in the dark, ocean-like space storm, as if she was taking a stroll in the garden. Until now, you still haven't recognized the origin of the dragon-headed staff in my hand? She came in front of him and handed the weirwood tree trunk forward. It is. The god of storm looked like a cracked lime doll with lime powder sliding down the cracks. Inside the dark cracks there was green blood wriggling out. Through the blood, one could see the golden skeleton of a god. You were able to find every flaw in the hall in the clouds just because of this weirwood? A butcher could kill a cow and so could an ordinary butcher. Dismembering the same cow into meat, tendons, and offal would take only 1/10 of the strength of an ordinary butcher or even less. The hall in the clouds was the god of storm's divine kingdom. To defeat a true god in his divine kingdom, one must first destroy the divine kingdom. As long as the divine kingdom was not destroyed, the gods would not be defeated. Since the birth of the world, there had never been a case of a true god being killed in his own divine kingdom. Why was the black goat both strong and weak? The black goat was strong because he had dominated the faith of Kohler for countless years. The black goat temple was connected to his divine kingdom, and the divine kingdom had a shocking amount of faith power. Therefore, in Kohler, Lalo did not want to be his enemy. The faith of Kohler was not worth starting a war of gods. But if he left Kohler and went to Reese, the black goat would lose the support of infinite divine power. He would just be a powerful god of death who had not mastered the law. A demigod was already so powerful with a divine kingdom behind him, let alone a true god. However, once Dani held the weirwood staff, she immediately became the butcher of the old Westeros gods. Well, only the old gods of the Westeros. Her spiritual power entered the weirwood, and then she used the weirwood to touch the divine kingdom of the old gods. With the help of the super brain of the wise old woman, she could instantly analyze the structure of the divine kingdom and ensure that every attack was 1000% effective. Just like a butcher dismembering a cow, she could easily cut through the joints with ease. Dani herself was a peerless sharp knife, and she understood the joints of the hall in the clouds. How could she not do it with ease? Seeing that the god of storm was still at a loss, Dani did not want him to die in peace, so she said directly, "It is the second life of the door god. Although it is badly damaged, it is still your main god. My divine power of wind is transformed into offensive divinity through the weirwood. It is like I am a main god attacking a subordinate god. In terms of power level, I am naturally half a level higher than you. Of course, you are a true god and half a level higher than me, so we are even. However, your hall in the clouds is a shack version of the wind of a world. You will be unlucky if you meet either me or the weirwood, not to mention me with the weirwood." So that's how it is. The storm god's eyes flashed with understanding. "Last time when you found the hall in the clouds through the altar of the old gods on the Thousand Face Island, I should have been vigilant. I was careless. Danny shook her head and sighed. Don't be careless. Even if you keep flashing, it will still be useless. In order to deal with you, I even slowed down my understanding of the Song of Fire in the past year and focused all my energy on the polarity of wind. As long as there are people who believe in you, as long as I have the weirwood staff, I will be able to find your hall in the clouds. Why do you have to sneak up on me? I am a true god who is indifferent to fame and wealth. I am one of the 3 remaining true gods in the world. If you kill me, the world will lose one of its pillars. Even if I don't do anything, as long as I am alive, it will be good for the world. The god of Storm's soul shouted unwillingly. Danny sighed helplessly. I am only here to recruit you. The world is hard. Most of Ursos has fallen. Dealing with the god of Frost has already exhausted me. But the Alliance of Gods is watching from the sidelines. I don't dare to do anything. If you and Drowning God are willing to help me, the 3 of us will be able to defeat Frost God and deal with the Righteous Alliance's sneak attacks. After the long night, you will also be rewarded by the world. Isn't that perfect? Yet, you're so stubborn that you'd rather join the Righteous Alliance than be a good person. Haha, I am a noble true god. Why should I surrender to a lowly human like you? The god of Storm murmured. Seeing that his breath was getting weaker and weaker, Danny could not be bothered to be angry. She frowned and said doubtfully, I deliberately avoided your body with the tip of my sword, and used 99% of my strength on the cage in the wind and the hall in the clouds. You should be slightly injured now. At most, you will be seriously injured. How can you die? Don't talk about it. While he is still alive, let's try to save him. Maybe he can be saved? In the weirwood, Bran said helplessly, he is right. Even if a true god doesn't do anything, the more he does to the world, the better. Ka. Before he could finish his sentence, the big raven on the shoulder of the god of Storm suddenly opened his eyes. His bloody pupils were filled with extreme madness and hatred. Danny's heart trembled when she looked into his eyes. But before she could do anything, the big crow let out a mournful cry, and its powerful soul power directly shattered the Storm god's already broken body. No. The god of Storm cried weakly. His body turned into powder. Before the powder fell to the ground, it turned into a gust of blood-red wind. The body dissipated, revealing the golden soul of the god of Storm, which was full of black cracks. God of Storm, die. The big raven's cry not only shattered the body of the god of Storm, but also awakened countless Timin souls. They were all followers of the god of Storm. They had been locked in the cloud prison and cut by the wind blades. Now the cloud hall collapsed and the cloud prison was broken. The Iron Seed was freed. However, these followers of the god of Storm had been tortured for countless years. Except for crying in pain, they had almost lost their human nature and sanity. They were floating in the air in a daze. They didn't wake up until the big raven's cry. Then, with red eyes, they turned into evil ghosts and pounced on the golden soul of the god of Storm. God of Storm, give me back my life. The anger of the Iron Seed was almost tangible. Danny frowned and immediately released her holy light, burning all the vengeful spirits that came close to her into ashes and pure spiritual matter. At the moment when she was distracted, the big raven's sharp beak reached out and pecked the forehead of the golden soul. The light in the eyes of the god of Storm disappeared completely. The whole process seemed long, but it actually happened in a flash. Kacha boom. The world shook, the wind blew, lightning flashed, thunder roared, and rain poured down like a god crying. The sea of law was boiling like porridge. The world was like a broken tricycle with gas pedal on, accelerating down the slope. As the person chosen by the world, Danny immediately felt it. Her heart was filled with extreme irritability, anger, and other negative emotions. You want to die? She poked the big raven's head with her finger. Pop. The angry attack directly blew the demigod raven into a bloody mist. Don't. Bran was the first to arrive. He was embarrassed and annoyed. Your Majesty, you should ask for the reason. The soul is still here. There will be time to ask in the future. Danny's face was gloomy. She looked around. Snow, rain, fog, hailstones, and other phenomena were mixed together. Black clouds were rolling, the wind was blowing, and there was an endless sea of blood in the sky. In the mess, the hall in the clouds was split into countless pieces. Countless gusts of wind blew, mixed with the wailing of thousands of dead souls. Danny also saw Yolen of Scylla. He was actually lucky to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Suddenly her eyes focused. Countless big ravens were like mad dogs, cawing as they passed through the ruins of the god's kingdom, fighting for the scattered wisps of black wind. Those big ravens were all wind spirits. Danny was also very familiar with what they were fighting for. The black tornado suspected to be the goddess of wind's true form. "What are you eating?" She was in a bad mood and her tone was impatient. "We are drinking the wind." The ravens did not care about her attitude. They just answered casually and started fighting again. For ordinary people, drinking the northwest wind meant no food. But for the wind ravens, drinking the northwest wind could really fill their stomachs. "Is it delicious?" Danny was finally interested. "Caw, caw, caw." A wind raven expanded like a balloon, and its blood-red eyes were dyed with a trace of green. Under Danny's surprised and the envious eyes of the other ravens, it suddenly exploded into a long green wind belt. This wind belt was very different. It was infinitely elongated and fluttered like a victory flag. In the blood-red sea of thunder, it flew up diagonally for a few kilometers. More importantly, Danny felt that a trace of divinity was being born in her body. There is such an effect? Danny was no longer annoyed by the spilled milk. She pulled herself together again, opened her mouth wide and sucked hard at the messy sky. Huff, huff, huff. The wall of wind built by the storm, the remnants of the black tornado, the tornado that was out of control, the souls of the believers of the god of storm, Yolan of Scylla, the corpse and soul of the god of storm, the big ravens that exploded into a bloody mist. All the tangible and intangible substances from the collapsed hall in the clouds were all sucked into her mouth and then sent to the believers to be preserved. Then, Danny saw the gods around her who were ready to make a move. The alliance of justice and order was here. In fact, they had arrived a long time ago. From afar, the gods saw a dark cloud in the sky rushing toward them at lightning speed. They knew that it was the hall in the clouds and that the Dragon Queen was trapped in it. They were very excited and their divine power surged, preparing their divine spells. As soon as they entered the kingdom of the god of storm, they would immediately focus their fire on the Dragon Queen. Then, Biom! A big hole suddenly appeared in the dark cloud, and a black sword pillar that could shatter the void stretched out from the cloud. The horrifying power made the gods' hair stand on end even though they were far away. They stopped in shock and bewilderment. Then there was a big explosion. The whole hall in the clouds was shattered, disintegrated, and annihilated in the space storm. The gods were more and more shocked. This shouldn't be. No matter how strong the Dragon Queen was, she couldn't have broken the kingdom of a true god so quickly. What killing move did she have? The gods avoided it in confusion. Chapter 10:20. After the long night fell, the gods and their god kingdoms gradually left the astral world and could travel freely in the material world. In the material world, the hall in the cloud of the storm god appeared as a cloud, mixed with thousands of clouds. Without his invitation, ordinary gods couldn't even find the hall in the cloud. Inami's flowing water palace was similar. Night Lion couldn't find the flowing water palace from the bottom of the sea with his own ability. But he had a friendship with Inami in his early years and got a magic conch. As long as he blew the conch in the sea, the flowing water palace on the other side of the sea would immediately sense it. Lalo could find and enter the hall in the cloud because of the storm god's token. At first, the hall in the cloud floated above the narrow sea near Dorne. When the storm god decided to join the alliance of justice and order, the hall in the cloud immediately moved east. The deities walked in the opposite direction. Both sides flew more than 1,000 kilometers and met near Volantis. The gods should have swarmed forward, but the hall in the cloud braked first, and then there was a big explosion. Before the evil gods could react, the celestial phenomenon of the fall of a true god was displayed in front of everyone. They were shocked, confused, and scared. What kind of power could make a true god fall in such a short time? The storm god was in his god kingdom. Didn't he say that the cage of wind could trap Dragon Queen for a month? Their hearts were filled with fear. They hesitated and even began to shrink back. Before Danny finished cleaning up the battlefield, she saw the huge black cloud of demon flames slowly retreating into the distance. The black cloud was a phenomenon caused by the gathering of demons. There were dozens of demons and at least 10 of them were at the same level as Night Lion. Obviously, the information about the 3 giants was fake. The rest of the evil gods also understood the rules, and were only 1 or 2 levels lower than Night Lion. The key was that she didn't know anything about them, but the enemy knew everything. If I'm surrounded, I'll be dead. Danny's scalp was numb and her heart was trembling. She almost couldn't hold it in and wanted to run away. But the next moment, Danny saw that the gods didn't surround her. Instead, they carefully retreated. After being stunned for a moment, she came to a realization. I'm afraid of them, but they're also afraid of me. She was afraid of them because she knew her own limits. The other party was ready to unleash a powerful divine spell with a high level of energy and a large yield, all of which were beyond her tolerance. They were afraid of her because she had just killed a true god. They suspected that she had an unknown trump card. With the wisdom of the old woman still in her body, Danny quickly figured it out and let out a sigh of relief. After cleaning up the battlefield calmly, she stepped forward with a cold face and roared, "Evildoers, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Come and die." She wanted to imitate Zhang Fei and Zhao Yun and shout, "Danny Liz of Dragonstone Island is here, why don't you?" However, Danny Rise of Dragonstone Island was obviously not as domineering as Zhao Zilong of Changshan and Zhang Ida of Yen. Instead, she was a little silly. However, she had just killed a true god and destroyed the true god's divine kingdom, and her body was buffed with the max level of the halo of fear. In the eyes of the gods, it was not important what she was shouting. What was important was that she was charging at them. The evil king is here. Danny Rise is ferocious. You can't fight her. Retreat quickly. The powerful gods with many precepts were still hesitating, but the weaker evil gods were scared out of their wits. They screamed and turned to run back. With this run, the formation was messed up. Like falling dominoes, the surrounding gods turned into black smoke and disappeared from Danny's sight with a whoosh. Danny finally relaxed. She chuckled and headed north at an even faster speed, entering the continent of Ursos. Less than half a minute after she left, the evil gods ran back. When they saw that the Dragon Queen had disappeared, they were all excited. They shouted, "Danny Rise was bluffing. She must have used a forbidden art that harms her own life. Danny Rise can't hold on any longer. Don't let the low-health Danny Rise escape," and so on. They chased her all the way to the west. The gods were not stupid. After running for a while, they realized that the Dragon Queen was not using any spatial magic to chase after them. They immediately realized that something was wrong. However, Danny did not use any forbidden art that harms her own divine body, nor did she have low health. She only used big cotton candy, and the divine power in her body was depleted. Her body was weak and it was difficult for her to even open a spatial door. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many enemies, their killer moves were unknown, and there was a possibility of GG if they were surrounded, she might have really turned around and kite the enemies. Several fairies circled around her. Danny looked like she was wearing a wide-sleeved fairy dress made of clouds. Like the cultivators in the Shenxiao world, she floated in the air like an immortal. The gods rushed to the Westeros in the west. She carried the weirwood trunk and recovered her mana as she walked along the Rhone River to Korhor. Bran used the weirwood to interfere with the River of Time to cover the Dragon Queen's tracks. In Korhor, Danny saw a city of the living dead. Millions of ghouls were scattered around the city. A large group of ghouls seemed to be ready to go south to Volantis. Or were they planning to cross the Dothraki Sea and invade Slaver's Bay? Without any delay, Danny opened up her fire domain. Divine power of fire flowed out and ignited tens of thousands of ghouls in the city. Then she quickly moved out of the city. By the time the frost god descended with a roar and activated his ice domain to clash with her fire domain, Danny had already killed hundreds of thousands of ghouls. She did not stay in a stalemate with the frost god. She had recovered most of her divine power on the way. She immediately teleported to Norfoss in the west of Korhor and repeated the same trick. This time it was less effective. An evil god of ice had already activated his domain. Her fire domain crushed the evil god's ice domain. Before she could start her massacre, the frost god descended with a roar. Hence, Danny ran to Roras in the Trembling Sea in the north. She also helped Bravos, which had lost 90% of its population and was on the verge of collapse, to clear out hundreds of thousands of ghouls in the city. By the time the survivors of Bravos crawled out of the underground palace and caves, kneeling on the ground and chanting, "Long live the Dragon Queen," Danny had already left the narrow sea. She walked around the area and comforted the volunteers there. Then she went north to Winterfell. After returning to the Westeros, she went all out. She activated her fire domain and unleashed her divine power without restraint. From the entrance of Neck Lake to the edge of the Great Wall, from Deepwood Castle by the Sea of Sunset in the west to Widow's Watch in the Trembling Sea in the east, Danny went on a killing spree without blinking an eye. After a frenzied massacre, The depressing feeling brought about by the unexpected death of the storm god immediately dissipated. If the Alliance of Justice and Order hadn't caused trouble, you would have been able to control most of the zombie hordes in the cities. Bran sighed regretfully. Since the other ghosts broke through the Great Wall and today most of the world has fallen. The humans and the ghouls are in different positions of attack and defense. But this also means that the long night has reached its climax. The Frost God can cultivate the other ghosts on a large scale. Tens of thousands of other ghosts will form tribes living in the icy world. If they can replace the humans as the main characters of the world, even if the remaining humans are still alive, they will become a lost race like the children of the forest, Dany said worriedly. After returning to Dragonstone Island, she began to check on the wind ravens in the Faith space. They had already eaten the remains of the black tornado. All the wind ravens had obviously improved. Half of them had evolved into greater spirits, with weak divinity. They were dozens of times stronger than ordinary wind spirits, but they were only one step away from becoming demigods. Holy Mother, if there are a few more black tornadoes, won't all my wind spirits be promoted to demigods? Can the cotton candy of 1,000 demigod wind ravens split the world with one sword? Dany was surprised and happy, but more than that she was puzzled. Black Tornado, Inami's wife, the goddess of wind, the storm god, and the big crow that killed the storm god. Who were they? What did it matter? Why was the storm god still on the verge of death when the big cotton candy sword had already avoided him? Was it just bad luck that he was caught in the crossfire? Moreover, the storm god had a well-known ability to control crows. Yolan of Scylla had two typical characteristics in his external appearance. He had only one eye and a crow on his shoulder. He only had one eye, but it was not that he was blind in one eye. Instead, he had two heterochromatic pupils like the dwarf. However, the dwarf did not have extraordinary talent. His heterochromatic pupils were just ordinary eyes. Yolan of Scylla, however, had the potential to become a wizard. His dark left eye, which was covered by an eye patch, contained the evil power of the storm god. The big crow that often appeared on Yolan of Scylla's shoulder was controlled by the left eye under the eye patch. King Balan fell down the hanging ladder because he controlled the big crow to cast the blood witchcraft, P.S. In other words, the big crow was the evidence that Yolan of Scylla was the priest of the storm god, and not his own unique image. But since the crow was the servant and companion of the storm god, why didn't it attack the dragon queen? Instead, it attacked its master? With countless questions, Dany took out the big crow of the storm god. Well, it was an extremely powerful demigod crow. Its divine body was destroyed by her angry attack, but its divine soul was preserved. The crow is my second life. The demigod crow was in a bad state. Its soul was like a candle that was about to be extinguished. When Qizong used divine arts, even his attacks carried this spiritual bestowment attribute. How could Dany not set an example? At this moment, the divinity of the big crow was almost completely stripped away. You should be a follower of the storm god in your first life, right? Why did you kill your own master god? Dany asked. The storm god was an old god, so it was not strange that he had followers who could shapeshift. In fact, if Yolan of Scylla went to the Great Wall and stayed there for a few years, he might also awaken the talent of shapeshifting. Yes, I was a follower of Wrath. But which follower of the storm god didn't want to kill that bastard? The big crow said with resentment. Thinking of the doctrine of the storm god and the scene when the Cloud Hall was destroyed, countless time turned into evil spirits and wanted to eat the storm god's divine soul alive, Dany was speechless. When Yolan of Scylla was suffering in hell, didn't he also scream under the attacks of the demons and curse the storm god and dragon queen loudly? It was completely normal for the followers of the storm god to hate the storm god. Wrath is the name of the storm god? Before he took the divine body and divinity of the wind goddess, he was called Wrath, the crow said. It was a short sentence, but it contained a lot of information. Dany thought for a moment and took a deep breath. You said he? The storm god is a man? Dragon Queen's face twisted. Wrath is the son of the forest. I don't know what his real name is. Humans can't understand the source language. Dany's heart skipped a beat. She suddenly understood some of the questions she had before. Wrath was a powerful green prophet. He might have mastered the Song of Law. One day the wind goddess fell into a deep sleep because of an accident. Wrath took over her divine body. So, that black tornado was actually the real body of the storm god. I deliberately avoided the storm god and only vented my power on the black tornado and the Cloud Hall, but I didn't expect his real body to take most of my power. No wonder it cracked. Chapter 1021. The goddess of wind was also a vicious bitch. She killed my family and my people, and in the end Nu Xiao and I killed her together. The big crow said with resentment. Huh? You killed the goddess of wind? Who are you? Danny was surprised. You should have heard of me, Storm King Durin, nicknamed God's Worry. Danny Leasy, you are not bad, but compared to me you are just a junior. The big crow said proudly. So it's you? Danny was surprised at first, and then she looked at the crow's remnant soul with a strange expression. For some reason, Durin was not half human and half bird like the child of the forest crow. His soul had completely become a crow. You are just an unlucky guy whose fate was controlled by the gods. What right do you have to compare with me? I don't even need to lift a finger to kill you. She laughed. Durin said unhappily, You can call me a loser, but you can't insult me by saying that my fate was controlled by the gods. In fact, it was to fight against fate that I walked on the path of becoming an enemy of the gods. You are very strong, much stronger than me, but you are still a latecomer. Although I don't know what happened back then, looking at the result, you were obviously fooled by Nu Xiao. What's pitiful is that you didn't know anything and thought that you were fighting against fate. Danny said disapprovingly. Durin Crow was stunned. He wanted to refute, but he couldn't. After a while he said bitterly, You are right. That bastard Nu Xiao has been controlling my fate, but I thought that my enemies were the Inami and the goddess of wind. Of course they are my enemies. All the gods deserve to die. None of them are good. He sighed. What happened back then? Danny asked. I'm not sure now. Durin said dejectedly. Your Majesty, you can see for yourself. The storm god is dead and there are no more disturbances. You can look at Durin's timeline as much as you want. Bran said. There were still disturbances. Danny condensed the river of time and found traces of Durin, but she could only see a blurry image. The storm god's interference with the river of time was permanent. It was like using an eraser to erase his own plot in a storybook. Furthermore, not only did this matter involve the storm god, but Inami and the goddess of wind were also the main characters. Even the door god had a friendly cameo. However, Danny was able to roughly reconstruct the story by observing the important supporting characters, like Du Luen and Brandon Stark. About 50,000 years ago, Nu Xiao was born. Apart from being more talented, he was just like the other children of the forest. He had a peaceful temperament and loved singing about the mountains and rivers of the world. Like many green prophets, he often slept on the weirwood tree and listened to the song of wind sung by the door god. When the door god was still alive, many talented creatures slept on weirwood and listened to the door god's song. Just like many creatures in the past, Nu Xiao became a demigod under the weirwood. However, Nu Xiao restrained himself and didn't become a true god. He was very talented in the law of wind, and the door god hoped that he could be the successor of the Song of Wind. For the next 30,000 years, Nu Xiao had been studying the Song of Wind. However, the Song of Wind of the door god was the most powerful Song of Wind. It was almost impossible to surpass him. For example, Danny, Sheepegg, and Lalo all had the Song of Fire. Then, which era would it be easier for another person to sing the Song of Fire? Lalo had existed for hundreds of millions of years, but no one had been able to steal his Song of Fire. This showed how difficult it was to sing the songs of the four basic elements. However, Sheepegg had stolen Lalo, and Danny had stolen Sheepegg, and they had both succeeded. Obviously, it was much harder to comprehend the Song of Fire after Danny's time than during Lalo's time. The Song of Wind of the door god was only a little bit weaker than Danny's Song of Fire. It was inferior in the uniqueness of the first flame. Therefore, even though the door god had helped him wholeheartedly, Nu Xiao couldn't sing the Song of Wind that surpassed the door gods. After that, the door god gave a part of his Song of Wind to Nu Xiao. He didn't expect Nu Xiao to surpass him. He only wanted Nu Xiao to inherit his Song of Wind. Or after he died, Nu Xiao could sing the Song of Wind that was one level lower. The door god's arrangement was perfect, but Nu Xiao had exhausted his patience after tens of thousands of years of training. If that was the case, Nu Xiao would lose his faith and confidence like the countless demigods under the door god's command who failed to sing the Song of Wind. In the future he would be a normal demigod and enjoy his life. In the end, he would become a green prophet and merge into the seal of the green prophet. Or, if he was determined, he would give up on the Song of Wind and put all his energy into the chorus of wind. In the end he would become a true god like the Inami. No matter what, Nu Zhao's future was bright. At least when he looked back he wouldn't regret wasting his time. He wouldn't feel ashamed because he didn't accomplish anything. When he was about to die he could roar, "My life and all my experiences have been dedicated to the most glorious cause in the world, to save humanity and the world. I die without regrets." However, his life was full of misfortune. The era he lived in happened to be the intersection of two eras. The next era would be 2,000 years later. His people, the children of the forest, the world he loved, the free and peaceful primitive forest era, would be replaced by another race and another way of life. For the sake of the alien race, for the sake of the human civilization that he hated, he felt that it wasn't worth it. In fact, when the eras changed, the children of the forest, including the Green Prophet, were split into two factions. One faction was peaceful. Danny thought they were cowards, and accepted the fate of their race. They only sang to vent their sorrow. The other faction wanted to fight against fate. There was even a Green Prophet who didn't hesitate to transform himself into a first-generation deviant ghost. Not only the children of the forest, even the door god was confused. However, the children of the forest were more concerned about the future of their race. The door god was confused because he was uncertain about the future of the world. The door god was confused. The door god was divided into two. The children of the forest were confused. They were also divided into two. One faction followed the will of the heavens and became the three-eyed crows. They were like the Transformers faction. The three-eyed crows were the pillars supporting the sky. The other faction wanted to change their fate. Some of the children of the forest chose to become deviant ghosts and use them to destroy the humans who threatened the survival of their race. Some of the children of the forest took the initiative to start a war with the humans again. They were like the Transformers faction. Because of their different ideologies, they split into many megatars. Nu Zhao was one of the megatars. No matter how hard the megatars tried, they all proved one thing: the will of the heavens could not be defied. Nu Zhao's megatars, whose worldview collapsed, left the Westeros and traveled to Ursos, the Jade Sea of the Far East and Asia, for thousands of years. He met many good teachers and learned a lot of advanced theories and knowledge that the door god could never learn. In short, Nu Zhao, who destroyed his worldview in the Westeros, went to the east and rebuilt his worldview. He had the same values, worldview, and outlook on life as the deviant gods of the barbarian land. Well, in the last era, the center of the world was the barbarian land. The Dawn Kingdom of the barbarian land was the most civilized and developed empire in the world. But the barbarian land's emperor was the descendant of the gods. In other words, the deviant gods ruled the country. Nu Zhao turned from the gentle, kind, and peace-loving Green Prophet to the current storm god. Oh, his personality was reconstructed. He still needed the storm god's power. Nu Zhao hoped to become a true god before the great calamity of the era. Only by becoming a true god could he have the chance to change the fate of his race. But he had been studying the Song of Wind. It was hard for him to create a chorus in a short period of time. The great calamity of the era was coming. There was not much time left for him. He needed a miracle. Fortunately, Nu Zhao was the most powerful Green Prophet. His ability to peek into fate was much better than most true gods. The story between Inami and the storm goddess made him see the fastest way to become a true god. As mentioned before, the Night Lion and the Lady of Light opened a husband and wife shop, the Kingdom of Dawn, and successfully fused the laws of light and darkness perfectly. From there, they developed the supreme law of the universe, a knockoff of the Song of Ice and Fire, the Song of Light and Darkness. Many gods were envious of them and wanted to learn from them. For example, Inami and Lala wanted to learn. Many people, including Danny, thought that the name Inami was strange. Why didn't she call herself the sea god? Actually, Inami was called the sea god before. She was as outstanding as Nu Zhao. She was born tens of thousands of years earlier than Nu Zhao. She was his senior brother and was valued by the door god's master. The door god taught Nu Zhao personally and arranged for Inami to study at the Lorne River. He spent a lot of time and effort on the two of them. He also had a lot of expectations. Inami learned the chorus of the Song of Water beside the Lorne River Mother Goddess. She deserved the name Sea God. However, after she married the Wind Goddess, she changed her name. She no longer represented the sea. Inami, it sounded like water. But Inami also learned the chorus of the Song of Fire. Who would believe that? This was not a secret. Anyone who had heard the Song of Inami, the Bible of the Inami Church, similar to the Seven Stars Bible, would know that Inami was also the fire god. The drowning god created the demons for them to rape and pillage. He used blood, fire, and joyous songs to create a new world, and used it to carve his name. The drowning god once brought fire from the sea to the mortal world, and held a sword and fire to sail the world. These were the two core teachings in the Inami Bible. They explained the divinity of the Inami and regulated the actions of the Inami followers. Because it involved the secrets of the Inami, Danny could not observe the specific reasons from the river of time. She only knew that the wind goddess paid a great price to help Inami sing the chorus of the Song of Water and Fire. Inami seemed to have been abandoned by the door god. Well, the door god had always been indifferent to his followers. He rarely cared about the trivial matters between them. Nu Xiao saw the result in advance from fate. He wanted to scheme against the weakened wind goddess. First, Nu Xiao became the master of the Storm King Durin. It was similar to Lalo finding the sheep egg. This process was not difficult. Back then, the mortals in the Westeros had all converted to the old gods and respected the green prophet of the children of the forest. Then he used the prophecy of fate to arrange for Durin and Inni to meet. This was not difficult. Durin was the Storm King and lived by the sea. Mermaids were not as rare as now. In fact, it was because of Inni's love affair with a human that mermaids rarely appeared in the human world. Durin had been the master of the human world for hundreds of years. He was also a powerful demigod. He had the ambition and courage to mess with the daughter of a god. Inni was a simple mermaid princess. She could not refuse an experienced driver like Durin. Therefore Nu Xiao did not do anything. The story developed according to his script. Inni was not only the beloved daughter of the sea god and the wind goddess, she was also the key to the fusion of the two opposing laws. How could she be taken by a lowly human? Chapter 1022. The time when Aegon unified the 7 countries was the first year of Westeros history. 15,000 BC for the whole world, it was the era of the descendants of God, but for the eternal gods, it was the end of this glorious era. In less than 10,000 years the next world fall would happen. Jianghu had no hope of saving the world and he was in despair. His spirit began to split into two. Nu Xiao had been teaching the wind song for 30,000 years, but now he had to stop for the time being. His worldview was about to collapse. 15,000 BC, 12,000 BC, it was the Dawn Era. The ancestors crossed the narrow sea and entered the Westeros. They clashed with the children of the forest, the giants and other Westeros natives. In the end, they signed an oath on the Thousand Faces Island, and the Green Man organization was born. Jianghu didn't care about these small things. The children of the forest were divided for the first time, and the liberal faction and the deceiver faction began to appear. Nu Xiao traveled abroad and began to rebuild his worldview. 12,000 BC, 800 BC, 4,000 years of the Hero Era. The ancestors gave up their original religion in the continent of Ursos and fully converted to the old gods. Humans who gained the recognition of the children of the forest began to flourish. Many gifted human kings learned from the children of the forest. The strongest group became demigods, and then created the kingdom of the descendants of God, in the Westeros. They were remembered as heroes by humans, so this period was called the Hero Era. For example, Green Hand Garth created the Gardner family, ruled River Bend for at least 1,000 years, and was proficient in the magic of plants and life. Wherever Green Hand went, farms, villages and orchards would be full of vitality. It was said that he had a cloth bag that contained all the seeds of the world's crops. It was said that when he touched an infertile woman or an old woman without menstruation, they would be able to give birth again. Girls became mature in front of him, mothers became pregnant with twins or even triplets under his blessing, and little girls became menstruating girls under his smile. Wherever he went, nobles and ordinary people were willing to offer their chaste daughters to him. Their crops would have a good harvest in the coming year, and the fruit trees would be full of fruit. Girls who were raped by him would also be pregnant with strong sons or beautiful daughters. This was why the nobles of River Bend emphasized the Green Hand family. The River Bend feudal lords were all established by the direct descendants of Green Hand Garth. Lord Eel's family was originally a River Bend noble family, but because they were not part of the Green Hand faction, they were ostracized and suppressed. In the end, they had no choice but to migrate to the north, which was thousands of miles away. White Harbor's Mandalay family was loyal to Winterfell because of Stark's kindness in the Northern Territory. Actually, even Stark and Lon Lister were part of the Green Hand faction. During the heroic era, Green Hand Garth was the king of the River Bend, Durin was the king of the Land of Storms, Grey Sea King was the king of the Iron Islands and the River Gap, and Griffin King, the ancestor of the Royce family, who passed down a set of magic bronze armor to this day, 10,000 years later, and also the ancestor of Bronze John, was the king of the valley. They were all semi-god heroes and they all ruled the kingdoms for thousands of years. Among the remaining 3 of the 7 kingdoms, clever Lon Lister of the West didn't have any extraordinary talents, and he was as short as a dwarf, but he was smart and eloquent. He slept with the daughter of the original owner of Casterly Rock City and became the head of the family. Lanlister's background wasn't simple, he was the illegitimate son of Green Hand Garth's daughter. Could it be a coincidence? Why does Lon Lister look so similar to Tyrion? There was something even more coincidental. Dorndor had many deserts and mountains, it was remote and desolate, and most of them were tyrants like the fallen city Dane. Before 2000 BC, before Nymeria led the Nuenar people across the sea, Dorndor didn't have a unified king. Finally there was the North. The North also had a semi-god king, but it had nothing to do with Stark. He was the founder of the Bolton family of the Skinners. From the map of the Northern Territory, it could be seen that the most fertile White Blade River plain in the center of the Northern Territory didn't belong to Stark, but to the Bolton family. Before the arrival of Stark, the Bolton family had already built a castle and established a kingdom there. The founder of Winterfell Stark was the city builder Brandon. What was the background of Brandon? Or rather, where did the Stark family live 8,000 years ago? The city builder Brandon had an extraordinary background. His father was Bloodblade Brandon, a semi-god king and the son of Green Hand Garth. Bloodblade, Brandon was called Bloodblade, because he participated in the War of the Children of the Forest 12,000 BC. He slaughtered the giants of River Bend. As he killed too many children of the forest, the blood he shed dyed the Emerald Lake red. Bloodblade, Brandon was born in the Dawn era before 12,000 BC. His son, city builder Brandon, participated in the construction of the Great Wall after 800 BC. This time span, city builder Brandon accepted the mission of building the Great Wall and guarding the Northern Territory. He left his hometown and migrated to the Northern Territory to build Winterfell and establish the House of Stark family. City builder Brandon, clever Lane, Jon and Tyrion. Looking at their backgrounds and fates, it was as though history was repeating itself. No wonder the dwarf and the dwarf liked each other so much. From the experiences of the heroes during the heroic era, it could be seen that during that era humans and gods lived together. There was frequent communication between gods and gods. The divine wars between gods were like the struggle for power between kings. Hence, after knowing that their daughter was abducted by Durin, the sea god and wind goddess didn't have the thought that gods shouldn't appear in the world. On the night of Durin and Yenne's wedding, the couple destroyed the Storm King's castle and killed all of Durin's relatives and guests. This was a blood feud. Durin and Yenne's union was not like Dong Yong and the Weaver Girl, or Lu Yenchang and the Third Holy Mother. Durin was a demigod. Before he met Yenne's he had lived for 1,000 years. He had many women and had many children. He had many relatives. The sea god and wind goddess killed his entire family. What kind of feud was this? There were also guests. In Westeros, where the rights of guests were highly valued, not being able to protect the guests who gave their blessings to the couple was the greatest humiliation for a demigod king like Durin. Durin declared war on the god and wife. The divine wars that lasted for 100 years was how Durin forged the name, God's Worry. The sea god raised raging waves and destroyed all the coastal castles. Huge storms wreaked havoc in Durin's kingdom, destroying cities, towns, and villages. The sea god and wind goddess massacred Durin's citizens and destroyed the kingdom's production and crops. However, the two true gods used forbidden spells to cleanse the land. They could only hurt Durin's kingdom, causing him more pain and hatred. They couldn't kill him. If it was just a divine wars, the children of the forest could still endure 1 or 2 forbidden spells. However, both sides were long-lived gods. Time meant nothing to them. They kept fighting for 100 years. The true gods left countless forbidden spells in the land of storms. The human cities and the forests of the children of the forest were all destroyed. The onlookers couldn't stand it anymore. The Green Prophet and the powerful human demigods joined the battle. The Windstop fortress that suppressed Broken Boat Bay was built with the blueprint provided by Brandon and the children of the forest in charge of enchantment. The wind goddess and the sea god had been fighting for a long time. They were already exhausted. The wind goddess also paid a huge price to fuse the opposing laws of the husband and wife shop. The half-blooded wind goddess was exhausted and had no divine power. It was like she was half-blooded and half mana. However, she didn't just have to face the children of the forest who tried to stop the fight. She also had to face Wrath, who had ulterior motives. Wrath and Durin took the opportunity to harvest the wind goddess head. Wrath then used his powerful soul power to take over the true god's body. It could also be said that Wrath had swallowed the wind goddess. The true form of the wind goddess was a storm that gave birth to spirituality. She had a powerful and special wind element talent. Wrath's methods weren't rare. Some of the evil gods in the Justice Alliance were plotting against the Dragon Queen. They wanted to devour her special bloodline and obtain the chance to control the first flame. This was the benefit of studying abroad. In the Westeros, he would never be able to learn such advanced blood witchcraft. I didn't want to kill the wind goddess back then. Fine, my heart was filled with anger and hatred. If I had the ability to kill a god, I would have done it. However, when Wrath asked me to attack the wind goddess, he only said that he would severely injure her so that she wouldn't dare to interfere with me and Yini. Who knew? You would be happy to see the end of the wind goddess, right? I saw you standing beside the corpse of the goddess of wind and laughing heartily. Dany said calmly. It was also karma. By occupying the wind goddess's wind and cloud, divine body, Wrath quickly learned the Song of the Storm. Now, more than 10,000 years later, because the Dragon Queen didn't know that the tornado that was suspected to be the wind goddess' divine body was her true form, she still beat him to the brink of death even though she didn't want to kill him. Success was because of the wind and cloud, and failure was also because of the wind and cloud. Durin Crow said, I have a reason to curse the sea god and the wind goddess in the most vicious way. My family, friends, and people of the kingdom were all slaughtered by them. Blood hatred can only be cleansed with blood. However, the wind goddess was also the mother of my wife, Yini. I wanted to hide the truth from her, but Wrath secretly told her that I murdered her mother. I couldn't even defend myself. All the more reason I have to kill Wrath. Even if he was a rare true god, even if killing him would accelerate the fall of the world, I don't care. I don't regret it. Durin's soul fluctuated fiercely, and his voice became sad and sad. I used to respect him, believe in him, and love him. However, after the wind goddess died, he seemed to have changed into another person. He used the cruelest methods to torture me. He tempted Yini to take revenge on me, and he even involved my child. Yini and I turned from lovers to enemies. Our husband and wife killed each other. My child and brother killed each other. I accidentally killed Yini, and my son killed his own family. I hugged Yini's corpse and tears of blood flowed from my eyes. I cried in despair like a lone wolf. But he laughed in the clouds. Wrath is a madman. The pain of the most devout believer is the source of his happiness. He didn't target you. He hated all humans. Dany thought. Death couldn't end my sad life. He stuffed my soul into the crow's body, forcing me to be the slave of his enemy for eternity. I, the Storm King God Jiancho, was forced to be the enemy's slave. How humiliating it was. Tell me, should I take revenge? Durin cried. Although Durin's revenge was reasonable, Dany, who had seen his life in the River of Time, didn't like him. She wanted to burn him into an elemental giant. Chapter 1023. Durin lived up to his name as the gods worry. A mere mortal demigod had killed two true gods. However, Dany didn't really like him. She didn't hate him either. In the River of Time she had seen his history. He was a heroic figure who was very much a local tyrant, women, good wine, bragging, and killing. His behavior was in line with the universal values of Westeros, but he didn't have any advantages or characteristics that attracted Dany. Durin himself also wanted to end this life, so Dany burned him into an elemental giant. It was essentially similar to a wind elf, but its appearance was different. Its upper body was a human, and its lower body was a funnel-shaped tornado with a long thin tail. There were two reasons why it looked like this. First, it was to distinguish humans from the elemental life form of the children of the forest. Second, elemental giants and wind elves were different in characteristics and functions. Wind elves were generally stronger than elemental giants and had more functions. Elemental giants were rough and were suitable as bricks for the walls of the Cloud Hall. Could a human soul be burned into a life imprint and then a second life? Yes. However, the souls of ordinary people were not as tough as the children of the forest. It was easy for them to be burned and their life imprint destroyed. Strictly speaking, an ordinary muggle who had only lived for a few decades and a powerful shape-shifting child of the forest with hundreds of years of power were not on the same level of life. Perhaps in the future, Danny's fire creation could be perfected and it would be easier to burn the weak souls of ordinary people. However, that wouldn't be of much value. The strength of an elemental spirit was related to its magical power, talent, realm, and other supernatural attributes when it was alive. If an ordinary person was turned into an elemental spirit, not only would the calcining process be extremely time-consuming, but the new spirit itself would also not have any elemental power. It wouldn't be of much help to Danny, and it would be difficult for it to survive. It was better to let ordinary people reincarnate. After all, it was a new life. Of course, there were also extraordinary souls among humans. For example, powerful extraordinaries. If Durin died one day, Danny would definitely turn him into an elf. If he happened to have a second life in the Mother Crow's body, she would also help him become her. Durin wasn't dead yet, but there were many souls of extraordinaries in the Cloud Hall of the Storm God that were suitable to be turned into wind giants. Since the God of Storm was dead, Danny could only accept the reality and search for his legacy. Firstly, the Storm God's divine body had been devoured by the Wind Ravens. More than 500 Wind Ravens had begun to evolve into demigods. The remaining ones had also improved by varying degrees. Danny's ultimate move, 1,000 Ravens Cotton Candy, had its power increased by at least 10 times. Secondly, the divine soul of the Storm God. Not to mention its huge spiritual quality and divinity, it had 2 songs of laws. They were the Song of Storm and the Song of Howling Pain. Thirdly, the remains of the hall in the clouds could be decomposed into various kinds of storm and wind divine power, which could be used as food for the Wind Ravens. Danny had also learned the runes to create the astral wind wall from it. Fourth, the undead in the Cloud Hall were the followers and priests of the God of Storm. When the God of Storms fell, a group of evil spirits that had been tortured for thousands of years tried to turn on the God of Storms, but Danny burned them to ashes. However, most of them survived as spoils of war. Many of them were like Yu Luan, the priests of the God of Storm with extraordinary talent. All the followers of the God of Storm, without exception, had practiced the doctrine of the God of Storm all their lives. Burning, killing, looting, bringing destruction to the world, providing the God of Storm with the power of pain. In the end, they were tricked by the God of Storm to destroy themselves. Their souls entered the Cloud Hall and continued to provide joy to the God of Storm with their own pain. It was very tragic and sad, but some of them were also very talented and valuable. It was also because of them that Danny had the idea of creating the Wind Giants. As the priests of the God of Storm, their attributes were naturally compatible with the Song of the Storm. After hundreds of thousands of years of pain, their souls did not collapse, which was enough to prove the toughness of their souls. After personally experimenting with the souls of the priests of the God of Storm, Danny's guess was confirmed. After 10 days, she used the fire of creation to burn the Wind King and 200 warriors. Needless to say, the Wind King was Du Luan. He was originally a powerful demigod who had lived for tens of thousands of years. After being reincarnated as a wind giant, Danny returned all the divinity and spirituality that belonged to his previous life to him. It was not surprising that he could become the king of wind giants. The spread of the God of Storm's faith was not widespread. It was only prevalent in the Iron Islands, the Shield Islands, the Three Sisters Islands and other island kingdoms. For more than 10,000 years, there were only a few thousand believers who were qualified to enter the hall in the clouds. But they did not enter heaven but suffered in hell. Every minute and every second, they were cut into pieces by the wind blades in the storm cage. How could a normal person withstand it? Danny only found 2,000 souls of the priests of the God of Storm. Only 10% of the souls could withstand the burning of the fire of creation. The rest of the souls collapsed when they were burned and completely disappeared from the world. In other words, they completed the natural reincarnation. The king of wind giants was 100 meters tall. Its skin, muscles, and bones were made of wind. Its whole body was light blue and black. It looked simple and honest, with bulging muscles and a long tornado tail. Except for its bigger size, its appearance was almost exactly the same as the genie in Aladdin's magic lamp. The 200 warriors also looked like the genie in Aladdin's magic lamp. They were light blue and almost translucent. Not counting the tail, the shortest one was 3 meters and the tallest one was no more than 5 meters. The strength of the wind giants was only 1/10 of the strength of the wind elves before they evolved, or even less. They were miserable and weak. What made Danny even more dissatisfied was that not only were the wind giants weak, but they also lacked the spirituality of the wind elves. They looked silly and slow, and did not even know how to call out Mother Danny. The smartest king of wind giants only looked at the dragon queen and smiled foolishly. It probably had the IQ of a normal person. The rest were too bad. They were simply mentally retarded. They did not understand the human language and could not differentiate between north and south. The dragon queen asked them to line up and count off. The mere 200 giants were actually huddled together. It was not easy for them to stand hand in hand under the scolding of the centaur maid. When they counted off, they only said, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. This group of idiots can only count to 3? The dragon queen sighed. It's already not bad. Even newborn children don't know how to count. The plump and short Jichi said. Children still have the chance to grow brains, but they will never develop again. Danny hesitated. She did not know if she should destroy this group of newborn wind giants. If it was just that they were not smart, she could reluctantly accept it. But after 2 days, Danny realized that these wind giants did not have the intelligence of humans, but perfectly inherited the original sin of humans. Unlike the wind elves, who were pure and full of immortal aura, the wind giants were greedy and furious. In order to fight for the wind that contained the god of wind, they would fight with each other. They could not learn how to count no matter how hard they tried. They did not even need to be taught how to fight. Not only did the wind giants beat their own companions, they even tried to attack the humans when they found out that the 2 centaur maids, Jichi and Ili, had the same appearance but different strength as the dragon queen. Most of the time their anger came without reason. After that, they even completed the division of ranks in an extremely short period of time through group fights. Underlings, big brothers, great commanders, the ranks were clearly defined. The strong bullied the weak, and the weak did not dare to resist. They were submissive and followed the orders of the strong, and then bullied the even weaker ones. The dragon has 9 sons, each different. They are all creatures created from fire, but the wind giants are not elves, they are more like beastmen. Danny understood. It could also be that the seed is not good. Bad bamboo shoots produce bad bamboo. The iron seed is already so evil, the storm god priest in the iron seed is even more. Can you imagine Yu Luin being as kind as an elf? Bran said uncertainly. I want to destroy them. Danny said. You don't have to go to such extremes. Even a pile of mud can be used to paste a wall. 200 wind giants is enough to build a wall of wind. Bran advised. The reason why the wind giants and wind elves were differentiated was because of their different functions. While studying the ruins of the hall in the clouds, Danny suddenly had an idea. Could she build a replica of the hall in the clouds in the human world? The wall of wind in the hall in the clouds used the storm as a brick. It could crush the flesh and bones of the invaders and melt the enemy's spirit. Its defensive power was very strong, and it could form a layer similar to a vacuum. The insulation effect was especially good. If the wind giants were used as bricks, could Danny replicate the wall of wind and build a wind belt? In fact, she had a similar idea a long time ago. Using the power of wind to build a giant thermos cup, and humans would live within the range of the thermos cup. Then, with a small sun hanging in the sky, could they survive the long night? Putting the wind giants aside, Danny looked at the god of wind giants who was about to be born. Using the method of wrath to seize the body of the wind goddess, the storm god could be counted as the second life of the green prophet. After squeezing out the divinity, spirituality, and the song of the law in the soul, only the life imprint of wrath and the wind goddess was left. Danny had tried to create a second life for the true god, a door god who was more powerful than the storm god. However, the door god's life imprint was barely a quarter of it. It was too broken and couldn't give birth to a complete life in the fire of creation. It could only merge the life imprint into the weirwood tree trunk. It wasn't a second life, but an incomplete reincarnation. The life imprint of the storm god was complete. Theoretically, it could also be burned into a wind elf. The reason why she left it for last was that the life imprint of the true god was too precious. Danny wanted to use other wind giants to practice. Phew, there were no obstacles at all. I succeeded so easily? It's 2 levels stronger than Du Luin. Looking at the 100-meter-tall wind giant in front of her, Danny was very excited. Originally, it would be very difficult to burn a true god. However, the life imprint of the true god was so tough that it could burn without restraint. It only took an hour to burn it into a giant wind giant. I am the storm, I am the havoc, I am the great wind calamity. Outside the balcony of the drawing room, the wind giant was floating in the air. It opened its arms and roared angrily at the sky. The wind blew and clouds surged. Dragonstone Island was gradually surrounded by a giant tornado that was a few kilometers in diameter. The strong wind even created spiral-shaped water pillars on the sea surface. The magic crystal tower detected an unfamiliar strong divine power. When the wind giant was born, it sounded like a black girl on duty. Then, the whole Dragonstone Island was shocked by the natural phenomenon of the storm and the waterspout. The royal mages rushed to the magic crystal tower and formed a defensive magic circle. The Iron Warriors and the Dragonstone Island guards rushed to the tower where the queen was. It wasn't until Jichi ran to the gate and shouted, "This stupid wind giant is the queen's summoned pet." Half of the panic calmed down. Everyone gathered around the main hall and pointed at the majestic wind giant in amazement. Standing on the balcony and looking at the wind giant floating in the air, Danny had a strange expression on her face. After a while she said, "This guy is very strong and also very troublesome." As expected, bad bamboo shoots produce bad bamboo. "It's as troublesome as new Shao," she quickly added. "This is the power of creation," Bran exclaimed. "Even if it's not a true god, it's far stronger than a normal demigod. Your Majesty, try and see if you can give it the wind god's song of law. Maybe it can restore the wind god's position as a true god. At least it can be a fake true god like Balerion." Danny's eyes lit up. "Good idea." Chapter 1024. As long as a god died, the song of law they comprehended would begin to dissipate naturally, just like how a corpse would rot after death. Similar to how corpses could be stored in a freezer, there were only two places where the Song of Law could be stored. Either it was obtained by a true god, or it was placed in the god kingdom of a powerful god. At this moment, the storm god's Song of Storm had already disappeared by 1%. This 1% was lost in less than a minute when the storm god died and was exposed to the material world. In other words, if left alone, it would only take a few hours for a complete Song of Law to disappear. With a nervous heart, she carefully integrated 99% of the Song of Storm into the giant's soul core. The storm giant's ashes came from all directions and entered its body. The Sea of Law began to boil intensely. The surrounding sea shook and Dragonstone Island shook like a wooden boat in a bathtub. It was as if the whole world was cheering loudly. How is this possible? A true god was born? At the edge of the world, at the border between the sea and the outer region, the flowing water palace was still brightly lit with stars. The Iron Seed and the mermaid were singing and drinking happily. Inami looked at Night Lion with her big eyes under her thick eyebrows, hoping to get an answer from him. Night Lion was also surprised and doubtful. "You have the status of a true god, so you should be more aware of the state of the world than I am. The Sea of Law is cheering and the world is falling." Inami closed her eyes and thought carefully for a moment. Then she said, "It's like a sailboat sailing with the wind dropping a piece of sail. The falling momentum is not reversed, but the speed is slowing down, but..." At this point, Inami's thick eyebrows gradually frowned and she said with certainty, "But he's not a true god yet. If a true god is on the 3rd floor, he's just very tall. When he jumped from the 2nd floor, half of his body jumped to the 3rd floor. But no matter how high he jumped, he would eventually fall. Furthermore, his Song of Law is only close to perfection and is not complete." Night Lion was puzzled. "Only Balerion and Danny Rise have the ability to jump. Balerion is pinned by us at the mouth of the volcano in the Smoke Sea Trench and can't move. Danny Rise's Song of Light should be more than 85% complete, but the waves in the Sea of Law are nothing like light and fire. Instead they look like..." After a pause, Night Lion said with a complicated expression, "If I wasn't sure that the God of Storm was dead, I would have thought that he was playing some tricks." Inami's expression changed. She jumped out of the bathtub and floated in the air. She looked up at the shining stars in the sky. A few stars suddenly brightened, and in the next moment, a blurry image replaced the stars. It was a scene that happened on Dragonstone Island. It was as if someone was hiding at the bottom of the sea near Dragonstone Island, using a camera to spy on what was happening on Dragonstone Island. Your 5 seas map is really convenient. You can observe all the seas in the world anytime, anywhere. Looking at the video projection above his head, Night Lion was amazed. Compared to the 3-eyed crow's omniscient eye, my 5 seas map is far inferior. Inami had a proud look on her face, but her words were very humble. "I can only see it when I look at it. There are many areas that I can't see clearly even if I want to, such as Dragonstone Island, such as..." She glanced at Night Lion and said meaningfully, "Such as the Smoke Sea." Night Lion's expression didn't change at all. He just smiled and said, "Can it be clearer? That thing looks like wind and fog. I can't see it clearly." "Can't you see that it was made by Danny Rise?" Inami sneered. Not to mention that she's on Dragonstone Island now. Even if she left, directly looking at it will alarm the magic crystal tower. Although she said this, Inami still moved the camera closer. The image quality was really terrible. She couldn't even see the 100-meter-tall wind giant clearly. After a full 15 minutes, Night Lion was still looking at the image with a frown. Inami suddenly realized and shouted in shock, "Damn it, that's a mutant wind spirit. It's the second life of that bastard storm. What, even a true god can create a second life?" Night Lion was shocked. Inami suppressed the shock in her heart and said with a serious expression, "It's hard to believe, but the first flame can even create a world. Danny Rise's creation of life in the fire wasn't created out of nothing. Storm died by her hands, so his soul and the Song of Laws must have become her spoils of war. Besides, Storm was originally a child of the forest. How many children of the forest has she created a second life for? It's too terrifying. This is almost the power of creation." Night Lion was shocked, but at the same time, the greed in his heart grew wildly. He looked at his old friend and said slowly, "For this kind of power, any price is worth it." For the first time, Inami didn't reject him immediately. However, she didn't show a look of desire like Night Lion. Instead, her face was gloomy and her heart was heavy. Night Lion was puzzled at first, but after thinking for a while, he smiled happily. Today she can create a storm giant. Tomorrow she wouldn't mind creating a sea giant. After all, the gods created by themselves are the most obedient. It's just a pity for the storm god. He was a true god, but he was reduced to a mortal's pet. Inami stared at the wind giant in the blurry image. Her eyes were cold, and the murderous intent in her eyes was like the gunk in the morning. It slowly condensed. She closed her eyes and said softly, "That giant isn't a true god yet." Even the Song of Storm isn't complete. Before she finished, the Sea of Laws boiled again. The world's reaction was even more intense than before. Almost everyone heard a violent song of wind. The world was singing. This. Inami and Night Lion both opened their eyes wide and murmured as if they were sleepwalking. A true god's vision. This is clearly a vision of the world giving birth to a true god. How is this possible? At this moment, everyone in the world, be it humans, gods, or demons who knew what was going on, were all shocked and confused. That's not right. The waves in the Sea of Laws have calmed down? 10 minutes later, Inami woke up from her shock and said in confusion, "But the true god's vision hasn't been completed yet." "Yes, he's not a true god yet." Night Lion reacted and said in surprise, "If a new true god is born, not only will the world broadcast his Song of Laws, but it will also grant him the status of a true god. The name of the true god will be branded in the core of the Sea of Laws, and the throne of the true god will rise in the astral world above the sky. There are no stars in the sky, and there are no signs of a god's name in the Sea of Laws." Inami nodded. Night Lion sighed. "But the storm giant isn't a normal demigod. He can sing the complete Song of Laws. Moreover, he was a true god in his previous life, and now he seems to have a connection with the storm god. He's lower than a true god, but his realm is higher than Beleriand's. Danny Leesy's skill is superb." Inami smiled bitterly. "It's brilliant. Danny Leesy can sing the highest level of the Song of Winds herself, and she has a deep understanding of the wind elemental law. In just half an hour, she helped the storm giant complete the incomplete Song of Winds. I've only seen similar skills from Old Devil. I suspect that her Song of Winds has exceeded 60%. He rubbed his face and said with a depressed expression, "Back then he purposely learned from the dark demon god and only sang the Song of Waves to 99% to avoid the responsibility of a true god." Old Fish had a dark smile on his face. He pointed a finger between his eyebrows and suddenly, a large amount of knowledge of the water elemental law appeared in his mind. In just a moment he was forced to have an epiphany and became a true god uncontrollably. Dragon Queen's performance today was amazing, but compared to Door God, it was not impressive enough. After all, Dragon Queen was a wind god, but Door God was not a water god. She's been studying the Song of Winds for the past year. It's not surprising that she has such results. Night Lion forced a smile. But she's only been cultivating for a few years. Could it be that the inferior human race is the world's favorite? Inami looked at the countless Iron Seed drinking and having fun in the square below. She felt very uncomfortable. Night Lion said, "Talent is one thing, but it's mainly because she was born in a good era. When the era is changing, the comprehension of the law is more than 10 times easier than before. Especially as the child of the era, she's also favored by the will of the world. That's true. Inami sighed. She canceled the water mirror on the dome and returned to the pool. She was silent with a gloomy face. To the world and to Danny Rise, the storm giant is good news. Its appearance stabilizes the sea of law and effectively slows down the fall of the world. But to us, especially you, it's a life and death crisis, Night Lion said faintly. You can create another sea giant by killing me? Inami glanced at him coldly. Look at the crows under her command. There are fire crows and wind crows, but are there any water crows? There aren't any today, but that doesn't mean there won't be any tomorrow. Plus, Inami has more than one law. Maybe she can turn you into a fire giant? A true god who has comprehended two opposing laws wouldn't be so naive as to place her fate on someone else's mercy, right? Plus, she's ruthless and has never been merciful. If you didn't feel fear from the death of the storm god, you wouldn't have gone back on your words and invited me into the flowing water palace again, right? Night Lion smiled. I let you in to find out how that bastard Storm died, Inami said in a low voice. Night Lion's right index finger moved slightly as he said slowly, no matter what Danny Rise did, Storm did use the wind cage on her. Ask yourself, is the flowing water palace more secretive than the hall in the clouds? Or is your physical body's defense stronger than a true god's elemental divine body? Inami shook her head helplessly and sighed. Maybe, submitting to Danny Rise is the best choice. Are you serious? Night Lion was so shocked that his voice was distorted. You're a true god who has lived for almost 100,000 years. You're willing to be a dog for a human in her early 20s? Have you forgotten that just 10,000 years ago, the human race was just a sacrifice to us? I can't fight back. There's nothing I can do. Inami's eyes flashed as she pretended to be helpless. Night Lion's expression was firm as he said quickly, as long as you cooperate with us, I swear that Danny Rise will die. I don't believe you. Inami shook her head. Night Lion looked at her thoughtfully. She probably wanted to kill Dragon Queen, but she just wanted to confirm the Righteous Alliance's methods. With that in mind, he decided to take a risk. We're in the Smoke Sea. After hearing the Righteous Alliance's plan, Inami's eyes widened. She said in shock, You're using the fate of the entire world as a bargaining chip. You're so cruel, so vicious, so evil. If you're willing to join us, we can be even more vicious. Night Lion smiled encouragingly. Inami. Chapter 1025. Crabclaw Peninsula. Beside the bay, Horror Cave Fort on the cliff. Inside the cave sanctuary dug out of the mountain, Sir Eustace said with a frown, It's been 2 years, all the pine trees in the territory have been cut down. The cost of going further is too high. Why don't we cross Crab Bay? Lord Bishop, do you think we should arrange for the volunteers to escort the sleigh team to the valley to borrow food? Marabad walked to the window at the edge of the cave and looked down at the messy land below the mountain. The once boundless sea of pine trees had disappeared without a trace, leaving only the black land covered in snow. Countless people had trampled on it countless times, the white snow stained with black muddy water, which then turned into dirty ice. The messy footprints were like pockmarks on one's face, the holes left behind after digging out the roots were like frostbites on the ground. Sigh, it's hard to imagine. When I first came, I still despised the dense pine forest and organized the refugees to burn down the forest show stronghold. Now, Marabad smiled bitterly and shook his head. When he first met the Dragon Queen, he still had a head of mottled gray hair, but now it had all turned silver. His 1.8 tall body was bent and hunched under the heavy burden of taking care of 1,000,000 refugees. His body even seemed a little short now. Only the light in his eyes was brighter, firmer, and gentler than before. No matter how many pine trees there are, there's no way they can withstand so many people chewing on them. In the beginning there were only refugees from Hejian and the king's territory, but when the long night came, the savages of Crabclaw Peninsula received the Dragon Queen's invitation and brought their families to join her. So far there are about 1.3 million people. If each person eats one tree, that's 1.3 million trees. It wouldn't be strange if the forest within a few hundred kilometers was eaten clean. The Baron of Horror Cave Fort said helplessly. When Marabad heard that, he couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't know before calculating, but after calculating he was shocked. In 2 years, one person would definitely eat more than one tree. If the forests of Crabclaw Peninsula were eaten clean, would the King's Landing be spared? After the long night, would there be any pine trees left in the Seven Nations? Fortunately, the Dragon Queen prepared 200,000 tons of food in advance, and Little Sun helped to fish. Otherwise, how miserable would it be now? The old monk said slowly. We can borrow grain from the Vale, suggested Sir Eustace again. He explained, during the rebellion of the Four Princes, the valley had been storing food for the winter. Moreover, there were many mountains and forests in the valley. Because of the Dragon Queen's order of long night production, the vassals of the valley had not wasted any labor. This year, when they were cutting trees and collecting firewood, they had also accumulated tens of thousands of tons of bark flour. However, the valley had changed owners one after another, and the various lords had led their soldiers to the King's Landing to fight a civil war. Their disaster relief and anti-ghost work had been terrible, and the old, the weak, women and children had died in large numbers, which had greatly reduced the consumption of food. As a result, the food crisis index of the valley is the lowest among the 7 countries, and it has never been read. Brother Marabad paced back and forth in front of the window a few times and said helplessly, I know what you're saying, but you're also a veteran noble. You should understand some things better than I do. Sir Eustace was over 60 this year, and even his grandchildren had reached the age of wielding swords to kill deviant ghosts. In his early years he had participated in the Battle of Ruby Beach with Riga, and had also served the Iron Throne during the War of the Four Princes. Naturally he understood the truth, in the old friar's words. The Crabclaw Peninsula was the ancestral fief of the Targaryens. Whether or not the Dragon Queen eventually sat on the Iron Throne, this was an unchangeable fact. Just like the Northern Territory belonged to Stark, and the Western Territory belonged to Lannister. However, the vassals of the valley were serving the Iron Throne, and on the Iron Throne sat Stannis. During the Cold Disaster and Deviant Ghost Disaster, the valley lost millions of people, and a lot of food was left. However, the Crabclaw Peninsula lacked food, and the King's Landing was even more lacking. Erlu was now relying on the grain of the valley to win people's hearts. Actually, the vassals of the valley are all willing to pledge their loyalty to the Queen, he emphasized. The nobles of the valley, led by Bronze John, have long wanted to seek refuge with Her Majesty the Queen. Now that the Scholar's Book of Gods is circulating everywhere, everyone knows about Lalo's sinister intentions. Even the people of the King's Landing are spontaneously resisting the Red Priest and Stannis, and the vassals are even more unable to stand serving the enemy of the 7 gods. However, the Red Priest is indeed helping the Westeros clear out the deviant ghosts, and the food transported to the King's Landing has also been eaten by the people of the 7 kingdoms. Stannis has finally managed to keep the King's Landing and the royal territory in order. The night is long, and the main enemy of the humans will always be the deviant ghosts. When we have internal strife, the happiest ones will definitely be the God of Frost and the King of Deviant Ghosts, Marabad said in a low voice. Sir Eustace asked helplessly, then how do we solve the food problem? Marabad pondered for a moment, then slowly said, since the secret of the gods is no longer a secret, then I don't mind letting you know some information. The night will last for at least 10 years, but 2 years have passed, and the food reserves of the 7 kingdoms are almost empty. We need large amounts of food that cannot be obtained through conventional means, so we can only rely on supernatural powers. The surface area of the ocean is several times that of the land. Even without sunlight, most of the algae and fish in the ocean have died, but in the deep sea, there are still many giant sea creatures such as the sea monsters. Therefore, Her Majesty the Queen intends to form an alliance with the Inami, and then requested the god of the ocean to provide the humans with enough fish to last the entire world through the night. Even though Eustace had read the Scholar's Book of Gods, he was still shocked by the Dragon Queen's generosity. Asking the gods to help the humans catch fish, how bold was that? Is the Inami willing? I heard that she has a bad temper. Just look at Ironseed's Song of the Inami's Bible, and you will know how cruel she is, he said worriedly. I went on a business trip to Monarch's Landing a few days ago. Guess who I met? Marabad laughed. Dragon Queen? As soon as he said this, the old knight immediately shook his head and laughed. The Dragon Queen is on Dragonstone Island. If you want to see her, just go to Dragonstone Island. The old monk did not keep them in suspense and said directly, I represented the Church of the 7 Gods to meet Asha Greyjoy, the Duke of the Iron Islands and the drowned man Thale. On behalf of the Dragon Queen and the Church of the 7 Gods, I announce that the Iron Seed's crimes against the Westeros are pardoned, and that the Greyjoy family's rule over the Iron Islands is acknowledged. At the same time, Asha will replace Yuluen as the official Duke of the Iron Islands. In return, Duke Asha and Priest Thale have promised to persuade Her Majesty Inami to accept the Queen's goodwill. The Dragon Queen was scared. She was greatly agitated by the incident with the God of Storms, and was afraid of the same reaction as the Inami. She would rather die than live in peace. Therefore, Dany did not immediately storm the Flowing Water Palace. At least she should be polite before using force. First, she would let her little brother communicate with the Inami's little brother, and explain the pros and cons. Then she would provide an alliance contract that Dany thought was very reasonable, and allow Inami to bargain with her through the drowned man. Her Majesty the Queen wants to become brother and sister with Inami. The Queen will be the elder sister, and Inami will be the younger brother. Sister and brother will work together and spend the long night together, Monk Meribad said dryly. Inami is a true god that has existed for more than 10,000 years, right? Is it appropriate for her to be the younger brother? Eustace said in disbelief. Half a month ago there was a vision of heaven and earth crying. Do you still remember? That was the sign of a true god's fall. The Dragon Queen killed the disobedient God of Storms with a single slash of her sword, Meribad said in a low voice. Holy Mother. Eustace's eyes widened. Are you kidding? I was shocked too, but that's the truth. The Queen also asked me to explain to the Inami's high priest that she was not an evil person. She only wanted to invite the God of Storms to join the alliance, but the God of Storms was bewitched by the righteous alliance and abandoned good to evil. Even so, Her Majesty the Queen still had a merciful heart. When she slashed down with her sword, she tried her best to avoid hitting his vitals. Her goal was to injure but not kill. However, the God of Storms was caught in the crossfire, and could not hold on any longer. He was on the verge of death, and then his servant, the ravens, attacked the main god. Meribad's expression was complicated. There was pride, shock, and a faint disdain for the God of Storms. The Queen hopes that Her Majesty Inami will not misunderstand, and will not be afraid, and will not do anything extreme. Even if the alliance does not work out, she will not act brazenly. This is really... Eustace's expression was even more complicated. His old face was twisted beyond recognition. Not even able to withstand a single slash? Meribad nodded. I think that although I'm a little old, I should be able to last 2 rounds in a duel with the Queen. Yes, the Queen, please don't use magic. Eustace's old face was slightly red, and he said somewhat embarrassedly. Looking at the old man with gray hair and heavy bags under his eyes, Meribad's mouth twitched. Believe me, you can't even draw your sword in front of Her Majesty. The old knight said unhappily. That year at Honeywine River, Sir Dickon Tarley also lasted a few rounds in front of Her Majesty. I've seen him in Maiden Spring City. He's a good lad, but his sword skills are not as strong as mine. He even asked me for advice on martial arts. Moreover, in the earlier tournament at Hulluin Castle, I fought Prince Riga and lost in a single blow. Prince Riga should be stronger than Sir Dickon, right? Sigh, how many years has that been? Meribad was helpless. It's only been 4 years. The old monk was stunned. It was really a little shocking. 4 years ago, the Dragon Queen was still sparring with mortals and could not win in a single blow. 4 years later, she could slash a true god with her sword. Do you think that gods fight like mortals, using swords to cut each other? You just said that the Queen killed the God of Storms in a single blow. That blow? Suddenly, a dragon's roar came from the sky. The old monk was not in the mood to talk nonsense with the knight and immediately jogged out of the cave sanctuary. It was the White Knight Mormont. De Xiong brought a map and pointed to a plain near the river bend on Crabclaw Peninsula. Her Majesty wants to use this piece of land to test the shelter of Holy Light. Lord Bishop and Sir Eustace, please cooperate with me and complete the migration of 10,000 refugees in 2 days. What shelter of Holy Light? Meribad asked curiously. I'm not too sure. First, choose 10,000 farmers who know how to farm and will know in a few days. The plain chosen by the Dragon Queen was not far from Terror Cave Castle. Before the long night, that was the main source of food for the Bren family. Including the low hills and the lake beside the fields, it was only 70 to 80 square kilometers. 10,000 able-bodied farmers, 300 volunteers, a dozen monks, including Meribad and Sir Eustace, watched as the Dragon Queen teleported to the sky above the campsite. She did not speak to them and directly took out a handful of green beans from her pocket. The green beans scattered down casually. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The beans were still in midair when they swelled into giant green gray-skinned giants. Little children, hand in hand, walk one after another, form a circle like a ball, hand in hand, little children. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, 20 dull-looking giants sang a nursery rhyme, hand in hand, formed a circle and then spun faster. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the wind rose. The giant's bodies swelled and merged together to form a green wind ring. Then the wind ring was like mud in the hands of a craftsman. The inner ring expanded and covered the plain with a radius of 5 kilometers. The wind ring rose up and down to the ground and 1,000 meters in the air before it gradually shrank. The giant's rhyme had disappeared and a translucent giant bowl was placed upside down above everyone's heads. The crowd was still confused when the Dragon Queen waved her hand again. The sky was bright and a sun the size of a water tank hung in the sky. Chapter 1026. The world of the Song of Ice and Fire had many bugged buildings. The Iron Islands Greyjoy family's castle, Pike City, was one of the bugged buildings. When it was first built, Pike City was located at the top of a cliff that protruded from the sea. As time passed, the rocks that supported the cliff were eroded by the sea breeze and waves. The island gradually became a reef surrounded by seawater. It was like a peanut ice cream placed on the balcony and exposed to the scorching summer sun. The cream and chocolate melted and flowed along the wall, leaving only the peanuts behind. The architect who built Pike City seemed to be able to predict the future of the castle. When he built the city, he purposely built the castle's towers on the peanut ice cream. Just like that, the buildings that were originally connected together became a group of buildings isolated on the reef. The towers were connected by wooden bridges that swayed in the wind. Why was King Balan's death so easily accepted by the Iron Seed? Think about it. After having dinner in the dining hall, you decided to read a book for a while. So, you carried a lantern and crossed the spiral staircase that was hundreds of meters above sea level. It was not the stone tower that was hundreds of meters high, but the foundation of the tower was the cliff that was hundreds of meters above sea level. Then you went back to your bedroom to sleep. Again you crossed the rope bridge that was like a swing. When you woke up the next day you heard that you had guess. Then, you crossed, even if the probability of an accident every time you crossed the bridge was 0.001%, if you did it too many times you would fall down one day. Yes, there were as many Greyjoy who fell to his death in the storm as there were Targaryens who went crazy and tortured themselves to death. More importantly, even the promontory had become a reef under the erosion of time. The stone towers built on the promontory were still intact. At least, Asha slept in the Duke's bedroom called the Sea Tower. She listened to the raging waves outside and felt exceptionally peaceful. She was not worried at all that her castle would collapse in the storm. Of course, her peace was not only because of the sturdy castle. The past month was the most comfortable she had been in years. She was needed by the Dragon Queen in the Seven Kingdoms. Asha did not lack love. The Dragon Queen did not give her love. However, Yuluin's actions made Greyjoy, who had a bad reputation, become an existence hated by all. When the people of the Seven Kingdoms hated the other ghosts, they did not mind leaving a place of hatred for Yuluin and Iron Seed in their hearts. Therefore, even though Asha had become the de facto ruler of the Iron Islands more than a year ago, she was still not confident. She was worried that the Iron Seed and Greyjoy would be abandoned by the Westeros. Don't doubt it, Dragon Queen really did reveal her intention to completely ban Iron Seed. In the history of Westeros for 10,000 years, the Iron Islands had been trying to prove one thing. The Iron Seed was harmful to Westeros and not beneficial at all. Because of their disastrous defeat in the War of the Conquerors, Harrenburg, burned by the Megalosaurus, belonged to the King of the Iron Isles. The Iron Seed barely managed to keep quiet for 300 years when the Targaryens ruled the Westeros. The so-called quiet was only compared to the unscrupulous before the War of Conquest. The Iron Seed had always sent fleets to the Narrow Sea as pirates, and whenever they had the chance, they would also plunder the coasts of the Westeros. At one point, with the preferential customs policies given by the Iron Throne and the wise duke he had met, the Iron Seed had also made a fortune through sea trade. They did not need to plunder to live a prosperous life, and the Greyjoy family had accumulated a great deal of wealth. According to normal people's thinking, now that life was good, they should live a good life, right? But the Iron Seed did not. They thought, fuck, after holding back for so long, we're finally rich now. We have money to build warships, buy arms, ironware, and an armed force. Why don't we go all out? Then they really started to rebel, killing, robbing, and laughing. Therefore, the Dragon Queen had never thought of letting the Iron Seed live a good life, and then let them know their manners, and let them know their honor and disgrace when they have enough food and clothing. To the Iron Seed, living an honest life was a humiliation, and seizing, burning, killing, and plundering were the honorable ones. In a sense, they had really achieved knowing their honor and disgrace when they have enough food and clothing. For such a people, Dani's way of governing was very simple. She would completely ban them, including their economy, people's livelihood, external communications, and other social factors. The Iron Islands were an archipelago, and even the wood used to build ships had to be imported from the mainland. Cloth, wine, fine iron, and other resources were scarce. Faced with the ban, they could barely make ends meet and their population could not grow. They had lost the potential for war, so how could they have the strength to provoke the major port cities? Now everything was fine. The Dragon Queen had personally promised that as long as they helped her honestly, regardless of whether they succeeded or not, she would give the Iron Seed another chance to be a good person. With the internal and external troubles eliminated, Asha was relieved and slept more soundly. The pterosaur's cry woke the Iron Islands Duchess from her deep sleep. She opened her eyes in a daze, and after confirming that there was indeed a pterosaur, she immediately woke up. She lifted the duvet and pushed away the man who was wrapped around her like a vine. She walked out of the bed naked, and the cold air that assaulted her made her shiver. Perhaps I should move to the castle and build a brick bed, Asha muttered to herself as she pulled the bedsheet to wipe the wet stains on her thighs. Duchess, so early? The man on the bed also woke up from his dream. With the dim yellow light of the whale oil lamp, Asha could see the face of her bedmate. Fortunately, it was her bodyguard Big Dick. He was young, strong, and had a passable appearance. She originally had 7 or 8 bedmates, but the past few years were not peaceful. When she was captured by Erlu in Deep Forest Castle, 3 died in battle. The rest responded to Yolan of Scylla's summons. They either died in the river or were fighting the other ghosts in the high court. A pterosaur knight has arrived. It should be Dragon Queen's men, she said casually and called for a maid to dress herself. The visitor was the second son of Crab Island, Riga Sitiga. The little crab originally did not have the qualifications to become a pterosaur knight. Later on, the old crab felt that he was too old and did not have the energy to ride a dragon into battle. He discussed with the Dragon Queen and gave his pterosaur to his second son. Yes, the big crab Eris Sitiga was the commander of the Slave Bay fleet. He already had a pterosaur. Although the little crab was greedy, he had a good resume in the past few years. In the early years, he helped Marabad build a stronghold, helped the Dragon Queen manage disaster relief on the Crabclaw Peninsula, participated in the Battle of Winterfell, and was the first to respond to the Dawn Knight's summons. Hence, Dani agreed to the old crab's request. Duchess Asha, I know you like to read. This time, I have brought you a full set of hardcover editions of Wargrave's theatrical works. When he saw Asha in the main hall of the castle, the little crab attentively presented her with a large bundle of books wrapped in craft paper. Then he carried a bamboo basket of fresh strawberries. Eat more fruit, it will make you more beautiful. Asha smiled politely but not too intimately. Sir Sitiga, is there any other arrangement for you to come to the Iron Islands this time? She knew what the little crab was thinking. The Iron Islands' royal husband. However, it was not the first time they met. Back then, he despised her. The little crab had his connections and knew that the Dragon Queen wanted to ban the Iron Islands. It was only when the Dragon Queen promised to give the Iron Islands and Greyjoy another chance that he suddenly became very attentive to her. She looked down on such a snobbish fellow. Asha's calm reaction disappointed the little crab, but he did not forget his mission. I wonder if Her Majesty Inami agrees with the Queen's suggestion? Asha turned her gaze to triple-drowned man Thale. The Inami High Priest shook his head regretfully. Her Majesty Inami did not respond. She probably rejected it. Asha looked at the little crab worriedly. As expected, the little crab frowned and his tone became stern. The terms of the alliance can be discussed. Her Majesty Inami is not even willing to discuss it? Perhaps she is still thinking. Give us some time to explain the current situation to Her Majesty Inami, Asha said. Thale sighed and nodded. I will do my best. He personally did not agree with the Queen's alliance. To make the Iron Seed supreme god the younger brother of a mortal? That was blasphemy. If it was another time in person, he would have shouted the slogan, "The dead will not die and will rise again." He would have called for the Iron Seed to rebel and let the blasphemers feel pain and death. But now, to rebel against the Dragon Queen, that was... The dead will die, there is no hope of rising again, the Inami will die, and the Iron Seed will be extinct. There is one more thing for this trip to the Iron Islands. The little crab's expression softened. Her Majesty has built the first holy light shelter on the Crab Claw Peninsula. Duke Asha and High Priest Thale can go and take a look. What is the holy light shelter for? Asha was puzzled. After you go, you will understand that the future of humanity depends on Her Majesty Dani Rise. No matter if the long night lasts for 10 years, 20 years, or even longer, the final victor is destined to be the humans. It is us, it is Her Majesty. The little crab said meaningfully. Half a day later, Asha understood what he meant. Am I dreaming? The sun was shining above her head, and there were bare-chested farmers working in the fields. The black soil was dotted with green spores, and the grass on the ridge had green leaves. The water in the ditch was gurgling, and the warm breeze brought the fragrance of spring and the cheerful singing of birds. When Asha was 10 years old, she had seen a similar scene. It was after winter and before summer. For people now, it was spring that was very far away. But now it was the long night. She suspected that she had gone back in time. But she clearly remembered that a few minutes ago she saw a huge, inverted translucent bowl on the ground on the pterosaur's back. Liga sang a song loudly, "Little kid, hand in hand," then a silly human face appeared on the wall of the bowl. It was huge and it grinned. The 30-meter-long pterosaur went into the giant's open mouth. The wall of the bowl seemed thin, but Asha flew in it for a minute. Maybe it was not a straight line? It was an ocean of wind with 2 layers. The outer layer was spiraling, and the inner layer was spiraling. When she flew through the middle layer, Asha had difficulty breathing and her face turned red. So, she was not dreaming, nor did she go back in time. She just went through the wall of the wind bowl and came to the shelter of holy light. We call it the Dani Lilith Girdle. It is the land of eternal summer that Her Majesty personally created. Even in the long night, it is still summer here, early summer. Monk Marabad walked over. Currently, the Dani Lilith Girdle is still in the experimental stage. As long as it is proven to be feasible, it can be widely spread. 1,000 wind elves, 200 wind giants, the king of wind giants, and storm giants can create at least 3 super wind rings that cover the 3-river basin. 3 3-river basins? Half of the Westeros. Asha and Thale exclaimed. It's not an exaggeration. There are only 20 wind giants here, and they are not as strong as the wind elves. Moreover, the queen has storm giants that are not weaker than ordinary true gods. One of them can protect the 3-river basin, said the old monk. Gods bless, humans are saved. Asha exclaimed. Humans will win, but to save more lives we still have to solve a big problem. Marabad looked at Priest Thale and said seriously, if the wind elves are used to create the Dani Lilith Girdle, Her Majesty will lose her powerful magic weapon. Next, what should we use to deal with the Frost God and the Evil God Alliance? If Her Majesty is exhausted when rescuing the city of Ursos, and the Evil God Alliance ambushes her, what should we do? So, Her Majesty needs help to deal with the Evil God Alliance first, then she can deal with the other ghosts without any worries. Also, there are too many humans and the Girdle of Wind can't feed everyone. We need Her Majesty Inami to give us seafood to survive. Asha thought for a moment and said, with the Dani Lilith Girdle, humans will definitely survive the long night. Her Majesty Inami's choice is just icing on the cake for humans. I think she will not refuse to ally with the victors. If she refused, she did not mind leading the Iron Seed to convert to the 7 gods. What value was there in a god who refused to help his believers out of a hopeless situation? I will try my best, Priest Thale said seriously. Chapter 10:27. Dani felt that she had done everything she could for Inami. Afraid of angering her, she gave up on the plan to break into the Flowing Water Palace. She waited until a week after the incident in the Cloud Hall before inviting Inami to a meeting to explain what happened to the Storm God. She explained that although she had the ability to kill a true god, she wasn't crazy enough to do so. Also, she didn't kill the Storm God. She only beat him to a pulp, and then his own followers turned on their master. She couldn't do anything about it. The first core rule of the game of power was that the player must always stand with the winner. The conflict between Dani and the Justice Alliance could be considered a game of power between the gods, a game of world domination. In order to let Inami understand how good the future was if she chose to side with her, she even invited Asha and Inami to visit the Cloud Hall, which was what Marabad and the others called Danny's ribbons. Danny called it a thermostat bowl. Obviously, as long as the Dragon Queen could make up her mind and get a large thermostat bowl in the Westeros Enslavers Bay, she would definitely win. If the enemy attacked, she would have the home advantage. If the enemy didn't come, she would ignore the outside world and let the Justice Alliance do whatever they wanted. 10 years, 20 years, or even 200 years. One day she would be able to sing the complete Song of Fire, Song of Wind, Song of Light, and even other songs of laws. She, who had mastered several basic songs of elemental laws, couldn't she easily dominate? As long as Dany could bear to give up on Ursos and 80% of the survivors of the Jade Sea and hold her ground, she was destined to be the final victor. Since she was bound to become the king of the gods, Inami could still get credit for helping her become the king of the gods. Why not? Of course, if Inami was willing to be her follower, she would be more than just helping her become the king of the gods. With Inami's help, the human food problem could be solved in one day. After that, she would be able to take Inami with her when there was another zombie plague in Ursos. As her vassal god, Inami could borrow the power of her first flame. In addition, she could also sing the chorus of the Song of Fire. With her own strength, she could easily quell the tide of zombies. Even if she was exhausted, Dany would be there to support her. If the Frost God dared to come, they would fight 2 against 1. With the help of the Megalosaurus and the Storm Giant, they would probably be able to defeat the Frost God. If the Righteous Alliance dared to launch a sneak attack, she had spatial magic and could support the Mermaid clan at any time. No matter how many evil gods came, they would not be able to survive. Such a beautiful future made Dany excited. Even if Inami continued to hide, she would not care about her. But when the day came when she ascended the throne of the King of Gods, would she continue to ignore her? At that time, could he resist? Would she care about his resistance? Therefore, in Dany's opinion, since she had already shown her kindness, Inami had no reason to reject her. However, the reply she was waiting for did not come. The person she was waiting for did not understand that if the wind was not blowing and the waves were not calm, she would not be able to stay calm. Just as Dany was about to go to the Iron Islands herself, King Kong sent her a request for help through the Faith line. In fact, ever since they contacted each other more than a month ago, King Kong would cry for help every now and then. But Dany did not want to save it. She needed it to take the risk and attack the Frost God, but King Kong had been stubbornly refusing to agree. Just follow those ice gods. Dany was a little tired. She tried to persuade it and then projected herself tens of thousands of miles away. Then she was stunned. The night was cold and dark. The tropical rainforest was like a rice stalk rotting in the autumn, lying on the ground and covered with a layer of snow. The gray forest that had lost its green color, the white snow, the black soil. The vast land was endless, vast and desolate. The skeleton-like chimpanzee ran hard on all fours, crushing the decaying trees with its palms and feet, leaving footprints as big as buses in the snow. It exerted all its strength, and its fleshy palms brought up white ice crystals, gray decaying leaves, and black mud on the ground that was frozen hard. Rumble? In the boundless grayish-white snow forest, a black little mud ball hopped and hopped forward pathetically. Behind King Kong, 17 or 18 pterosaurs with blue eyes were following it from a distance. On the backs of the pterosaurs, there were ice crystal spears that were 4 to 5 meters long that were projected by the ice evil god. A small part of those evil gods were humanoid creatures with the characteristics of beasts and insects, and the rest were pig-faced people with striped skin. Those Sosros natives were not so much gods, but priests blessed by the frost god's divine power. Dany was only surprised for a moment before she understood. The pig-faced natives followed the law of the jungle and had no moral integrity. For example, the high priest of the spider demons, when he first saw Dany and Blackie, he took the initiative to cripple himself and his tribesmen as a blood sacrifice. Later he joined King Kong and became its chief priest. If the frost god was willing to descend a little, the transcendent priests of the tribe would immediately offer their most devout faith. If Sosro's army of evil gods enters the continent of Ursos, Dany's expression was solemn. Whoosh, the sharp whistling of the air woke her up. She looked up and saw that the ice Quetzalcoatlus was gradually approaching King Kong. The gorilla suddenly turned over while running and picked up a tree trunk as thick as an adult's waist from the ground. While its body was still floating in the air, it suddenly threw the javelin, in its hand with its face up and back down. Boom crash. The javelin made an ear-piercing sound as King Kong's back slammed into the snow forest. Under the effect of inertia, it slid 70 to 80 meters on the thick snow. The snow on the ground was cut open, and a shallow trench was plowed in the black soil. Danny felt her teeth ache just looking at it. King Kong, on the other hand, turned around and continued running as if nothing had happened. Kaboom! Only then did the sound of the tree trunk hitting its target was heard. A 20-meter-long striped pterosaur was pierced through the chest by a 15-meter-long tree trunk. It was like a high-speed pencil piercing through a sparrow's body. The cicada evil god on the pterosaur's back didn't have time to escape. Half of its body was torn apart. It hung on the tree trunk and screamed in pain. Boom boom. The pterosaur fell to the ground with a cry, creating a big hole in the snow. The tree trunk that was 200 meters high in the air crashed down, creating a deep hole. The evil god's wings and body were torn apart, leaving a pool of icy blue blood on the ground. After the attack, the rest of the ice pterosaurs hesitated and slowed down. King Kong sped up and turned into a small black dot, hopping and hopping at the end of the snowy land. Shit, King Kong's strength is more than 10 times stronger than it was 2 years ago. Danny was shocked. When they first met, the gorilla used a tree stump to attack Dahe. At that time, the tree trunk spear was fierce and looked scary, but in fact, its speed and strength were not enough. Like an ordinary person dodging a frisbee, Dahe easily avoided the attack and launched a counterattack. But now both the ice pterosaur and the evil god saw the tree trunk, but they didn't have time to adjust because its strength was too great and its speed was too fast. After the shock, Danny entered King Kong's mind to take a closer look. She wouldn't have known if she didn't see it, but after seeing it, she understood why Frost God was so obsessed with this guy. You have a bit of a protagonist's life. This journey of escape was a crisis, but it was also a form of training. A month ago, King Kong's Song of Power rune was just a rune, but it was more complex and complete. He could barely be considered a demigod. Only a month later, the Song of Power rune showed signs of evolving into the Song of Laws. Danny exclaimed. Roar! King Kong roared in grievance. It didn't want to be the protagonist. It just wanted to go home and sleep. Danny began to hesitate. Should she suspend the plan of borrowing strength from the meat boat, and let King Kong be the protagonist for a while to see if the Song of Power could start? But then she shook her head. Her spiritual projection stood at the back of King Kong's neck. It was blocked by the fluffy black and gold hair, but she could feel that there was something under her feet. King Kong was so thin that it didn't have much flesh on its body. It was only supported by its skeleton. If she let it continue to escape, the protagonist would also become cannon fodder. She pinched little King Kong hard, the soul fragment that was split from King Kong's body. King Kong, who was running at high speed, fell down, plowing a long trail on the ground. It hugged its head and rolled on the snow, howling. Sigh, it's better to get the pain over with than to prolong the pain. Don't worry, it will be over soon. Facing the tear-filled eyes of King Kong, Danny turned her head and turned into a stream of light, hiding in the depths of King Kong's soul core. The evil god of frost is coming. Don't let the cat out of the bag. Pretend that you're tired and your leg is cramping because of overexertion, she reminded. There was no need to pretend. The gorilla had already sprained its ankle when it fell down without warning while running at high speed. Jianghu. A moment later, 18 ice-winged dragons surrounded King Kong. Well, the winged dragon that was pierced through earlier was also here. It was a zombie and wasn't afraid of ordinary physical attacks. But the evil god of cicadas' torn body was frozen. Its breath was weak and it was in a terrible state. Roar! King Kong fell to the ground, hugging its right leg and howling, I surrender, I admit defeat. It sent out a spiritual wave, then held the back of its head with both hands and knelt on the ground. It was so obedient that it looked like an African American who was being pointed at by a white police officer with a gun. 10 pig-faced priests descended from the sky and approached King Kong carefully. When they saw that it did not attack, they formed a circle and chanted an ancient sacrificial song in a strange tone. Boom ka ka ka. Huge ice-blue runes appeared under the feet of the priests. The 10 priests formed a huge 10-pointed star with King Kong in the center. Icicles rose from the priests one after another and touched King Kong. The icicles were as thick as a wrist and were ice blue. They were made of the same material as the deviant ghost ice sword, but they were as flexible as hemp rope. The 10 icicles wrapped tightly around King Kong's limbs, neck, waist, and hips. Then a visible layer of ice climbed up King Kong's body. Awoo! King Kong begged for mercy, but endless ice power fell from the sky and landed on its fur and the icicle chains that it struggled to break free from. Ka-ka. The sound of ice chips colliding with each other became sparse. King Kong was completely frozen. Where King Kong used to be, only a huge ice crystal grave was left. Through the translucent layer of ice, one could see King Kong frozen in ice. It was like a huge piece of amber. Almighty Lord, descend. The 10 wild boar priests tore off their animal skin vests and looked at the sky fervently. Blue light flashed in their hands and an ice dagger appeared. They swung it down and cut open their own chests. Bam bam bam. The dark gray heart beat vigorously. The protruding blood vessels shone with an ice blue light. Welcome, Lord. The wild boar priests let out their last cry. Their hearts beat at an overclocked rate. Then with a boom, they turned into ice powder. The priest's divine power, soul and bloodline were all sucked dry. The huge power of blood sacrifice surged into the sky above the grave. A jagged space door slowly cracked open. Ka-ka. The tentacles that looked like white snakes pierced through the void and fell from the space door. They snaked down and landed on the grave. They pierced through the ice like awls and into King Kong's 7 orifices and organs. Those were the roots of the weirwood. Welcome, Lord. The 8 evil gods who were still alive knelt and shouted. The frost god's main body had descended. Chapter 1028. When she first met King Kong, Danny cut off the head of King Kong's soul with a sword. After that, the incomplete soul had been sealed in the space of faith. It was Danny's method of controlling, locating, and punishing King Kong. Now that she wants King Kong to borrow the power of the meat boat, Danny certainly can't let it face Frost God with an incomplete soul. Frost God is not stupid. He found that King Kong's soul is incomplete and there are traces of summoning beast runes in the gap. How can he not think that it has a master? Danny wants to hide a sword in the fish belly, but she won't let King Kong face Frost God alone. So where is she hiding? She is hiding in the soul fragment that was returned to King Kong. When she cut off a large piece of King Kong's soul fragment, she also healed it on the spot through spiritual bestowment. Over the years, Danny has also used her own spiritual essence to bestow spiritual essence to the soul fragment countless times. Unless she deliberately excludes the type of spiritual essence, for example, the saint healing technique only involves type B active spiritual essence. Generally, as long as she bestows spiritual essence, the soul will be stained with her aura. Type of spiritual essence specifically affects the will. Up to now, King Kong's original soul has long been contaminated by the spiritual essence she bestowed. Danny is hidden in it like a non-GMO bean hidden in a pile of GMOs. As powerful as Frost God is, he can't detect the abnormality in King Kong's soul core. He didn't find the trap, so he really came. His main body came. A dark crack opened in the sky, and white snake-like roots of the weirwood fell down. There were too many of them, like a truck of clean pig intestines pouring down from the space. It seemed chaotic, but it fell on the ice crystal grave in an extremely orderly manner. The solid ice crystal that made King Kong unable to struggle was like air in front of the roots. Without any hindrance, the roots of the weirwood that looked like pig intestines but were as flexible as white snakes penetrated the grave, into King Kong's 7 orifices, into its skin, deep into its blood vessels, bones, and internal organs. Child, don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. Accept the power from your mother, and you will start a new life in a new world. A gentle, kind, and powerful voice sounded in King Kong's mind. Like a loving father. King Kong's tense body and spirit relaxed at once. A huge blue power followed the roots and entered King Kong's body. Within the Vajra and Vajra soul cores, Danny could vaguely hear an ethereal singing voice. It sounded like the soft moans of a mother beside a baby's cradle. King Kong, who had already fallen into a daze, had almost no power to resist and had completely fallen. Danny, however, was the exact opposite. The wisp of willpower hidden within the Vajra soul core was like a glass window that had been washed clean by water. It was unprecedentedly clear and transparent. She felt as if she had returned to, just like when she first met the door god inside the Great Wall, the door god sang a song of wind to her. This is the door god's method. The door god sang the song of wind and turned the sleeping child of the forest into the first green prophet. The frost god sang the song of ice and turned powerful demigods into his followers. Danny suddenly understood. So this is how the evil god of ice was transformed. Actually, she had guessed wrongly. The frost god had 2 methods of transforming evil gods. He would only chant the song of ice to living beings with potential. For cannon fodder without potential, he would not even descend with his true body. Just a wisp of willpower would annihilate the original divinity and spirit and crudely transform them into ice creatures. For example, the butterfly god of the Nas people. There was no time to think. Danny knew that this was a rare opportunity. She immediately emptied her mind and allowed herself to be completely immersed in the Song of Ice. Emptiness, coldness, nothingness, desolation, loneliness. Her heart felt as if it had been soaked in a frozen lake in the North Pole for billions of years. She was also like a corpse with consciousness, floating in the empty and cold universe. The nearest star was also infinitely far away from her. She was alone like a ferocious beast, gnawing on a huge hole in her soul core that could never be filled. The ice turned into blue blood and flowed into her dried blood vessels. When she opened her eyes, everything before her was ice blue. Bam! In the center of her ice blue eyeball, a flame suddenly exploded. The Song of Ice and Fire played at the same time. Time and space stretched infinitely before Danny's eyes. She seemed to have passed through a strange space-time tunnel and arrived at the core of the universe in an instant. There, countless worlds were falling and rising. Countless worlds were being destroyed in ice and countless worlds were being born in fire. All the secrets of the world were laid bare before her eyes. She felt an itch in her heart. She wanted to blow and ignite a new world in the void. Perhaps she could take away all the heat and fire of the old world with a breath. Her soul was elevated infinitely. She could not help but want to howl at the sky. Fuck. A strong sense of disharmony woke Danny up from the illusion. Upon closer inspection, Vajra was already enveloped in blue light. The powerful ice divine power condensed strange runes in his cells. The ice runes that represented the Song of Ice. The ice runes combined with the ice divine power and Vajra's original bloodline power formed a brand new gene, the ice bloodline. Ice Vajra was just born. His black gold hair lost its color and became translucent like ice whiskers. His body lost its temperature, but his heartbeat became stronger and more powerful. His dark red blood vessels turned icy blue, and deep blue icy blood flowed within them. His golden bones, which had been modified by the runes of the Vajra Song of Power, were dyed mottled blue, and icy blue bone marrow flowed within his spine. Its soul was also dyed ice blue. Its sea of consciousness was like a dome of ice under the aurora borealis. Danny understood where the disharmony came from. Just as she was immersed in the Song of Ice and even comprehended the Song of Ice and Fire for the first time, Vajra was eroded by Frost God's power. The transformation was almost complete. If Vajra's soul was completely transformed from a genetically modified soybean to a mung bean, then her non-genetically modified soybean would not be able to hide. In Vajra's sea of consciousness, Danny no longer hid. A huge amount of soul power poured in from Dragonstone Island. The will grew rapidly. The soybean sprouted and grew into a towering tree. In between the eyebrows of Vajra's soul core, the figure of Dragon Queen appeared. It was a bit like Sasuke Uchiha Susanoo. You Frost God was shocked. The Song of Ice stopped abruptly. Vajra is my pet. Thank you for your reward. Also, your Song of Ice is amazing. I seem to have understood something. Danny grinned, and an orange flame ignited in her eyes. She held a flame in each of her palms, then squatted down, turned her palms and pressed the flame on the ground on Vajra's soul core. Gift of the first flame. Boom. Vajra's soul, which had already been dyed ice blue, was instantly covered by the orange flame. Vajra's soul was like a sauna. A large amount of ice blue substance spurted out of the pores of its soul, trying to escape into nothingness. But once it came into contact with the orange flame, it was immediately ignited and burned into a powerful spirit and divinity. And this was just the beginning. The flame burned Vajra's soul. Then, from the inside out, it ignited all the soul power that belonged to Frost God in Vajra's bones, blood vessels, muscles, and fur. Even Frost God's main body, the root of the weirwood that hung down from the void, was burned to ashes in the flame. Frost God was shocked and angry. This is impossible. My soul has been, before he could finish his sentence, his divine body, which had reached into the material world, was burned to ashes. From the outside, it looked like the ice crystal grave and the white tree trunk that covered Vajra's body were suddenly covered in fire and then quickly burned to nothingness. Not even ashes were left. Bitch, how dare you trick me? Frost God's angry roar came from the crack in the void. More weirwood roots, carrying an even greater power, shot towards Vajra like ice spears. The surrounding ice evil gods also sensed the change in the situation. They either pulled out their ice swords and rushed toward Vajra, or released dark and bloody evil divine spells from afar. The impurities in Vajra's soul were washed away by the gift of spirit. Vajra opened his eyes and was revived. His body was bathed in fire, but 7 to 8 meters long ice sword fingernails grew out of his fingers. The surface of the ice sword fingernails was also covered with a layer of fire. Vajra rolled and dodged many attacks. At the same time he swung his hand violently. Whoosh! The ice sword fingernails shot out like arrows. Although they were as fast as lightning, they only brought about a slight wind sound in the air. Tiske, tiske, tiske. 10 fingers, 10 ice swords and 5 evil gods were hit. They were immediately pierced by the huge ice sword or cut into pieces. The remaining few were like sparrows startled by the bow of a bow and ran far away. This time it was not a physical attack like the tree spears. The evil gods' corpses were sealed in ice by the ice swords, but inside the ice, there was a raging fire. It was very strange. After a successful attack, Vajra somersaulted and stood up. He hammered his chest with his fists. The sound was like a drum beating and the snow on the treetops rustled and fell. Then he squatted down and stomped on the ground. Large pieces of ice and black soil exploded from the ground. Vajra was like a heavy tank driving at the speed of an F1 car. With an unstoppable momentum, he pounced on the weirwood roots hanging from the crack in the void. Frost God snorted. Darkness descended without warning. Vajra's vision was pitch black. He completely lost his sense of direction and balance. With a plop, he tripped over himself and fell miserably. What? Dragon Queen's voice fell. Vajra's ice-blue eyes immediately shone with a golden light, just like Sun Wukong who had activated the fiery golden eyes. The golden light shot into the bulldozer ruins like the lightsaber of a Jedi warrior, splitting the dark sky with one slash. Vajra found the weirwood roots again and pounced on them. Its huge body hung on them. Bastard, you're courting death. Frost God sneered. He did not dodge, but the weirwood roots were dyed gray. They were filled with the power of decay and death. Crackle. Where the roots whipped, Vajra's tough and fresh flesh was like rotten flesh that had been dead for 10 days in summer. Ah! Vajra wailed. But the extreme pain also made him ferocious. The power of ice and fire surged, covering his body with 2 layers of ice and fire armor. At the same time he activated the runes of the Song of Power and used both hands to pull at the weirwood roots. Whip after whip, his muscles rotted and his bones broke. One after another they were torn apart and set ablaze. Frost God and Vajra were like 2 savage beasts, engaging in the most primitive physical battle. It was a battle of health. Vajra, you're the best. Danny cheered for Vajra from the side. Bastard, bastard. Frost God cursed, but it was to no avail. However, Frost God was still full of energy and did not show any signs of weakness. Danny could not help but be alert. Suddenly she thought of something. Door God's roots could cover the entire Westeros and even beyond the Great Wall. Vajra's battle was very hot-blooded, but it seemed like it was only enough to tickle Frost God. The injuries on its body were real, and it would not be able to recover in a short time. If she did not cheat, Vajra would definitely lose. Thinking of this, Danny helped Vajra cheat without any qualms. Dorgat, are you still there? I'm your successor. Danny's consciousness entered a weirwood that was dancing like a tentacle and called out sincerely. I know that you could not see any hope of stopping the world pendant, so you had no choice but to merge with ES God. But reality has proven that your main personality is correct. You felt the power of the first flame. I'm your real hope. I have a weirwood trunk. That's your home. Give up on Frost God and part ways with him? Chapter 1029. In the face of Danny's affectionate cry, there was no response from the roots of the weirwood. Door God, old weirwood? Danny was not discouraged. Instead, she worked harder and increased her strength. Her spiritual power went up along the roots of the weirwood and spread deeper. How dare you? You're digging your own grave. The vast, cold soul pressed close and crushed Danny's non-GMO soybeans into powder as easily as a millstone crushing beans. But not long after, the disappearing spiritual power gradually created something out of nothing, and the bean powder condensed into soybeans in the weirwood. This was the indestructible characteristic of the soul of the Green Prophet. Door God, old weirwood, are you still there? I am the singer of the Song of the First Fire, and the successor of your great mission. Wake up quickly, repent and be saved. Pop, after saying this, the stone mill of the God of Frost came again, and Danny's little bean was crushed into bean juice. But in the blink of an eye, Danny returned to her original state and shouted, "Don't do useless things. When have you seen the green prophet die in the roots of the weirwood? What's more, I'm now the speaker of the old gods. The door god cares for me, and in the roots of the door god, my soul will never be destroyed." Then, before the god of frost crushed her into powder again, she immediately shouted, "Weirwood, I have something to say, please listen to me." Cold and darkness could indeed stabilize the world at a certain level, but that was all. Not only could the world fall, but it also had the hope of ascending. A dead world without sunlight prevented the fall, but maintained the state at the same level forever, completely losing the hope of ascending to a higher dimension. Such a world was no different from death. Only flames and vigorous vitality could bring upward power to the world. The living had an unlimited future, and even if the ghouls could move, they were just corpses. This was also why the first sun god gave up the darkness and coldness that gave birth to him, and would rather sacrifice himself to ignite the first sun. He wanted to lift the world into a higher dimension. He failed, but his ideals were great and noble, and his spirit would live on forever. You are his heir and I am your heir. Let us pass on the torch. Now, I've already sung the Song of Fire, and there's hope for the first flame in the future. I've also eavesdropped on the Frost God's Song of Ice, and I've gained some enlightenment. In the near future, Frost God will definitely follow in Lalo's footsteps and have his Song of Laws taken away by me. I will sing the Song of Ice and Fire. My future is great. Our common goal will soon be realized. Door God, repent and give up on the foreign God. Danny was surprised that the Frost God had given her a chance to use up all the ammunition in her mouth. But in the next moment, there seemed to be a bolt of lightning in the void. Her vision blurred and she completely lost consciousness. Yes, the consciousness that entered the root of the weirwood was completely annihilated. It seemed like another power that was different from the god of frost had made its move. Danny was puzzled. Could it be the root of the door god? As long as the green prophet's soul entered the weirwood, even a true god would not be able to annihilate it. At this time, Danny could be called the god of the green prophet, but the door god was not limited by this. But what did it mean to wait for her to finish her mouth before attacking? King Kong's angry roar woke her up from her thoughts. Her main body sent another consciousness across tens of thousands of miles to King Kong's mind. But before Danny could ask for death again, the frost god's weirwood root quickly retreated into the crack, and the Dognod spatial crack slowly closed. The frost god retreated. More than 50% of the fur on King Kong's body had fallen off, and its skin was rotten, revealing gray muscles. It was also very irritable. With its hands on the ground, it ran quickly like a gorilla. It was chasing after the remaining 3 escaping gods. Its rotten palm, which revealed white bones, clenched tightly. Cold air surged and an icicle instantly formed. Whoosh, whoosh. A bolt of icy blue lightning flashed across the dark sky. An evil god and its pterosaur were skewered together by the icicle. This was not physical damage. Even if they were ice creatures, they still slid down like kites with broken strings. Roar! King Kong ran over and jumped up with all its might. It grabbed the ice pterosaur, grabbed the evil god and stuffed it into its mouth. Spit it out and burn it. I have to get my money back, Danny said. With the evil god in its mouth, King Kong opened its icy blue eyes and turned to the Dragon Queen, who was standing on its shoulder. Its furry face gradually became ferocious. Oh, you want a rebel? Danny laughed. Crunch. Crunch. It looked at her and chewed the ice evil god in front of her. King Kong's soul was perfected, and the faith in the Dragon Queen that it had spent more than a year building disappeared. More importantly, although King Kong was beaten black and blue by the weirwood root, its mental state was better than ever. With the help of the meat boat, it gained great benefits from the ice god's modification. The surging ice power in its body made it confident. The sky can no longer cover my eyes, and the earth can no longer bury my heart. Roar! It opened its mouth and roared at the Dragon Queen. The remains of the evil god's corpse that it chewed in its mouth sprayed out towards the Dragon Queen along with its spittle. Danny was so disgusted that her face turned blue. She waved her hand, and the divine power in Vajra's sea of consciousness was sent to her uncontrollably. It turned into a huge fire shield and blocked all the food scraps and the colorful red and white juices outside. At the same time it ignited them. Huff, huff. King Kong's cold eyes were filled with confusion. It pouted and blew at the fire on its shoulder. But the more it blew, the bigger the fire spread. It even covered the sky and the earth, igniting its entire body. Oh whoa! It wailed and rolled on the ground. The ice power in its body wanted to cover its body with a layer of ice armor, but it was like adding oil to the fire. Its divine power turned into flames uncontrollably. The arrogance and ferocity in King Kong's eyes disappeared, and was replaced by despair, pain, and respect. "Evil creature, what do you have to say?" Danny asked with a smile. Bam, bam, bam. King Kong endured the burning pain from the raging flames on its body, kneeling on the ground and kowtowing repeatedly. In an instant, it established a line of faith with Danny for the second time, and this time, it was 10 times more devout than before. "Idiot, your song of power divinity was given to you by me, and your ice divinity and divine power were all transformed by me. The reason why your soul is so strong and tenacious is because I gave you a huge amount of divinity and spirituality. Who gave you the courage to devour me?" Hoo-hoo-hoo. King Kong covered its face and cried, crying for its tragic fate. Danny said coldly, "You heartless thing, without me you can't even return to your home. Without me the millions of King Kong skeletons in your cave will be your final future. Without me you'll always be a wild monkey in the wilderness that no one knows about." King Kong was stunned for a moment, then stopped crying thoughtfully and kowtowed to the Dragon Queen again. The flames roasted the ice and snow on the ground, forming a small turbid lake on the black ground, and mud splattered everywhere from King Kong's head. Only then did Danny retract her divine power, and King Kong regained control of the divine power in its body. The flames on the surface of its body were extinguished, and only green smoke was left on the surface of its charred skin. A cold wind blew and the hairless King Kong shivered. Then, it was pleasantly surprised to find that the rotten skin and flesh that was whipped by the frost god had healed, and its condition was better than before. It seems that Buddha Danny wasn't just punishing it, but also healing its law injuries. King Kong suddenly felt grateful to its ancestor. Roar, roar. It smiled foolishly at her, trying to please her. Danny rolled her eyes and left the mark of a subordinate god on the core of King Kong's soul. Aside from the relationship between master and servant and faith, the two of them now had a monarch and servant relationship. "Now that you've become a Frost King Kong, I'll grant you the power of wind and fire. First, kill the remaining evil gods of ice, then head north until you reach the seaside. Use the power of ice to form an ice boat, and ride the wind to Slaves Bay." Brr. King Kong's legs were surrounded by a white tornado, and like a spring, it jumped 100 meters and disappeared into the north. 3 days later, Frost King Kong sacrificed 15 evil gods of ice and thousands of Frost God believers to the Dragon Queen. Then it really crossed the sea and headed north. This was a story for later. After Danny separated from King Kong, she did not immediately rush to the Iron Islands. She encountered a problem in her cultivation, and had to spend half a month to comprehend the Song of Ice in town. How to put it, it was as if a new song of law was about to break through the ground, but it was suppressed by another force. Danny was not bragging to Weirwood Tree Root. She really did have an epiphany about the Song of Ice. In ancient times there was Zhuge Liang borrowing arrows with a straw boat, and now there was Dragon Queen borrowing strength with a meat boat. Her original plan was to use King Kong, this meat mountain, to cheat the frost god of his divine power and divinity. In her mind, with King Kong's huge body, how much soul power would it consume to transform it into an ice demigod? At least let the frost god suffer heavy losses, right? The result was unexpectedly good. Not only did she successfully cut off a big piece of meat from the frost god, making him furious, but Danny also accidentally heard the frost god sing the Song of Ice himself. How precious was such a situation? Danny had heard the song of wind of the door god in the Great Wall, and learned the technique of listening to the sound of the wind on that day. Less than a year later she became a wind demigod, and a few months later her Song of Wind also took shape. Now it was even more exaggerated than before. She took more than a year to sing her own Song of Wind. Now that she heard the Song of Ice, she had an impulse to immediately sing her own Song of Ice. But there was a force in her that kept stopping this impulse. That feeling was like meeting a familiar person. She even reached out her hand to greet him, and the name was on the tip of her tongue, but her brain was dragging her back and she could not remember what his name was. Hiss, isn't this too exaggerated? You only heard it once and you want to sing it? Bran exclaimed in disbelief. The situation back then was very special. The frost god was singing the Song of Ice to King Kong through the roots of the Weirwood Tree. It was like I was lying on the Weirwood Tree and listening to the door god's Song of Wind. This was like Feng Qingyang killing a devil sect disciple. Even with Ling Hucheng's talent, seeing him use the 9 swords beyond the swords, he only felt that it was exciting, but he did not understand much. It was even more impossible for him to use the 9 swords beyond the swords immediately. If Feng Qingyang wanted to teach him the secrets of the sword, even if he only used the 9 swords beyond the swords once, Ling Hucheng could learn it immediately. Even so, your talent is amazing. After sighing, Bran asked again, what is stopping you from singing the Song of Ice? It seems to be the Song of Fire, Danny said uncertainly. Every time the second soul of the Song of Wind in my mind wants to split the seed of ice, the 9-colored spiral meditation foundation will suppress it and prevent it from being born. Sigh, this is a conflict of laws caused by opposing attributes. Bran sighed. Why did the Night Lion marry the Lady of Light, and why did the Inami have children with the Goddess of Wind? They all wanted to master the supreme law of the universe, but they could not fuse the songs of laws with 2 opposing attributes with their own strength. So they gave birth to descendants who fused the 2 bloodlines. Because they had the bloodline of both parents, some first-generation gods' descendants were especially talented and could naturally accept the 2 opposing laws. Then, referring to the fusion seed of the opposing laws in the gods' descendants, the Father God and Mother God would fine-tune their songs of laws. Finally, the Father God and Mother God would use their own god blood to exchange for the special bloodline of the gods' descendants that fused the 2 laws, so that their own bloodline could evolve. This way, their new bodies would be able to accept each other's songs of laws. In theory, it would be a win-win situation, but in practice, it seemed that one side would always sacrifice themselves to fulfill the other. The Lady of Light fulfilled the Night Lion, and the Goddess of Wind fulfilled the Inami. As for the reason, I am not too sure. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.